Welcome, this is BR24live and you're watching our coverage of this year's Munich Security Conference. Munich is yet again the center of leading politicians and experts discussing global policy on stage. Yesterday we started off things with Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, followed by Kamala Harris, VP of the United States of America. Probably most memorable, though, the appearance of Yulia Navalnaya, wife of the reported dead Kremlin critic Alexei Navalny. And today there will be none other than Olaf Scholz, Germany's federal chancellor, and followed by Volodymyr Zelenskyy, the president of Ukraine, live in person in Munich. So stay with us for the best content of this day. My name is Dominik Pasic and you're watching BR24 Live.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now in the main conference hall. We're about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, I kindly ask you to take your seats now in the main conference hall. We're about to start with the program. Please take your seats now.
Good.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Good morning, everybody. Please follow the example of the NATO Secretary General, who was here first and sitting first. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the second day of the Munich Security Conference, and it's a particular pleasure to welcome for the third time in a row the German Federal Chancellor Olaf Scholz. Thank you very much for speaking to us today. And I would ask you to please take your earphones because the Chancellor will deliver his remarks in German. Chancellor, you have the floor.
Esteemed colleagues, Excellencies, Mr. Heusgen, ladies and gentlemen. The biggest land war in Europe since the Second World War has been raging in Ukraine for 2 years now. Every day, Russia's aggression claims innocent victims. Every day, people cry, grieve and die in Ukraine. And that is why in my speech today I want to focus on this war in our neighborhood. Despite huge losses, significant parts of the Russian armed forces remain intact. Russia has been preparing its troops for this war for many years and has developed new lethal weapons systems at all levels. The Russian economy has long since been operating in war mode. To all intents and purposes, Putin has brought the economy, education, science and culture in Russia completely under his control. Anyone who actively works for freedom and democracy has to fear for their life. And what that means is shown by the shocking, by the appalling news of Alexei Navalny's death in Russian detention. Not least, Putin is sending ever more troops to the front. We therefore all have to ask ourselves, 2 years after the start of the war, are we actually doing enough to signal to Putin we're in for the long haul? Are we doing enough, given that we know full well what Russia's victory in Ukraine would mean, namely the end of Ukraine as a free, independent and democratic state, the destruction of our peaceful order in Europe, the gravest test of the UN Charter since 1945, and not least, an encouragement to any and all autocrats around the world to use force to resolve conflicts. If we include the political and financial price we would then have to pay would be many times higher than all the expense of our support for Ukraine today and in the future. What does all of this mean for us? What must it mean for NATO and for Europe? 2 things are key in my view. First of all, the threat from Russia is real. That is why our deterrence and defense capabilities have to be credible and remain credible. At the same time, we don't want a conflict between Russia and NATO. And for that reason, all countries supporting Ukraine have been in agreement ever since the start of the war that we will not send our own troops to Ukraine. However, Putin and the military establishment in Moscow must be left in no doubt that we, the world's strongest military alliance, are able to defend every square meter of our allied territory. And for that, it's important that we further strengthen the European pillar in NATO, also in the sphere of deterrence. I'm probably not telling you anything new when I say Germany will invest 2% of its GDP in defense this and also every following year in the 2020s, 2030s and beyond. Furthermore, we have to do more than ever before to ensure that our deterrence is fit for the future, is fit for purpose. And that is why we stated in the federal government's first national security strategy our intention, among other things, to promote, and I quote, the development and introduction of highly advanced capabilities, such as precision, deep strike weapons, end of quote. And this is in line with the efforts by Emmanuel Macron and myself to strengthen the European defense industry, and this is why we speak to our French colleagues about this. For regardless of how Russia's war in Ukraine ends, and regardless also of the outcome of elections on either side of the Atlantic, one thing is crystal clear. We Europeans need to do much more for our security now and in the future. Our readiness to do so is considerable, and that is what I told President Biden during my visit to Washington last week as well. Our efforts during the last 24 months have underscored that. And Joe Biden and I were also in complete agreement that our transatlantic alliance will remain valuable and strong on both sides of the Atlantic, because we are united by shared values and beliefs: freedom, democracy, the strength of the law, and respect for the dignity of every individual. For that, I'm deeply grateful to the President and to all our North American friends in the audience today. Thank you for being such strong allies and friends. And let me be equally clear. Any relativization of NATO's mutual defense guarantee will only benefit those who, just like Putin, want to weaken us. My second point concerns our support for Ukraine. The European Union and its member states have made available just under 90 billion euro for this purpose so far. On top of that will come the additional 50 billion euro in financial assistance alone that we've just agreed on for the coming years. In the EU, we have taken in more than 4 million Ukrainian refugees, 1 million of them here in Germany. All of this was and still is the right thing to do. Only yesterday, President Zelenskyy and I signed an agreement in which we make durable security pledges to Ukraine. Our support is broad-based and comprehensive. Above all, however, it is long-term. Already, the military support provided and planned by Germany amounts to 28 billion euro. For this year, we have almost doubled our military assistance to more than 7 billion euro. Then there are pledges of 6 billion for the next few years. I very much wish, and this is something I and some of my European colleagues are lobbying very urgently for in this forum too, that similar decisions would be taken in all our capital cities. I know that's not easy. It's not easy here in Germany either. For just like in other countries, there are critical voices here as well, saying, shouldn't we be using the money for other things? And Moscow is fanning the flames of such doubts with targeted disinformation campaigns and with propaganda on social media. What is true is that this war at the heart of Europe is making huge demands of us as well. Yes, the money we spend now and in the future to ensure our security is then lacking elsewhere. We are noticing that. However, I would also say this: without security, all else is nothing. Only if we all provide the necessary finance in the long term and in a spirit of solidarity will our defense industry reliably ramp up production and thereby contribute to our security. Since the start of the war, the United States has provided Ukraine with something over $20 billion a year in military assistance, with a gross domestic product of $28 trillion. A similar effort must surely be the least that can be expected from every European country. After all, we are talking about the biggest threat to security on our continent, about a war here in Europe, albeit one with global repercussions. Only if we are credible in this regard will Putin understand that there will be no peace dictated by Moscow, because we will not allow it. And that brings me, Christoph Heusgen, to the silver lining you mentioned in your opening speech yesterday. For that silver lining does exist, and it is brighter than one might think from watching the news or reading the papers. We stand more united than ever. Sweden and Finland have decided to join NATO. We have adopted new defense plans in NATO. In Germany, we have enshrined in our constitution a special fund of 100 billion euro for the Bundeswehr, some 80% of which has now been committed. Defense Minister Pistorius and I have decided to station a German combat brigade permanently on NATO's eastern flank in Lithuania. The NATO summit in Washington in July will show how much Europe is now contributing to the security of the Euro-Atlantic area. That is good news, as we mark 75 years of the alliance. Russia, by contrast, has not attained a single one of its goals in this war. Putin wanted to take Kiev in 2 weeks. 2 years on, Ukraine has liberated over half of the territory occupied by Russia. Russia has lost control over the Western Black Sea. And this is thanks first and foremost to the Ukrainian armed forces. I have the utmost respect for their courage and their hard-fought successes. However, support from all of us has played a part. And that should be an incentive for us now, not to ease up, but rather to continue resolutely on this path. Germany is precisely that, resolute. And at the same time, grateful for our united stance today and in the future. Thank you.
Chancellor, good morning, and good morning once again to everybody. Ambassador, Secretary General, it's wonderful to be here at the Munich Security Conference and to be speaking with all of you. My name is Hadley Gamble. I am Al Arabia's Chief International Anchor and Correspondent. Chancellor, it's great to see you again. In your speech, you mentioned several things, one of which was the murder of Alexei Navalny. And in October 2021, when I asked Vladimir Putin directly about Mr. Navalny, and I challenged him as to why he kept putting all of his political rivals into prison, he seemed at that time pretty content to let Mr. Navalny stay there. In your mind, was this tragedy of his death a show of weakness on the part of President Putin, or is this just another example of what he feels as impunity?
First, I'm really depressed having heard about the death of Navalny. Though we don't have every proof now, it seems to be the case that that's really happened. And I remember my talk to Navalny when he was here in Berlin for recovering from the first attempt to kill him. And I spoke with his wife and his little son at this time. And I was really impressed by the courage he has going back, knowing that this might be a very difficult time for him and also a situation that might cause his death because of the way of dictatorship Putin developed. Is it a sign of weakness? Is it something that is just alongside to what he always did or did quite often during his reign? I would say both. This is the truth.
You mentioned spending. And when we talk about financing defense and financing wars, it costs a lot of money. And right now, Germany, as of last year, was the worst performing among major economies. You've just slashed your growth forecast. You're sitting at 0.2% for 2024. How is it possible to project strength in the face of Vladimir Putin when you are essentially, once again, the sick man of Europe?
We are not. This is why it is easier to say this. And looking at the strength of German economy, I think we can assure everyone that we will be able to do our task. Just to give you this view on economic developments on Germany, we have the highest number of employed people ever in history of Germany, a very, very low unemployment rate. We have a question of getting enough people for workforce and not the other way around, which we had 20, 30 years ago, as many other European countries, but this is completely not our problem for the next 20, 30 years. We have a lot of investments in Germany Is it electric vehicles with the United States company investing especially in Germany here? Tesla, and nearly 100 years in Germany, Ford.
But nevertheless, 0.2% is anemic.
Batteries, this is battery investments, this is semiconductor that will be invested in Germany. And if I get it right, the new semiconductor production sites in Europe, 80–90% of this will happen in Germany, and this is something which gives a sign of the strength of the economy. Yes, Germany is the one economy that is most exposed to exports. We are related to the figure of number of people living in the country, 84 million, the strongest export nation globally. We are connected to nearly every country to the world. And yes, if there is something that is difficult in growth in the world, we feel it because of being linked to all the rest. But this will also change again when things are changing. And just 2 days ago, I was together with one of the managers of Microsoft that announced to invest 3 billion in Germany in the next year, and they are not the only one. So don't be afraid about this. We will have the chance to do what is necessary for defense, which brings us together here.
Chancellor, you say don't worry about the economy, we've got a hold on it. What about the possibility that Donald Trump will once again be in the White House? What is the plan to deal with that? Because just a few days ago, he essentially said those who don't make their spending commitments to NATO, which as of yet, Germany does not, he's fine with it if President Putin invades you. I mean, what is the plan to deal with Donald Trump?
So first, it is the American people that are taking a decision on the next president. And I think it is wise just to wait for their vote. It might be completely different as sometimes people think when there's too much in this way of understanding politics. It's something that is not about serious things, but something that is a very nice theater. So I think we have to understand that there will be a decision, and at the time we can understand also that the United States and Germany, the United States and Europe are having a relation that is in the best shape it had for many years. And this is, there is a good reason for this, because of democracy, the rule of law, about our view on humankind, which we are sharing. And having this in mind, I think it is important for all of us on both sides of the Atlantic that we stick to this very successful cooperation. And if you look at Europe, you will see that Europe is doing what it is announced. 18 countries, I guess, now announced that they will this year have this 2%. The rest of them is on the path to do so, which will really change the whole scenario, because if you count together the spending in Europe, you will find that this is much more than Russia, for instance, is able to spend. And though they are using all the money they earn from gas, oil, coal, gold, uranium, silver, and so on, we have to understand that they will not be able to meet the figures we are able to spend for defense just because of the success of our economies.
So you're not worried about the economy, you're not worried about the potential for Donald Trump to be back in the White House. You just signed a historic agreement with President Zelenskyy, but Taurus missiles are not a part of it. Can you tell us why your government is refusing to give Taurus missiles to
I think
Ukrainians?
One question is a bit strange. Germany is, as you said, and as everyone knows now, the country that is spending the most for defense in Europe to support Ukraine. It's more than 7 billion this year, and we will continue to spend a lot.
But
and
if the goal is to win,
there are all the things in it which are necessary for defending Ukraine and for giving Ukraine the chance to defend their own country. And I think it is absolutely important that we take the right decisions on the scenario we know here. And this is, we have to increase the production of munition, of weapons. We have to make feasible that all the maintenance could be done with the weapons that are at the war and which are used. And we are doing all these things and all this kind of things which are necessary for a real strong Ukraine being able to defend their own country. And step by step, we are always deciding what is the right thing to do at the right moment, and this is what we did so far. And we agreed with the Ukrainian government to continue with this big support we are already organizing.
So you're not ruling out the possibility that at some point your government could okay Taurus missiles?
I think we are ruling out the truth that we will do enough and we will be strong in supporting Ukraine.
Politician. Sir, I have to open up for questions in just a moment, but I think that I would be remiss if I didn't mention the other conflict that so many of us are deeply concerned about, and that is, of course, what's happening today in Gaza. Germany is a country that understands the gravity of war crimes, and when we look at what's happening on the ground in Gaza, whether it's human rights groups telling us that every day these are war crimes being committed, or if it's Oxfam saying that more people are dying every single day in Gaza than in any other conflict in the 21st century. How is it that a government like Germany can answer those who say this is just simply hypocrisy on the part of the West to okay and defend Ukraine in terms of the invasion of Vladimir Putin, the illegal invasion, but at the same time to continue to allow the atrocities that are being committed in Gaza? So how do you answer those challenges? How do you answer that challenge of hypocrisy?
First, we should not forget what this war is about. It started with a very brutal aggression against Israeli people by Hamas. And what they did at 7th October was really something that was as brutal as you may not imagine. It was against humanity, and what all the pictures, all the films we saw about that situation are really something that is not the outcome of an attack just. It was really against the people, and it was against all the things that are important for us when we discuss about common values. So Israel has the right to defend their own country. And this is what the United States and what Germany and many others are just stating, that Israel has this right and can count on us. And while saying this and really supporting Israel in its doing, we are also very clear on the things that are important to be said. So first, that humanitarian aid has to get to Gaza and more, as we see today. Second, that the way the war is handled is according to international law. And third, that we discuss about a perspective for a peaceful relation between Israel and the Palestinian state to be founded and to be built. And this two-state solution and thinking about what will be the future to get out of the conflict and to have a good relationship between Israel and its Arabic neighbors is, I think, key. And so I'm discussing with many of the leaders all around in Jordania, in Qatar, in the United Arab Emirates, in Saudi Arabia, in Turkey, and so on. And we are also giving a lot of views. We are sharing our views also with the Israeli government, for instance, going against settlers' violence, which I think is a problem, for instance, and being very clear, recommending that there should be not a new frontier in the north, and that all what we are doing should be strategically clear, making it impossible that Iran is taking this advantage for being more influential in the whole region. And this all is the scenario in which we are acting, and all is part of a strategy of the way how we support Israel, but are also clear in the things we are asking and demanding.
What is your message? What is your message to the people of Gaza? Because at the end of the day...
So the message to the people of Gaza is that we are very clear in what I said here. So we are discussing about humanitarian aid. We are discussing about the questions of how this war is going on and how it is done by the Israeli Defense Forces. And we're also giving them the clear view that they can count on us, the European Union, United States, and many others, saying that we are looking for a peaceful future for them, where they can live in a self-ruled state. And that's what we are proposing when we are supporting the idea of a two-state solution.
But Chancellor, you don't honestly think that they are abiding by international laws in their bombardment of Gaza? What evidence do you have that the Israelis are abiding by international law?
We are asking that they do so, and we are constantly discussing this question, and there is good reason for doing so. And it is something which is so important for all of us that we are very clear in this, that obeying international law and the rules is something which is not just something we do because we subscribed some agreements globally. It is something which is coming out of our perspective of humankind and how we want to be and how we want to see ourselves.
I'd like to open it up for questions. Whoever can get to a mic first, since we don't have much time, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. Alexei Goncharenko, member of the Parliament of Ukraine. Dear Chancellor, the question about NATO. Having Ukraine as a buffer doesn't work. Putin showed it to everybody. So Ukraine should become a member of NATO. Will Germany support it on Washington summit? And please don't answer that we will think about it after the war, because in Putin's language it means don't stop the war, don't stop it, destroy Ukraine now. So please, we need this decision as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question, and I will just say to you what I said to all the Ukrainians so courageous in defending their own country. We are really impressed by the way the Ukrainian soldiers are doing their activities and the way how they defend their own country. I'm sure that Putin did not expect this to happen, and he was so sure that he will be successful to conquer the whole country in 2 or 4 weeks, something like this. And so he failed with his strategy. We should never forget this. In the beginning of my speech, I said, for this reason, the Ukraine was able to get back 2/3 of the conquered territory, and this is a success of Ukraine and of our solidarity, and not a success of Russia that failed with its attempts. In the question of NATO, I think we are very clear. We have the decisions we made in Vilnius. They are a clear statement about the way how we will handle things. And it makes no sense to go more to the details, but just say we put these words down sincerely, which we mean what we said there. So you can count on this, and this is something which I think is the message which is important here.
Unfortunately, Chancellor, thank you so much. We have run out of time. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. The main program will continue in just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen.
So that's been Germany's Federal Chancellor Olaf Scholz speaking on this year's Munich Security Conference. You're watching BR24 live, and we move on to the next topic, which is Ukraine in the world, with Volodymyr Zelenskyy, president of the Ukraine, which will begin in just an instant, so just stay with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, I kindly ask you to please remain seated. We'll continue with the main program in just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated.
Vorsicht, der Sprinkler. Vorsicht, Decke. Schieben.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated or take your seats if you have gotten up. We'll continue in just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue with the main program in just a moment. Please, everybody remain seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Chief International Anchor of CNN, Christian Amanpour.
Here. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, leaders and distinguished guests. The person you are waiting for is about to step on stage, the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelenskyy. Please give him a big hand.
Thank you very much. Okay. February 24th could have marked the end of the world as we all know it. A world of rules. Rules that are meant to protect life. Our resistance, with the support of our partners, has put on hold the destruction of this system, a rules-based world order. 2024 must become a time for a full restoration of a rules-based world order. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not the rules that define the world's life should remain in the past, but rather such Russia that doesn't respect the rules should remain in the past. And we can ensure this, not just by doing something, but by doing everything necessary. The conference today represents different parts of the world and of course many nations. Among us, there is no one for whom the ongoing war in Europe does not pose a threat. This war defines more than just the place of Ukraine or entire Europe in the world. This is Russia's war against any rules at all. But how long? But how long will the world let Russia be like this? This is the main question today. The longer this Russian aggression against the rules-based world order continues, the greater are the changes it provokes. Perhaps people will have to live in a world where local wars will not remain local. Any outbreak of a war risks turning into a global catastrophe. Perhaps the weaponization of food or migration will break existing regional balances and undermine many political systems, not only in Europe, but also in the Middle East, in Africa, in the Americas. Perhaps Europe is facing times when the question of invoking Article 5 of the NATO Treaty will not be a question for Washington at all, but rather for European capitals. There are hundreds of such perhaps. On February 23, 2022, none of them existed. Now they are a part of reality. And what we lack in this reality: security, neither for the largest nor for the smallest state. We must make security a reality again. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to leave behind everything you value in your life in the world of yesterday? Ukrainians will not do it. This is our response. The year of 2024 demands your response from everyone in the world. If we do not act now, Putin will manage to make the next years catastrophic for other nations as well. Intelligence community are aware of this. Ukraine has already shattered myths with which Russia tried to cloud reality and which the world unfortunately believed. The myth that Russia could capture another country in a few days or weeks whenever it wants. Ukrainians have been holding for 724 days. Would you have believed 725 days ago that this was even possible? We have demolished another insane Russian myth about Ukraine as supposedly not a real country. And it was in Russia that a massive mutiny began, leading to the capture of cities, internal fights, and an armed march on Moscow. This is a typical sign of a not a real state. We have ruined the myth that Russian weapons supposedly have some advantage over Western ones. In reality, Russia is worse in all respects. That's why, for the first time in Russian history, Putin bowed to Iran and North Korea for help. There was a myth that Europe is too weak to defend itself. Instead, Europe has become a global force, overcoming dependencies on Russia. Europe now demonstrates that our community deserves to be called Euro-Atlantic. There are two coasts. Nearly 80 years of preventing a continental war in Europe relied on the strength of the American coast, and now we see that the European coast can also be the force that prevents chaos. Every defense coalition we have created proves this. Every security agreement we have signed implements it. We already have such an agreement with the UK, and I'm grateful for the security agreement with Germany that we signed it with Olaf in Berlin a day before, and we signed a security agreement between Ukraine and France with Emmanuel in Paris. And this is just the beginning of implementing agreements based on the G7's security declaration. We were told for a long time, go to Putin, so that he would allow the restoration of cargo movement in the Black Sea, in our Black Sea. But we did it without Putin. More than 23 million tons of cargo have been transported through the Black Sea and the Ukrainian export corridor. Since the beginning of this year, there is already normal shipment of goods to China, Spain, Egypt, Turkey, Italy, Pakistan, the Netherlands, Tunisia, Libya, and others. Some claimed that there is no effective defense against Russian missiles. And we know for sure, all of us, with Patriots and some other Western air defense systems, any Russian missile can be shut down. And if there are enough air defense systems in Ukraine, we will be able to bring home millions of Ukrainians, millions of our people, millions of our refugees. And thank you for your attitude in all your countries, for your attitude to our people. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. But I hope that they will come back. We will do everything for this. And of course, our economy will be able to regain independence from external support. Ukrainians have proven that we can force Russia to retreat and that we are capable of restoring the rules. And with this, we leave absolutely nothing of the key Russian myth, the myth that Ukraine supposedly cannot win this war. We can get our land back, and Putin can lose. And this has already happened more than once on the battlefield. Our actions are limited only by the sufficiency and length of the range of our strengths. But what does not depend on us? And Avdiivka situation proves this exactly. Dear friends, unfortunately, keeping Ukraine in the artificial deficit of weapons, particularly in deficit of artillery and long-range capabilities, allows Putin to adapt to the current intensity of the war. This self-weakening of democracy over time undermines our joint results. Russia has only one specific military advantage at this time, namely the complete devaluation of human life. Constant Russian meat assaults prove this. International tolerance of the lack of rule of law in Russia after 1991 and Putin's policy of controlled poverty have led to the fact that human life is worthless for the Russian state. In addition to this, Putin's years of self-isolation and his impunity have led to his complete degradation. Absolutely. He now openly justifies Hitler, absolving him of responsibility for World War II. And he has made the genocide of our people just an ordinary part of his policy. Putin kills whoever he wants, be it an opposition leader or anyone else who seems at the target exactly to him. After the murder of Alexei Navalny, it's absurd to perceive Putin as a supposedly legitimate head of a Russian state. And he is the thug who maintains power through corruption and violence, coming to his so-called inauguration, shaking his hand, considering him an equal means to disdain the very nature of political power. One may have different attitudes towards international institutions, but the International Criminal Court's warrant for Putin's arrest for kidnapping and forced deportation of children from Ukraine clearly demonstrates where Putin's so-called career should end. He has only two options ahead: to be in the dock in The Hague, or to be killed by one of his accomplices who are now killing for him. Destroying the source of wars and destabilizations in our key task, it is fair. First, we all must do not something but everything possible to defeat the aggressor. Please, everyone, remember that dictators do not go on vacation. Hatred knows no pause. Enemy artillery does not fall silent due to procedural issues. Warriors standing against the aggressor need sufficient strength. Second, we should not fear Putin's defeat. Putin is a threat to all free nations. And yes, for those who still haven't heard, Putin is the monster who invaded Ukraine and killed thousands and thousands of people and kidnapped and deported at least tens of thousands of Ukrainian children. But that's not all. Putin butchered Chechens and Syrians, invaded Georgia, ordered the execution of his opponents both outside the walls of the Kremlin and in the heart of London and Berlin. And yes, just yesterday he tried to send us all a clear message at the Munich Security Conference opened. Putin murdered another opposition leader. So please, let's not fear Putin's defeat and the destruction of his regime. Let's instead work together to destroy what he stands for. It is his fate to lose, not the fate of the rules-based world order to vanish. If we don't defeat Putin now, it won't eventually matter who is the president of Russia, because every new Russian dictator will remember how to maintain power by annexing the lands of the peoples, killing opponents, and destroying the world order. If this happens, Europe, Central Asia, and the whole world will be a very dark place. Third, we must close all loopholes in the sanctions against Russia, and there should be no sectors of the Russian economy involved in this aggression that are still free for sanctions. This particularly relates to the nuclear sector. Also, Russian assets that are already frozen should be confiscated. And we need to go further, find, freeze, and securely pacify every dollar accumulated by Putin and his friends. Fourth, evil will never prevail if the forces of good are united and act together. History has proven it many, many times when empires of evil and tyranny, which seemed eternal, crumbled right in front of our eyes, and this increased the space of freedom in the world. And the bolder and more active America was, along with the others on the right side of history, the more successful freedom was. The world would have long been divided among the dreams of a few dictatorships if it was not the American dream which always left enough space for people dreams. Major decisions happening in unity of the whole world with the United States. And finally, fifth, Putin must be deprived of any ability to manipulate anyone in the world, to constrain the activity of the others. The world has a document that defines the basic rules of coexistence of nations, the Charter of the UN. Russia disregards it. Ukraine has offered the world a peace formula based on the principles and norms of the UN Charter, we have managed to unite representatives of all parts of the world to work on the peace formula and to develop details regarding the organization of the first Global Peace Summit. The summit is planned in Switzerland, and there the world must decide how to restore the full strength of the rule-based world order, almost destroyed by Russia. Please, do not ask Ukraine when the war will end. Ask yourself, why is Putin still able to continue it? I thank you very much for invitation. Thanks for attention and for very expression of support of our state, of course, of our people, our children, and please be grateful to our warriors, and may our world based on rules never become the world of yesterday. Slava Ukraini!
Mr. President, thank you for your speech. I am very pleased to be able to interview you for another 10 minutes, and then we will open it to questions for a small period of time after that from the distinguished guests. President has decided to speak in Ukrainian for the Q&A section, so everybody, headphones.
I thought that everybody decided to listen to me in Ukrainian, that's why
I think that is. But you know what? You're so good in English. If I can convince you to do this in English, I would be very happy.
We'll see.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, crikey. All right. All right.
Okay.
Somebody tell me whether... Is it number one in English? Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah?
Okay.
Well, maybe the number one, but
you don't need it.
But I don't have translation.
No, but you don't need it, do you? It's just me.
Ah, I don't need it.
No.
Oh, okay. Sorry,
you can take off your headphones.
Ah, yes, it's okay. Just, okay.
Okay. You want these on?
I hope so.
Fine, whatever.
We'll see if it doesn't work, so I don't know. Okay. We can start then.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. All right. Firstly, Mr. President, thank you for being here and for agreeing to talk to us in front of this audience and for CNN. I want to ask you first, you mentioned Avdiivka. And I would like to ask you first about the decision of your commanders to pull back. Your commander said, in a situation where the enemy is advancing on the corpses of their own soldiers with a 10-to-1 shell advantage under constant bombardment, this is the only correct solution. What do you expect to happen now?
Thank you very much for your question. It's a very logical and a fair one, and a professional decision to save as many Ukrainian lives. You hear interpretation, right? Well, it's possible to preserve the lives of our people, and for us.
Thank you. Carry on.
It's important for us to save the lives of our people. That's our main objective. We're saving our lives, our soldiers, because that's our defense. We're very grateful to our partners for any weapons, but clearly weapons can only help to bring back justice and peace in the territory of Ukraine. But first and foremost, as we all know, it's the military man who has it in his arms. The military people, they liberate territories, they protect people, families, and that's a correct decision in order not to be surrounded. The decision has been made to move back to other lines. Russia has not seized anything. We have to understand that. After those 2 years of war, Russia has tried in the east of the country to do something. And what does it mean, do? They just destroyed several small villages and towns, but the most thing that they did, they destroyed our life. And that's why they understand that they are crazy about, they are raging, they understand that they cannot be successful in their offensive, and since October they have been attacking this poor Avdiivka with all the armaments, with all the power that they had, with thousands of their soldiers who died, tens of dozens of thousands. That's what Russia has achieved. It's a depletion of their army, and I think that this is the task that our military people are doing every day, and while saving our lives. I think it's also a correct decision. Then reconstruction would come. We're just waiting for more weapons that we're short of. We are short of it, I'm telling you frankly. We don't have long-range weapons. Russia has it, and we have too little of that. That's true. That's why our main weapon today is our soldiers, our people, and we hope to have the support of our partners.
So a senior NATO official told the FT that it is a desperate situation for you on the front lines, far worse than you are actually admitting. Your commander said that one of the reasons that they pulled back was in just the last 24 hours, there were some 20 airstrikes, 150 different shells. He said they're trying to erase Avdiivka from the face of the earth. Do you think this will lead to a snowball of other towns and cities on the front lines collapsing? Or what do you expect for the next months and year?
Thank you for that question. Well, first of all, this is their tactics. They're destroying completely all the houses, all the households, buildings, and then they're trying to move into certain areas. These are small villages or very small towns. And let me repeat it again, for which to seize them, it has taken them 2 years. What we expect to see what has been promised, what we have agreed upon, that we will be able to unblock the skies where the Russians have an advantage. As soon as we can do that, when they don't no longer control the sky. I think this is what I started at the Munich Conference 2 years ago, when I said that we need to work a little bit faster and to pay attention to the messages of Ukraine that has a lot of practice in this war. And that's why it is very important. I've been emphasizing this since the very first days of the war, to unblock the sky. We have started receiving, we're grateful to our partners, we've started receive the air defense systems, Patriot, NASAMS, and others, and we have too few of them. I'm not criticizing now, but we have too few of them in order to quickly move ahead. But the decision is very simple. Where we had our air defense systems, where at that time people would come back, they would bring back the economy of a certain town or city. The city was practically protected. We have such cities. It's not very fair toward the other cities. We don't have priority lines here. It's just we're short of such systems. But where we had such systems of air defense, immediately Russia would move back because it would lose its aircraft. And I can tell you, well, I will not tell you exactly what we are using, but one of the latest examples, we destroyed 12 aircraft of the Russian Federation recently. So those systems will unblock the sky and will make it possible for our soldiers to move ahead. Because, so you asked me what we're expecting if we have those systems and long-range weapons, because it's only an unfair war. It's unfair in general, but it's unfair in terms of the advantages. If you have artillery artillery with a range of up to 20 kilometers, and the Russian artillery has the range of up to 40 kilometers. That's the answer. A human being is fighting artillery. That's unfair, and that's not modern war ideology. We have to develop technology. We've started doing that. We have to develop to start building drones. I'm sure that what is positive for us and negative for Russia, we will be able to surprise them this year with our drone systems, with our radio electronic warfare systems. That's our domestic technologies, but that's just a parallel road that we're taking while we're expecting for assistance from our partners.
Mr. President, you said that with the will and with all the gear, you could win. I've been speaking to American generals, others who said you can win, but it depends on the will of politicians in your allied nations, in the United States and everywhere else. As you know, there is a stalling in the United States Congress. The Republican-led House will not address the huge weapons bill that the President is trying to get to you. Some of them may be here. What would you say to your Republican colleagues in the United States? Anybody who's blocking that bill?
Are we shown on TV now?
Yeah.
Then I won't.
What would you like to say if you
No, I will have meeting with senators today. I think we will have detailed speech with detail. They have to understand what's going on, and I think I don't want to push such message to United States because they did a lot for us. Did a lot. I see Nancy Pelosi. Thank you so much. We did together a lot. Thank you from our people, from all our hearts. Thank you so much. Just we have to work in one joint team. That is the answer. If Ukraine will be alone, you have to understand what will be. Russia will destroy us, destroy Baltic, destroy Poland, and they can do it. Yesterday I had very interesting, very useful, I think, dialogues with German government and also with France partners, and I said very clearly and very honestly, if you will remind that what was going on in Ukraine in 2014, our people been not ready for the war, for the quick occupation of Crimea, part of Donbass, and then during almost 8 years, people began to be ready for such aggression, not only with a weapon. It's not a question of weapon. You're ready psychologically. And to my mind, I think so. God bless you, will not have any attacks from Russia, but to my mind that in Europe, there is any nations for today who is ready for invasion, not because we are stronger or better, not of course, we are the same, with the same values, but we had all these years, and your nations didn't have. And psychologically, and informationally, and in media, you didn't prepare your nations. Understanding why? Because nobody wants it. I mean, that's why. Senators have to understand only in unity we can win Russia, and they have to understand that we will win with them or not. We don't have any other way. We have only one land, our Ukraine. Yeah.
Mr. President, you are outmanned, and you always say this. There are a huge advantage in terms of numbers of Russian forces. There is a question of potentially you signing a law or changing the draft and the conscription and lowering the age from 27 to 25. Are you going to do that?
It's a comprehensive and complicated question. It's a question about how fair recruitment should be. And the most important issue is rotation of the people who are very tired at the front line physically. Any person, not only Ukrainians, it doesn't really matter what nation you belong to. If you are tired, you have to go back, you have to be restored, and somebody else would replace you. Another professional soldier who has been trained during a certain period of time. And mobilization, recruitment depends on that also. How many people you have on the front, how many reserves you have, and why you need that.
They began to translate me. Yeah, it's difficult. So for counteroffensive, you need another number of brigades. So the question of mobilization is a complicated thing. Yes, and but I can't share with you the number of victims and casualties. Yeah, but for example, if you will, when we speak that they have too much people, yeah, but you have to know, for example, in Avdiivka, I just comparing the number 1 to 7. It's a pity that but for one death of Ukrainians, 7 deaths of Russians, 1 to 7. So I'm not comparing this war, and I don't want, and it's tragedy even to lose one person, but we didn't begin it. So but you have to know, have to understand what was going on in this small city.
Mr. President, thank you very much for answering these questions. Now I'm going to throw it to the audience. Who would like to ask the first question? There's a question in the very back.
François Heisbourg, Mr. President, first of all, thank you very much for everything that you have said. I, as so many others in this room, haven't ceased to be impressed by the Ukrainians' ability to fight against incredible odds. Question is the following. Now, I'm a European, and which more or less means that I'm not a fan of Donald Trump. But I note that Donald Trump has not been to Ukraine since the war began. You have not met him since the war began. Do you think it would be a good idea to acquaint him with the situation in Ukraine by inviting him to Kiev?
I invited him publicly, but it depends on his wishes. And so, of course, we are ready, because all the candidates, you have to know, all the representatives of two parties, because we are really been thankful for bipartisan support. All of them, they know that we are very open, and we always wanted them to involve to real information, real war. And if Mr. Trump, if he will come, I'm ready even to go with him to the front line. I think if we are in dialogue how to finish the war, we have to demonstrate people who are decision makers, what does it mean? The real war, not in Instagram. Real war.
We have time for one more question. Over there? Yes?
Alina Polyakova, I'm the president and CEO of the Center for European Policy Analysis in Washington. I'm from Ukraine originally, so thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership of the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian people's courage. We've been talking about NATO a lot. We heard a question from a Ukrainian MP to Chancellor Scholz. We have the summit this summer. what would you like to see as a concrete outcome of the NATO summit? And do you think that the alliance, especially the United States and Germany, will provide what you're asking for? Thank you.
Це різні запитання.
That's really different types of questions. Our expectations of the alliance and well, Vilnius summit was really very important. I see Jens in this room. I do appreciate everything you're doing. We've started working on that. We have the council. That's a really practical platform of discussing various things. And with respect to the aid in Vilnius summit, it was just the beginning. It was the first meeting. It was the beginning of really serious relations that led to the declaration of the G7. But there are around 30 countries that are going to sign security guarantees. We started with the 3. Things like that. That's what I mentioned. The expectations of that summit were high, and it was very positive. We have real gains, and that's really specific victory. We have money, we have weapons, we have a specific time frame. That's very important. As to the invitation to join NATO, well, that's our goal. Our goal is to become a NATO member state. I believe that we deserve that. We have Jens Stoltenberg in this room, and you'd better ask him when Ukraine is going to join NATO. I think that's going to be a fair thing to do. On our part, we'll do our best to make sure that Ukraine is becoming closer to alliance. We do understand that not all countries are supportive of that. That's the decision of the alliance, and not countries are supportive of that yet. Our expectations, well, anyway, we expect strengthening of our relations, more efforts with respect to weapons and packages of weapons, air defense in particular. I think at this stage is probably the most critical thing for us, especially when it comes from the states that still hesitate whether invite us to join NATO or not.
Mr. President, thank you very much for your time and your message. And I will put that question to the next panel.
Great. Thank you.
Whoa!
Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. We'll continue with the program in just a moment. So, ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. We'll continue in just a moment with the main program on the main stage.
Yeah. What? Okay. Should we take your mic off?
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll follow this right up with the next panel, so please remain seated.
Yes, and you should also please remain seated and continue watching BR24 live on this year's Munich Security Conference. That has been the speech and the conversation with Volodymyr Zelenskyy, President of Ukraine. We will also talk about it with our experts live on the ground after the upcoming panel, which is titled In It to Win It, The Future of Ukraine and Transatlantic Security, with Jens Stoltenberg, Secretary General of NATO, Kaja Kallas, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Estonia, and Pete Ricketts, Senator and member of the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations from the United States of America. The main program will continue in just an instant, so just stay with us and you won't miss a thing. You're watching BR24 live.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue in just a moment on the main stage. So may I kindly ask you to take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We'll start in a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now as we're continuing with the main program. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the main stage the Chief International Anchor of CNN, Christian Amanpour.
Where's Zippy? Where's Zippy? Hey. I saw you, but then I didn't see you. Lovely to see you. Love you, Zippy. Okay, everybody. Shall we do it? Shall I introduce? Can everybody take their seats, please? Because we have another excellent panel. Okay. So, U.S. Senator from Wisconsin. All right. Okay. U.S. Senator Pete Ricketts is joining me, along with, hello, how are you? Morning. Over there. Along with the Prime Minister of Estonia, Kaja Kallas. And last but not least, the man in the hot seat, Jens Stoltenberg, Secretary General of NATO. So this is going to be a Q&A panel. We have about 20 minutes, I believe, and then 20 minutes for Q&A from the audience. Right? Okay. So, I guess I have to ask you first. You know what? May I just first ask all of you? You heard a very, you heard President Zelenskyy talk about the death of Alexei Navalny and how this has been a warning or a sign to all of you sitting here as this very important conference opens. Can I just get you, Senator, to comment on the death of Navalny and what signal do you think Russia is sending the world?
Well, first of all, our thoughts and prayers go out to the family on this tragedy. And it just reemphasizes that Vladimir Putin's a dictator, that dictators don't know any rules, and that is why it's important that we remember that NATO is here to protect our collective security against dictators like Vladimir Putin.
And just before I go to the Prime Minister, does it sharpen your intent to do more to support Ukraine? As President Zelenskyy said, it's Navalny one day, it's Ukraine, and the rest of Europe the next day.
Well, I think Putin's invasion of Ukraine demonstrated what his intentions are. I don't know that this changes our perception of Putin. We always knew he was a bad guy, and this just reinforces what we already knew.
I'll get back to the bill for aid in a moment. Prime Minister Kallas, you are literally on the front line. You have been very strong in, needing to maintain a credible defense and deterrence. What is your reaction to the death of Navalny and what it might mean in a bigger way?
Well, it shows that Putin's playbook hasn't changed. I mean, this is the way he operates. This is the dictator's handbook in real life. So we should be all aware of this. And like President Zelenskyy said, let's not discuss to do something. We have to do everything to stop him, because history rhymes. We have seen this already in 1930s. The same thing. I mean, American isolationism. I mean, on the one side, you know, this not stopping the aggressor when we have the chance to stop him, and then seeing aggression spread all over the world. Let's do the right thing. Let's learn something from the history.
Mm-hmm. And just to frame it a little differently for you, Secretary General, NATO has said, and actually key defense ministers from the frontline countries have said, that you are concerned for the first time, this wasn't the case last year, that within 3 to 5 years even, Putin could test the resolve of a NATO country.
We can never take peace for granted, but I think it is important to convey that we don't see any imminent threat against any NATO ally. The world has become more dangerous, but NATO has become stronger. And the purpose of NATO is to prevent war, is to ensure that there is no room in Moscow for any miscalculation about NATO's readiness and resolve to protect all allies, and to make it clear that an attack on one ally will trigger a response from the whole alliance. And as long as we convey that message clearly to Moscow, no ally will be attacked. So our deterrence remains credible, and therefore we don't see any military threat against any NATO ally.
I mean, our focus should not drift from helping Ukraine militarily, because we don't have to talk about any NATO country if we stop Putin in Ukraine. And that's why we should concentrate our efforts that he stopped there.
Okay, so what is it going to take? You have heard President Zelenskyy lay out what he needs. We'll get back to the NATO track in a second, but just in terms of anti-air defenses, artillery, long range, all the stuff that they need. I mean, they don't have the wherewithal to control the skies or to stop, you know, the bombers from Russia. But Senator Ricketts, this is now depending on the United States. Europe has done its bit. When everybody said we're not going to, you know, pass this bill, Europe stepped up $50 billion worth of other material to Ukraine. When is the United States going to do what the United States pledged to do at the beginning of this war? That is, defend democracy, make sure tyranny and dictatorship doesn't win.
Yeah, well, first of all, I'm going to respectfully disagree with you. Europe still needs to do more, right? So as of last summer, only 11 of the NATO allies were reaching the 2% GDP spending. So that still needs to be done, and I certainly applaud what Germany's doing to get there, hopefully this year, right, to get to that 2%. But there's still many of the European allies that need to get that done. With regard to the United States, look, we're democracies. Democracy is messy. And it takes time and a process to get there. Every country has their own thing. So, for example, I just mentioned, you know, the Europeans haven't gotten to the 2% yet. So, but that's probably because of the internal politics in each of those different countries, right? So it takes time to bring democracies along. And the same thing is going to happen in the United States. We will get there with regard to making the investments in our defense industrial base, supply the weapons to Ukraine. But it's going to take time to get there. There may be different paths to get there. I'm reminded of Winston Churchill's quote, "Americans will do the right thing after exhausting all other possibilities." So I do think we will get there. It's just democracies take time to process.
So the 2 points I'd like to follow up on. Is there enough time for this, as you say, messy democratic process? And then I'd be interested to hear from the two Europeans here what Senator Angus King told me the other day on my program, that actually the United States is 15th in terms of defense spending for its GDP. And other European countries are spending more, relatively, frankly. Not all of them, and I know you want them to get all to the 2%, but a lot of them are. And I guess, you know, Senator, that's something that you should all take into consideration too, right? And wonder whether the United States, or do you have an answer to the consequence of Russia winning, of Putin winning?
Well, I absolutely believe, just as the Prime Minister was saying, that if Putin wins in Ukraine, he won't stop there. He's a dictator. Dictators behave the same way, which is they tell you what they're going to do, and he's talked about a greater Russia. He's talked about Russians living outside of Russia. There's no doubt that the Baltic states are going to be at risk, or Poland, if we don't stop him in Ukraine. And the other thing we should also remember is the geography is not going to change. When he loses in Ukraine, he's still going to be a threat and a danger. And that's why we are going to have to continue to bolster our eastern flank, and NATO is doing that right now. So I think that's part of what we have to do is make sure that we stop him here in Ukraine. And part of also what we need to do, not just in the United States, but in all of our countries, is make sure we're reminding our publics, because we've seen decreasing support in the United States for Ukraine, reminding them how important it is that we stop Putin here and really getting that message out, building that support to be able to get the weapons that Ukraine's going to need to continue to fight.
Can I just ask you to pick up on the progress that NATO nations are making in what you're all demanding for more defense spending?
In 2014, NATO made a very important decision triggered by Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea, and that was that NATO allies, after years of reducing defense spending, we had to start to increase defense spending, and that was at the Wales summit, a NATO summit in Wales. I remember I was there, and I thought this was just another pledge by politicians made at the international meeting, and not so much what's going to happen. The reality is that a lot has happened, because since then all NATO allies have increased defense spending. This year we expect 18 allies to meet the 2% guideline, spend 2% of GDP on defense, and that's up from 3 in 2014. That's a significant increase. Meaning also that in total, European allies and Canada have added 600 billion extra for defense, and those allies which are not yet at 2% have plans in place to be there very soon. So there is an enormous difference, and the European allies have really stepped up because they realize that there is a need to invest in high-end capabilities, have more readiness of their forces, and NATO has implemented the biggest reinforcement of collective defense in generations, with battle groups, combat troops in the eastern part of the alliance for the first time in our history, with high readiness, more forces, and now total new defense plan. So I'm not saying everything is fine. I agree that Europeans have to do even more, but we're really on track to something which is demonstrating a commitment of all allies that we need to stand together.
Prime Minister Kallas, you heard the senator say that America will eventually do the right thing in this case. The CIA director has said for the United States to walk away from the conflict in Ukraine at this crucial moment and cut off support to Ukraine would be an own goal of historic proportions. Do you feel, as the atmosphere has been around the beginning of this conference, that there's a worry about America continuing to lead the alliance, wanting to be the leader, particularly if the administration changes after the elections? Is that a real anxiety or not?
I mean, first of all, I want to just correct one thing that I hear everywhere. It is mentioning separately Baltics and Poland. I mean, it is like we are second-class NATO members. They are all equal NATO members. When Russia is going to attack, NATO is going to attack all of us, not Poland, not the Baltics. So let's not make that distinction there. Then, second, I think that, of course, we are all democracies, and democracies, we don't get to choose the leaders for our allies, and we have to work with all the allies. What we have to understand is to learn from the mistakes from the history. And you know, one thing for Europe, I was just in one of the Central European countries, and they had the attitude that, you know, the war is far from them. And I took the exact geographical kilometers, the distances. I mean, you're much closer to the war than we are, and we should all be worried. And so it is true that we have to ramp up our defense spending and do it not only political pledges, but actually in real life. So in Estonia, we have invested or are investing over 3% of our GDP to defense, and we encourage everybody to do so. But there's also one thing that I've thought about, and this is that, you know, when I came up with the proposal or the 1 million rounds artillery initiative for Ukraine, then it turned out that our defense industry is not capable and we don't have enough. So, but we have in Estonia, for example, a very vibrant tech sector. So why don't we put those tech sector and defense industry together to make a really big progress, not producing what was there for the 20th century, but actually what should be in the 21st century, so that we could make advantage by this technological part also in the in the defense industry. So I think there is so much we can do all together, and together with the big allies, the small ones, everybody brings something to the table. That is what the alliance is all about.
Secretary General, Prime Minister Kallas talked about the 1 billion, right? 1 billion ammunition rounds.
1 million.
1 million?
Million.
Okay, well, at the moment, US intelligence says that while you can't deliver even 1 million, North Korea is busy delivering maybe 500 million to Russia right now. Is that right?
No, I think it's a million also from North Korea.
Fine, well, okay, so he's getting what he needs.
Yeah.
Can you today be certain that NATO can defeat Russia, if it comes to that? Because all we're hearing is that you're not ramped up enough. You don't have enough to do what you need to do in Ukraine, much less if you were to confront Russia. And you've said that if he steps on your territory, every single inch will be defended.
NATO is the strongest military power in the world today. We represent 50% roughly of the world's total military might. And military, we are stronger than Russia. But at the same time, I think the war in Ukraine has demonstrated that there are some serious gaps. For instance, when it comes to sustainment, one thing is to have all the advanced weapon systems, but they need spare parts, they need maintenance, and not least they need ammunition. And in the beginning of the war in Ukraine, we depleted our stocks, but now they are running quite low. So now we are focusing extremely, also very much on how to ramp up production. We have some good news. There are new factories being set up, production has increased, but there's urgent need to do more. So yes, I think we all have learned some serious lessons about warfare, also for NATO from the war in Ukraine. Then, of course, I was speaking about burden sharing. European allies have more to do when it comes to total defense spending, but actually, when you look at support for Ukraine, European allies and Canada have provided more support to Ukraine in total than the United States. And of course, the United States have done a lot, particularly when it comes to military support to Ukraine. But the problem now is, of course, the lack of decision in the US Congress means that the flow from the US has gone down, and that has a direct impact on the front line in Ukraine. So, of course, this is not only about making the right decision, but it's about making the right decision early, as quickly as possible, because it's urgent. Every week we wait means that there will be more people killed on the front line in Ukraine. So it's not for me to give advice on how to pass legislation through the US Congress, but what I can say is the vital and urgent need for the US to decide on a package for Ukraine, because we need that support, and we have a burden sharing between Europe and Canada and the United States, so now it's for the US to deliver what they have promised.
And you just took that message to Washington last week, and Chancellor Scholz went, and he's just broken ground on a new ammunition factory. So let me turn to you again then, Senator Ricketts. You voted against the Senate plan. I wonder whether anything you've heard today may maybe stiffen your resolve to go and convince your colleagues, not just in the Senate but in the House, and particularly what President Zelenskyy said, that he would, really request all these weapon systems if he could directly address. And you heard, in answer to a question, that he would even invite former President Donald Trump to the front line so he could see the danger and see what's going on. Does anything you hear today stiffen your resolve, change your mind?
Well, I think, again, it goes back to democracies are messy and every country has its priorities. So, for example, in the United States right now, we have a pressing national security issue at our southern border. Over the course of the last 3 years, 8.5 million people have either entered our country illegally or attempted to enter our country illegally. put in that perspective, that's more than 4 times the population of my state. And that's the #1 consideration for people in my state, and frankly across the United States, is what's going on at our southern border. And so that's what my colleagues and I were attempting to do when we were trying to pass this bill, is to get a package that would secure the border, force President Biden to change his policy to secure the border. Ultimately, we were not successful. Doesn't mean I don't support what we're doing to support Ukraine, but again, it gets back to every country's got its own policies and its priorities, getting back to, again, the why, since 2014, the floor was supposed to be 2%, and here we are last year in 2023, almost 10 years later, now 2024, and we're going to have either 11 last year or maybe 18 this year. Countries have their priorities that they have to get there. Democracy is messy.
Do you accept, though, Senator, that actually the administration came to a very conservative and very conservative and strict immigration proposal based on what the Congress wanted, and it's Congress who torpedoed it, the Republican-led Congress? I talked to Alejandro Mayorkas, the Secretary of Homeland Security, yesterday, who said he'd never seen anything from the Democrats so strong. So my question to you is, and we know that the American people, by a considerable poll margin, support NATO. The Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk tweeted, "Dear Republican senators of America, Ronald Reagan, who helped millions of us to win back our freedom and independence, must be turning in his grave to you today." I'm sorry to add, he said, shame on you. So I wonder what you think about that, and whether you are prepared to see a world in which America doesn't lead anymore, or one, I asked you before, in which Russia wins.
Yeah, so first of all, I'm actually going to say what the administration came forward with on the border was not adequate, didn't get the job done. They set the emergency level at 5,000 people per day entering our country. In the past, that number was below 1,000, and in fact, Brandon Judd, who's the president of the Border Patrol Council, who's on the border there, said 1,000's emergency, 5,000's a catastrophe. So again, that's why the bill didn't go anywhere, is because what the president was willing to do was not adequate. With regard to, again, I understand people are anxious to get this done. It is a democracy. It does take time, and we have other issues that we got to deal with as well. So, as I mentioned, we're going to get there. It's going to take time. Democracy is a process, and we just have to continue to work to be able to get to the answer for how we're going to invest in our defense industrial base, how we're going to supply Ukraine the weapons they need to be able to do it. But I'm confident the United States will get there. Okay,
so they're going to get there.
Yeah, but it is that time is working in favor of Putin, of course. And against the rules-based order, really. So of course everybody is looking at United States also to speed up the process. I understand, democracy takes time. You have debates, but at the same time there is a lot at stake. I think, in the world. Again, I turn back to history, and I think 3 things we learned from the 1930s and the Second World War was that first, everything spreads very fast in Europe. The second is that if America isolates itself, it eventually is going to cost you more. And the third is that if aggression pays off somewhere, it serves as an invitation to use it elsewhere, which is a threat to the global security.
Senator Ricketts, Prime Minister Kallas, Secretary General Stoltenberg, thank you very much. Now opening it to the audience for questions, and I understand China, many other issues are on your agenda this weekend. I saw you first. And questions, not speeches.
Alexei Goncharenko, member of the Parliament of Ukraine. Dear Senator, you said democracy takes time. The problem is Ukraine does not have time. We are dying every day, and that is so important. So please consider it. And one more message. You asked President Zelenskyy a message to Republicans. My message is very easy. First message is, do you really want to have Afghanistan, one more? And that will be a consequence. Second, if it will be needed, who will be with Americans in trenches near Tehran? Ukrainians are ready. But please support us now. And the last thing, as a president of Committee on Migration and Refugees of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, we are ready to help you with the border. We are ready to help you too. But do you really think that if Ukraine would fail, that will help American border? Thank you.
Was there a rule against speeches versus questions? So understand your frustration coming from Ukraine, absolutely. Your country's being invaded. You've got 300,000 Russian soldiers on your territory. Put in perspective of, again, the millions of people trying to come into the United States illegally. Not quite the same thing, but it's a pressing issue for our country. But it's a pressing issue for the United States, the people of the United States, right? So again, when you're talking about dealing with multiple issues, you've got to be able to manage this all. Ukraine's got its own political issues. You're looking at, for example, your conscription, taking it down from 27 to 25. I understand it's a difficult political issue in Ukraine right now as well. So I think, again, we all have to have a little grace. We're all democracies. So we have to understand that getting our populations to where we need to be is a matter of time, and process matters. And so it's what sets us apart from the bad guys like Putin, that we just can't order people to do stuff, right? So certainly understand Ukrainians saying, hey, we need the assistance now. I get it. It takes time to work its way through a democracy, and that's what we're working through. We're going to get there. It's just going to take time.
For you? Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I'm Tytti Tuppurainen, Finland, former minister in Sanna Marin's government. It's clear that Europe needs a credible and strong deterrence, looking at Ukraine and beyond. Chancellor Scholz pointed that out earlier this morning. Do you think that we can achieve that by conventional means only? Or is it timely to discuss a European nuclear weapon as it is being discussed currently in Germany? What are the expectations, especially across the Atlantic?
Secretary General.
Well, NATO has a well-established nuclear deterrent. It has worked for decades. It's something the United States does together with European allies. We have agreed command and control, we have exercises, we have doctrines, and it's actually something we do together as NATO. And I think that any questioning of that deterrent will only undermine NATO in a time where we really need credible deterrence. So of course, we have the United States as a nuclear power, we have France and UK, but the idea of developing some kind of parallel joint nuclear deterrent among some NATO allies, not including the United States, and presumably then not UK either, that's not helpful, and it will only undermine a nuclear deterrent that has worked well for many, many years.
Over there.
Thank you very much indeed. Tobias Elwood, United Kingdom Parliament, former Foreign Minister. Senator, I understand this is the biggest delegation for the United States for generations to come to Munich, and that's really good to see. I hope the message goes back that part of Europe is on fire, the lines on the map are being redrawn, and we are absolutely baffled as to how this is being tied in with what's going on the Mexican border. My question, if I may, is to do a standardization of NATO rounds. Because if you take a howitzer from the United States and you put it with the munitions from Estonia, as Ukraine found, it won't work. Yeah. And we need to be building more artillery pieces and shells as well. But until we standardize this equipment, it simply won't happen. Surely that must be a priority for NATO. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. And the good news is that, again, we have learned some very serious lessons from the war in Ukraine. It's not only Estonian howitzers or ammunition from the US that doesn't work together. It's also, we have a joint Dutch-German brigade where they discovered exactly the same. So we have too many examples where allies have made some small changes in NATO standards, partly, I guess, to protect their own industry. And this doesn't work. So therefore, we have done a lot in NATO to actually reinforce and to implement the agreed NATO standards. This will reduce costs, and it will ensure interoperability, and also that weapons and ammunition are interchangeable.
There was this lady here.
Thank you very much. My name is Lynn Kwok, and I'm transitioning to a think tank in Washington, D.C. My question is directed to the Senator. Senator, under both the former Trump administration as well as the current Biden administration, the Indo-Pacific has been identified as the priority area for the United States and China the main challenge. How do you think a sluggish approach to Ukraine might impact on these foreign policy priorities and challenges? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's no doubt that Xi is also a dictator, and he has his own territorial ambitions in Taiwan. And so we know that Xi is watching very closely what's going on in Ukraine, which is, again, one of the reasons why it is important that we support Ukraine, give them the weapons they need, and then also work with Taiwan to make sure that they've got the weapons they need to be able to deter Xi from trying to take Taiwan by force. So we absolutely get this is all interrelated, which is one of the reasons why I think it's important that NATO establish some of the relationships we have with regard to our Indo-Pacific partners like Korea and Japan and so forth. I'm supportive of trying to set up a NATO office in Tokyo so we can really open up those lines of communications and keep it very coordinated. I absolutely believe that what happens in the Indo-Pacific impacts Europe and vice versa. And that's why I think that, again, for our collective defense, we need to be thinking, you know, NATO's got its own mission, but extending those lines of communication and cooperation is going to be important to be able to deter Xi from taking Taiwan in the future.
Can I just
You're watching BR24 live, covering this year's Munich Security Conference, and joining me now once again is Nico Lange, Senior Fellow with the Munich Security Conference, live on the ground. This has been a quite intense morning. Let's start off things with talking about what Federal Chancellor Olaf Scholz was saying. He made it clear that Germany will spend 2% on defense according to the NATO treaty this year and every year in the 20s and the 30s and forever, basically. And he also urged other European countries to support Ukraine like the United States, for example, do. Is that the strong statement Ukraine has been waiting for?
It was a short and pregnant speech by the Chancellor. But it is an interesting contrast. I mean, on the one hand, Germany is really doing a lot. It became one of the lead nations in helping Ukraine, especially now that things are difficult in the United States. And at the same time, this is not translating into a fiery speech that is mobilizing also support from other Europeans. And the contrast with the two speeches we saw today, German Chancellor Scholz and Ukrainian President Zelenskyy, could not have been bigger.
What kind of message, what kind of symbol is it that Zelenskyy is here in person and not via satellite or a videoed message?
I think we have seen the central moment of the conference. This is extremely important for him, not only to address the auditorium, but also to engage, for example, with the US senators, which he will be doing shortly here in a more private meeting, and to report from Ukraine what the situation is, to talk about his vision. And it was a little bit a moment of truth when Zelenskyy said, I think, what all the Western leaders should have said since yesterday, when he said, this is the year where we should restore the rules-based world order. And somehow it looks like Zelenskyy is talking bravery and talking courage into Western leaders with his appearance here.
At the end of his speech, Zelenskyy said, don't ask when will this war end. Ask yourself why Putin is still able to continue it. Do you have maybe an answer to that question? He arose at the end of his speech.
I think Zelenskyy knows that we all know the answer. The answer is that many Western partners of Ukraine are hesitant. They are not doing what is possible, and they are not doing it in the speed that is necessary. And I think it was very important to hear this from him, and you could see it from the reaction in the crowd that this has an effect. So this was I think, important contribution by the Ukrainian president. And you could feel also the aftermath just a few minutes ago when Senator Rickett was booed for comparing the war in Ukraine with the situation at the southern US border. So I think clearly now Ukraine is on the top of the agenda and in everybody's minds here at Munich Security Conference.
Zelenskyy also made it clear, and he said it, if Europe doesn't act now, Putin will make the next years horrible. to paraphrase it a little bit. In an interview, Putin himself said he won't invade Poland or the Baltics. But what is the Russian president really up to?
Putin is lying, everybody knows that, everybody here knows that. And much of the discussions here are also around the question not only how to support Ukraine and but how to protect Europe better, especially on the backdrop of the situation in the United States. And nobody here has any doubt that if Putin is not stopped, that he would continue, and nobody is trusting any word that Vladimir Putin says.
What is Ukraine's future regarding the European Union and NATO membership?
Well, when it comes to European Union, we will maybe hear tomorrow, because Sunday is the classic European Union Day at Munich Security Conference. For Ukraine, it's clear the Ukrainians are committed to integrate into the European Union. They are a candidate. They will do the necessary steps to become a member. President Zelenskyy addressed today that Ukraine wants to be a member of NATO, and that he thinks that Ukraine is now fighting itself into NATO, so to speak. He knows that not all countries are convinced yet, and it seems that this was the first step in a road leading to Washington summit in summer this year, where the Ukrainian president, the Ukrainians, will try to convince partners that invitation to NATO is the right step for Ukraine.
NATO Chief Jens Stoltenberg also said it's a lot about fighting fatigue. So, and also he urged Senator Ricketts that the United States have to deliver what they have promised Ukraine. But can you sense a feeling of the West getting tired? What is your experience live on the ground at the MSC?
Well, there was a very serious mood yesterday and today. Maybe some questions whether we can do it, how to do it, but no desperation and the clear commitment. And especially the many experts that are here, they are trying to put pressure on policymakers to move further. And regarding Ukraine, we got signals with the 2 new agreements with Germany and France. Other countries will follow, and I think we will have more clear messages today. We will also have an international working group meeting on Ukraine's Euro-Atlantic integration. So I do not sense fatigue, but I really sense seriousness and soberness, and maybe this is a healthy process. Many things that we tried to do did not work out yet. We have to do more. This is a huge effort. I think this is the mood that we have here right now.
Russia hasn't been invited to the Munich Security Conference again, but do you think Putin or some of his fellows are watching and listening to what has been said today?
They are surely following everything that is going on. They got a clear message yesterday when we, as Munich Security Conference, decided to put Yulia Navalny on the main stage. And I think what she said yesterday, that Putin will be responsible for what he did to the Russian people, to her family, but also to the Ukrainians and to all of Europe. I think that was a global message that was also received, of course, in Moscow. I sometimes believe there could be more of an understanding to give the right resolve and the right message to Vladimir Putin. But there will be more speakers today. Kaja Kallas is speaking right now. We will hear from others, and I'm sure that the clear messages will also be received in the Kremlin.
Thank you again for your time. Nico Lange, Senior Fellow with the Munich Security Conference. We'll see you again this afternoon, or this evening, better said. Thanks for now. And now, coming up next is a panel discussion, Europe's finest hour, building a defense union in challenging times, with, among others, Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission. And we'll be right back after this. Welcome back. You're watching BR24 live on this year's Munich Security Conference. And now there will be the panel discussion, Europe's Finest Hour, Building a Defense Union in Challenging Times.
Warmly to the panel, Europe's Finest Hour, Building a Defense Union in Challenging Times. Let me welcome our two guests for now, but President von der Leyen is also joining. With us now here today, Mark Rutte, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Mark, welcome. Great to have you here with us. And back with us again, Jonas Gahr Sture, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Norway. Welcome.
Two kingdoms.
Two kingdoms are with us. And of course, there's going to be a third kingdom, the European Commission, coming, but we're still waiting.
And then we all rise.
And then we all rise, as we should. As we should. Again, the President will come momentarily. So, ladies and gentlemen, our panel is only 40 minutes long. We want to have a very short discussion here, a kind of setting of the stage, and then, of course, I'm going to turn to you, this distinguished public, for questions. So let me start, Prime Ministers, with this question. Last year, when we were here, we were talking about Europe at war. We felt we were at war with Russia through Ukraine, helping Ukraine, very optimistic about the counteroffensive that was coming, hoping that, this war is going to be over soon and Europe will declare victory. This year, it feels that we are talking about Europe that is going to be at war. And the question to you, Prime Ministers, are we ready? Looking at what is happening on the front line on the one side, the potential of things going really wrong in the east, but also the potential of things going really wrong in the west, across the Atlantic. Is Europe ready to defend itself? Prime Minister Rutte, please.
Well, first of all, on Ukraine, we must stay the course. Yes, it is difficult. But Ukraine has been able, since the territory Russia was able to grab 2 years ago, to get large parts of the territory back. And yes, we would love for them to be even more successful, but we have to do more to help them. So that means spending more on defense, so that we can also more easily help Ukrainians, massively scale up arms production, but also getting ammunition and air defense systems from other parts of the world. And thirdly, making sure that by doing this, we can help Ukraine, because it is also our war. Not literally, but it is about our values. And if Putin will be successful in Ukraine, that will have an impact on all of us in terms of our collective safety and defense. And we should, because you also mentioned the West, the US, stop moaning and whining and nagging about Trump. Mm-hmm. We do not spend more on defense, or we ramp up ammunition production because Trump might come back. Mm-hmm. It's up to the Americans. I'm not an American. I cannot vote in the US. And we have to work with whoever is on the dance floor. So we have to do this because we want to do this, because it is in our interest. This is crucial. And all that whining and moaning about Trump, I hear that constantly over the last couple of days. Let's stop doing it. And here, by the way, is my esteemed
the Kingdom of the European Commission.
Yes, that was the European Commission. Hi. Hi, Ursula.
Good to see you. Madam President, welcome. Hello.
Pleasure.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us. We were just talking, Prime Minister Rutte was talking how we should prepare for the worst case scenario, so a situation in which everything goes wrong in the East and there is no support from the West. So the question was here, is Europe prepared to defend itself? And if we can, President, yeah, we'll put you on the spotlight right away.
Yes, thank you so much. So, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much. And indeed, this fits perfectly because the European Union has to step up its defense industrial base without any question. And therefore, we have to be much better in defense production. Therefore, the European Commission will in about 3 weeks present a defense industrial strategy. It's basically 4 points. We have to spend more without any question. So we have to spend more is on its way. If I look at the figures, a 20% increase from last year to this year, but it's still not enough. We know that this has to be sustained. We have to spend better. That is more joint procurement, scaling up, ramping up I think perhaps off-take agreements for the industry is important, so that there's predictability and reliability for the off-take. This joint procurement is a big thing also for the interoperability of our armed forces. Third element, I think we have to spend more European. What do I mean by that? It is European taxpayers, billions and billions that we invest, so we want a return on investment. We want good jobs here in Europe. I'm not speaking about European companies. A very good example is, for example, the Patriot production that we have in the European Union, but we want good jobs here in the European Union. And the fourth point is more looking at the here and now in Ukraine. In Ukraine, we're learning a lot on the battlefield. What Russia is doing at the moment being, it is outmassing Ukraine. That is, they throw thousands and thousands and sacrifice young men on the battlefield. Russia is throwing quick and dirty weapons produced in North Korea and Iran on the Ukrainian battlefield. So we have to outsmart Russia. And you see that Ukraine, where rightfully every life counts, they are getting very smart now, for example, to take our legacy weapon systems and upgrade them with artificial intelligence to be more precise, to be more targeted. So it's very fascinating to see also the development of the production of drones. And this is the reason why we will integrate now Ukraine in our defense programs. And we will open an office in Kyiv for defense innovation together with Ukraine, because this is the next level we are at the moment being reaching. For NATO is very important. I've spoken very European now. I want to reassure you that, for example, the whole planning process strongly aligned with NATO. In NATO, it's the NDPP. We call ours CARD. We have already an alignment, and this has to be strengthened. Same goes for standards. Of course, we need the same standards. If I'm speaking about interoperability, this is same standards. So in a nutshell, I'm a convinced transatlanticist. At the same time, I think we have to build a strong Europe, and that goes hand in hand.
Thank you very much. I will now turn to Prime Minister Sture, also with the same question, and just to stress, just a few days ago, the Danish defense minister has warned us that, according to our Western intelligence sources, Russia's capacity, and here I cite, to produce military equipment has increased tremendously. Does that worry you, and do you feel that Norway, having a very strong strategic military culture, being a member of NATO, is ready to go along with the Europeans to defend Europe? Prime Minister.
Well, on that last question, it's obviously yes. Norway is NATO member, not member of the EU, but closely integrated with the EU. So let me just support all 4 points of the President. Europe needs to do more, better coordinated. There's a huge innovative industrial potential. We can make much more out of that, and Norway is part of these different programs, and we will support them. Let me just start by one thing about how we measure our words, because it was not as if last year we said Ukraine will win, and this year we say, oh, Ukraine is going to lose, Russia is going to win. It's more complex than that. And I mean, Ukraine, as President Zelenskyy said, is not a success story for Putin. I mean, we are 2 years from the invasion, and it is a disaster. If you look at it from his perspective, he thought he would take Kiev in 3 weeks, and he has lost 300,000 men, perhaps, and all of that following. So we have to be measured here. From my perspective, I think that we need to learn the lessons of getting enough and sophisticated weapons, not only commissioned, but produced. The danger of just commissioning it is that it will end at the end of the long row, but the capacity to produce them, we see, is a much more complex thing. So scaling up production of 155mm ammunition, or the Patriots or the NASAMS for air protection, is a big, complex task. And we are learning that you can scale up car production, or ski production, or TV production easily, but weapon production is more complex. What we have learned, we have a joint Norwegian-Finnish company, Nammo, President is sitting there. We have placed big orders with Nammo, much more than we can probably use, but giving them enough finance so they can start commissioning their production lines. That was the first measure. The second measure was that we now go in as a government to buy part of the equipment you need to produce. So we are buying part of the production line that you can start producing. That, I think, we have to coordinate much better to scale up this production. But remember, Russia will probably be able to outmaneuver other countries if you measure weapon against weapon in numbers. And as Ursula is saying, what they do with men is just, it's a very dark story of how force are being fought. So we have to be smarter, more innovative. We have to integrate technology. We too now put money and efforts into supporting Ukrainian innovation inside Ukraine with linking up our people, to support there. Last remark, as much as I support this European effort, and Norway will be part of it, but let's not forget that 80% of NATO's capacity here is non-European. Mm-hmm. It's US, Canada, UK, Turkey, Norway. So I firmly believe that this transatlantic link, while we strengthen Europe, that we should not talk ourselves into the illusion that this alliance is about to break. Because I think it has such a significance. In the details on standards, for example, we need standards for our military, for our interoperability. We agreed to new regional plans in Vilnius last year. I mean, they are there, they are updated, they are really good. I'm going to propose to Parliament in a few months the biggest increase in our defense spending, both structurally and financially, since the Second World War. And we do that in accordance with the regional plans that we agreed in Vilnius. So we are well set to do this in a way that we can see that we can defend Europe, but I still believe that we should do everything to preserve that transatlantic link. And by the way, I agree with Mark. It's worthwhile following American politics, but there's a kind of a Trump frenzy here, that everything he says on the campaign rail is tipping up off balance. We should not let that happen. No.
Thank you. Secretary General Stoltenberg just in the previous panel was slightly optimistic, saying that this year 18 countries, NATO countries, will actually reach the 2% of GDP required. However, as you said, that's not going to substitute what the United States is bringing to the alliance. My question to you is very practical. We've been watching very closely what's happening in the US Congress, and with every week that passes, I think we are more and more pessimistic. Do you think us as Europeans, as European countries, are able to substitute this package in a very quick time? So in a few weeks, if we understand that this is not going to happen, can you imagine a situation we can put together a package of a similar size to help Ukraine? Is that at all realistic? President, I know it's not going to be you.
No. So first of all, I think we have done a big step forward by agreeing on a 50 billion package in the European Union for Ukraine. That was necessary after actually an investment of 88 billion in the last 2 years from the European side. I think it is in the vast American interest to pass their bill and their package and to keep on supporting Ukraine, because it is not only about Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine and Putin's attempts to destabilize democracies, but all the other autocratic adversaries that we have are watching very closely whether the democracies stand up, stand united, are determined, show resolve. And I'm deeply convinced and determined to show this resolve, and I know that our friends and partners are too. So it is much more than a question of Russia-Ukraine. It is a question of, will democracies globally prevail, and are we able to defend and protect our values? And my answer is, it has to be yes.
Thank you very much, President. Prime Minister.
I completely agree with what Ursula was just saying. We also have to take into account that there is a reason why it is also in the interest of the US to make this package happen. Yes, so that we stand united as democracies, but there's also a direct security interest, and this also has to do with NATO. by the way, I'm cautiously optimistic that, given all the talks I had over the last couple of days with many politicians from the US, that they will be able to solve this. Cautiously optimistic. That they can find a way out of this in the House and then jointly as a Congress come to a conclusion. But there is also a content reason why you have to do this, because if Russia will be successful in Ukraine, it is not only running against our values, but also against our direct security interests. It doesn't end there. He will then continue. It will make him much more powerful and more greedy to go on. And that will, in the end, also have an impact on NATO territory. There is no doubt in my mind that will be the case. And I think we have to work more than we do so far, also with our American friends, to message that NATO is not only there because the US didn't want to make the mistake after the First World War, repeat that mistake after the Second World War, that there is a sort of historical reason why the US is involved in NATO. Even today, if Russia will be able to capture or at least influence large parts of the Middle and Western European countries, that would have a security implication for the US. So there is a security reason why they are involved. But at the same time, they are completely in the right place to ask us to do what we need to do in terms of committing the spending. That's why my country has first 3 billion, then another 2.5 billion, so now almost 6 billion extra to get to the 2%. And I know that many of the countries are following, and it cannot end at 2%. We have to do more. But we also have to make sure that we message to the Americans and to our friends that there is not only an historical reason for this, the transatlantic bond, but that there is a day-to-day security interest for all of us to keep this most powerful defense corporation in world history together. It's crucial.
Thank you very much. Prime Minister.
Well, I think what is useful to meet American friends here, I know they know, but we should communicate back home that Europe is doing a lot, is paying a lot and contributing a lot. So I think if we put figures, you can do it per GDP or the total amounts. I mean, Europe is about 100 billion now, and the US at a somewhat lower level. So we both contribute. So I think we are on a dangerous path if we say that how can the one supplement the other. We have to do this together, and it has to be well coordinated. And I mean, the message from Zelenskyy here is that he is paying the price in terms of lives and destruction. And I cannot underline enough, you know, how can Ukraine down there in the south of Europe so much directly influence what happens in the north of Norway to the Nordic countries, to the Scandinavian countries? It is changing the security situation on the continent. And that is, of course, also a profound interest, I believe, for the US. And I also happen to believe that, you know, for the United States to be the lead ally and have 31 allies among the most advanced countries in the world is a major asset. And you know, there's so much going for this in terms of the US position beyond Europe. And as we're going to face challenges in Asia, in other areas, that we can stand together also in, you know, having this transatlantic understanding, this is hardcore security.
Absolutely. So one more question before I turn it to the public. In the morning, President Zelenskyy talked about the fact that when Russia annexed Crimea in 2014, the general public was shocked and unprepared, and thus also Donbass, you know, took a long time for the army to actually recreate itself from scratch. And he said it took 8 years to 2022 for the general public to be ready to fight a war against aggressor. 8 years. Yeah. And my question to you is, because you look at the pollings, there's pollings across Europe asking European citizens whether they're willing to die for their countries, to fight for their countries. And you have countries such as Finland, where you have 74% of citizens saying, yes, we are willing to fight and die. And probably Norway is in that category. But unfortunately, countries like the Netherlands, where only 10–15% people can even imagine the need to do that. An effective defense is not only the equipment we have, not only the money we are going to put in it, but most importantly, it's a question of leadership and a state of mind. How can we engage the publics who today are worried about inflation, about migration, about climate change, about 100 other things, in a debate about the need to defend what we have, a prosperous and secure Europe? Mark.
For my country, there is a bit of a paradox, because yes, it is true. On the one hand, when you ask in opinion polling, the people generally, do you expect war to come to the Dutch borders, they find it difficult to imagine that that happens in the near future. That's absolutely true. At the same time, we are spending in the top league with Germany and Norway and a few other countries a lot of money on supporting Ukraine, not only financially, but also in weapon systems, etc. And there is massive support for that. And when you then dive into the figures, but particularly when you talk to the people on the streets, people sense and feel at their core, that this is about our values, that you do not invade another country and colonize another country in the 21st century. In Europe, that is unacceptable. But secondly, also because people sense that this ultimately will also present a security threat to Western Europe, to the Netherlands, etc. Because and that has to do with history, and it has to do with our collective memory that you cannot accept that. So in that sense, it is a bit of a paradox. The first, yes, but I'm very happy about the second, because also we have difficult talks now in my country to form a new government, and we had a, to say the least, interesting result of the last elections. But I'm so happy that I can almost safely predict that nothing will change in terms of the support of the Netherlands if there's a new government one day, in terms of the support for NATO, the support for EU, and particularly the support for Ukraine, that will continue at this level and increase rather than decrease. And I'm very happy to say that.
It's very optimistic. Thank you, Prime Minister.
Well, let me say on Ukraine, you know, we brought to Parliament a 5-year package of support to Ukraine, and it was tailored so that it will stretch over the next election, so whoever is Prime Minister after that election will be politically bound by it. And that, I think, was, you know, but the smart thing is that we have unanimity in Parliament. And I think that's also an expression of supporting Ukraine, but also understanding that there's a much bigger stake here also for us, first point. Secondly, I think, you know, we have to be honest and communicate and really distinguish what is true in what is facing us. One dimension is, of course, military preparedness, should that happen. And that's why most countries are now significantly strengthening their national defense. We're doing it in coordination with NATO. But then there's a second daily threat which is affecting people, and that is extreme weather and climate change. That's the threat that is turning life upside down for people. So we have to prepare people that, you know, you should have in your kitchen enough, you know, to manage during a few days without electricity, and if things really are changing. This is preparedness. The third dimension of this is that our democracies are being tested on fake news, conspiracy theories, cyber attacks, and, you know, a very different kind of enemy. And should there come a conflict that really borders on, you know, I think that Putin's taste for a war with NATO is limited, and that's because NATO is strong. But it will not necessarily start in the military field. It will start by diluting our democracies, diluting the truth. So we have to have preparedness for all of that. So if we're going to be trustworthy and communicate to our people, we have to be able to talk about the military preparedness, how we prepare you for safe communities, and also how we prepare quality of our democracy.
Thank you. Thank you very much. President, how do we prepare European publics? And also, how is the European Union changing? Because we're coming back to bases. With the founding fathers, we're thinking a defense union. Today, defense is again at the heart of our discussions.
I have been amazed and impressed by the strong support the European people gave to Ukraine from day one on. Of course, it was very helpful that 2 or 3 months before the invasion started, we have informed over and over the public about the amassing of troops, for example, at the border of Ukraine and what might come up. And the support has been overwhelming. The fact that the European Union has taken in 4 million refugees, opened not only their hearts but also their homes, access to education, access to the healthcare, shows the strong sentiment and support the European people have shown and still show. The second element has come now, has joined this initial support. That is the understanding that Putin will not stop. And we have to stop Putin. and that he has a much broader approach on destabilizing and destroying the democracies, and that goes to the core of what people believe in. Europe has been built on the values of democracies and is a peace project that is unique in the world. And this is what Putin and other autocrats are targeting. And here the people understand that this will affect their own lives. So a step also towards integrating Ukraine in our European Union, the accession process that we have right now, is an enormous important step, because what we've understood is there cannot be gray zones anymore around Europe. You have to decide. Either you are with Putin or you are with the democracies. Either you are with the autocrats or you respect our values. And we want, the European Union wants Ukraine and the Western Balkan in our European family, because they belong to our European family. So strong messaging on this too, that we are strong, that we are determined to defend democracy and peace, and that we want to conclude the European project is important in my view.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam President. I see we have a number of questions here. I will start with Lisa Jasko and then the Prime Minister, please.
Thanks a lot. My name is Lisa Jasko, I'm a member of Ukrainian Parliament, and I want to ask a question about the sanctions. Of course, we are incredibly grateful that there is a new package of sanctions, but we know that there is still a number of problems connected to sanctions. In the Council of Europe, I'm working on a report and a resolution on the effectiveness of sanctions. And recently, we've learned that unfortunately, up to very often 70% of the details of the Russian weapons are coming from the Western companies. Different components, different tools. So one of the problems is that unfortunately there is no enough monitoring mechanisms on that. Another problem is the avoidance of that sanctions. And the third problem is that there are third countries that unfortunately use this as the business opportunity to use this. So my question is, what is your plan to tackle this? Because there is also a question of the corporate responsibility of the private sector of not selling that details to Russia. What is your plan to solve that?
Thank you very much. And we'll take a second question, Madam President, if we can pass the...
Thank you. And first, I would really like to thank President Ursula von der Leyen for supporting Ukraine's European path so strongly and starting on it so quickly. I would have two questions, both linked to money. I mean, all our packages taken together, American and ours, if we spent them in the same year, which is not going to be the case, then we would roughly draw even with Russians. And this is not enough to, I mean, guarantee Ukraine battlefield supremacy and macroeconomic stability. Can we dig a little bit deeper into these Russian money coffers which we have in our countries? And the second opportunity, we are facing European elections. Our populations are very supportive of supporting Ukraine and not wanting to get it into their heads that they might need to fight. What about a temporary own resource for European Union to help Ukraine win the war? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So the question of sanctions, are they working? Let's put here also the price cap, the energy cap. I think that was discussed here in Munich many, many times. And then, of course, the second question, where do we get more money? And we have to get more money.
So the sanctions, you have always to keep in mind, first of all, the sanctions are effective. You see that how much it hurt the Russian economy. The Russian economy is yet now completely on a war footing. It's a war economy, nothing else. No sustained goods and values are being produced, but it's only focused on the mass production I was just alluding to, not high quality, but masses. But sanctions is never static. It's always a moving target. So you impose sanctions, and your adversaries try everything to circumvent them. You get after them, close the loopholes. We've done that in all our sanction packets. And your adversary again tries to circumvent them. So what we see is indeed we go targetedly to those countries where we see that goods from, for example, the European Union to this country have increased, and then the goods flow from the third country, go from the third country to Russia. We go there, we talk hard talk with them. We're very clear about the consequences. We sanction their companies, we sanction entities, we sanction personalities. The 13th package that is now coming on the table is very much about that. So you have to be tough and you have to be persistent in following up the loopholes and closing them step by step. The second question on financing, besides the enormous financial support we know about, one step further we will take now is that we will deal with the proceeds of the Russian assets that have been immobilized. And we've done the most important first steps. We have made clear that the proceeds or windfall profits do not belong to the Russian assets. We can take those proceeds and we can invest them, for example, in weapon production for Ukraine. So support directly from the Russian asset proceeds or windfall profits, Ukraine. A second element, barely seen but very effective, is that we have done everything to keep the Ukrainian economy up and running. And as you know, it has been blocked for exports. We have opened so-called solidarity lanes. And in the last year, these solidarity lanes have produced a value of 125 billion euros of trade between Ukraine, the European Union, and third countries, which of course is to the benefit of Ukraine too. So all these are channels where you can reinforce the direct support we are doing by other means.
Thank you. Prime Minister, please.
Very briefly, on the sanctions, it is about loopholes and it is about parallel trade. So I'm happy that you're working on that report. We do everything we can do to close the loopholes, but we know that we are not 100% successful. So please give me the report, and I promise you we will work on that basis and to find new ways to do that. On the Russian resources, we have to do this in a way that is legally sound. And I'm so happy that the Commission services are looking at ways and are finding ways to do that, as you just explained. On own resources, I have never been too keen on that, because it creates ultimately a Hamilton moment where the sovereignty will move from the member states to the EU, and I would be against that. But what we can do as member states together, collectively as the EU, is to make sure that the money is available. Because either you raise it at a national level, or you raise it through own resources, which has certain political and also structural disadvantages. But in the end, it is money coming from the people through taxation, and I would say let's do that at a national level. And people, in my case, in my country, are understanding that this is necessary, are willing to do that. At this moment we do it through the budget, not through extra taxation, because we still have that fiscal space.
Thank you, and Prime Minister, no comment here. Okay, so two more questions, and I already saw Goliva here from the Member of Parliament from Lithuania, and there was a here from Alexander, he was first. So the two questions, very shortly, please, because we have really 7 minutes then to respond.
Okay, so I'm Dovilė Šakalienė, member of National Security and Defense Committee from Lithuanian Parliament. And since we all agree that helping Ukraine to win this war is our best security guarantee for this Russian aggression not to expand the territorial scope, then helping Ukraine and finding money to help Ukraine is one of our main issues now. So 300 billion of Russian assets. Russia is continuing aggression. Nobody has probably any doubts that it's committing war crimes, the crime of aggression, etc., etc. What is your idea about how long are we going to play the overly naive democratic game in thinking that we cannot touch the huge money of aggressor? We'd rather take it from our citizens to support Ukraine, which is still being destroyed.
Thank you, and very quickly, Alexander, if you could.
Exactly the same.
Oleksiy Goncharenko, member of the Parliament of Ukraine. Two very short questions.
One question, Alex. One.
To Prime Ministers, will you personally support invitation of Ukraine to NATO and Washington summit?
Thank you.
I understand it's not your decision, but your personal position. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So again, we're coming back to frozen assets. Are we ready to give them to Ukraine for rebuilding, but also maybe for weapons production? And second, of course, NATO membership, Washington, D.C. The President would like to start maybe with the frozen assets.
I think I have been very clear in the former answer because I've spoken about the Russian asset and the windfall profits and the proceeds that we are using to support Ukraine, either in production of weapons, so military supply, or be it reconstruction and recovery. But this is on a good way, and we have constructed the legal framework that is necessary, and I'm very positive that we're going to work with these proceeds and windfall profits.
Thank you very much.
NATO, the bad news is that as long as the war is raging, Ukraine cannot become a member of NATO. That's the bad news. The good news is that we can learn from the European Union. Yeah, I know, but I'm coming to that. In the EU, we have steps. In NATO, we do have only a few steps from nothing to full membership. In the EU, you have all these intermediate steps so that countries can make progress on the way to accession. So what we have to do in the run-up to Washington is to work carefully with President Zelensky's team to see what next step is possible. But we cannot overpromise. Because at the end it is crucial that we stay united, all 31 plus Ukraine. And I know that last time it was a bit of a dissatisfaction that not everything Ukraine wanted was possible. But at the end we were able in Vilnius to come to a unanimous decision. And as this is a sensitive process, we really have to work diligently with Zelensky's team on this.
Well, Ukraine is on its path to membership. And we have to address a path which is reliable and trustworthy. I hope we will be able to look for a package that can bring us closer and in good time ahead of Washington. So it's not happening in the last hours, creating that summit more chaotic than it should be. So I hope that, when we come, April, May, that we can see the contours of how this can be done. And I see that among allies now, there's a very active discussion on that, and also with the Secretary General to see how we can follow up from Vilnius and make success in Washington.
Thank you very much. And at the very end, I'll just ask one question to the President, which has been asked here in the room many times today and yesterday. Do you think the European Commission will have a Commissioner for Defense?
Oh, yes, because...
and should it be from Central Europe?
If I would be the next Commission President, I would install a Commissioner for Defense. I think it's reasonable. Where he or she is coming from, this is open, but of course, I think it's very important for the Central and Eastern European countries to have good portfolios, and this is a good portfolio.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you, Prime Minister, for being with us. A big round of applause.
Welcome back. You're watching BR24 live on this year's Munich Security Conference. This has been the panel discussion with the title Europe's Finest Hour, Building a Defense Union in Challenging Times, with, among others, Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission, and Mark Rutte, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. And now there will be a short moments, and coming up next, a conversation, China in the world, with China's top diplomat, Wang Yi. Just stay with us and you won't miss anything.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chairman of the Munich Security Conference, Ambassador Christoph Heusgen.
Well, I think I didn't need this announcement, you know me by now, but anyway, it's wonderful to see you all here, and it's my pleasure and honor to welcome His Excellency, Director Wang Yi. Director Wang Yi is the Director of the Central Foreign Affairs Commission and Minister of Foreign Affairs of China. The Minister has been a guest of the Munich Security Conference for many years. We are extremely happy that he is coming. I just told him how important China is also on the many issues that we have to resolve, and to have him here on our motto, peace through dialogue, is wonderful. So thank you very much, Director Wang. Yours is the floor.
Chairman Christoph Heusgen, dear friends, colleagues, good afternoon.
Simultaneous translation.
The past year of 2023 witnessed much turbulence in our world and many challenges facing humanity. The global economy was weighed down by protectionism and the abuse of the security concept, and the international system was impaired by unilateralism and bloc politics. While the Ukraine crisis continued unabated, conflicts flared up again in the Middle East. In the meantime, AI, climate change, space, and the polar regions were posing a whole new set of challenges. Against that backdrop, the key message I wish to deliver here is this: no matter how the world changes, China, as a responsible major country, will keep its major principles and policies consistent and stable, and serve as a staunch force for stability in a turbulent world. First, China will be a force for stability in promoting cooperation between major countries. Major countries shoulder critical responsibilities for global strategic stability. President Xi Jinping noted that major country competition is not the prevailing trend of current times. For major countries, the more volatile the international landscape, the greater the need to enhance coordination, and the more acute the risks and challenges, the greater the need to advance cooperation. This year is the 45th anniversary of China-U.S. diplomatic relations. Past experience and lessons show that when China and the U.S. work together, great things can be accomplished for the two countries and the entire world, while a confrontational posture hurts both sides and the world. At the end of last year, the Chinese and U.S. presidents held an important summit meeting, which laid out a future-oriented San Francisco vision. China will firmly safeguard its legitimate rights and interests and act in a sense of responsibility for history, for the people, and the for world, work with the U.S. to implement the common understandings between the two presidents, and move bilateral relations forward along the right path of mutual respect, peaceful coexistence, and win-win cooperation. Russia is China's largest neighboring country. A China-Russia relationship that grows steadily on the basis of non-alliance, non-confrontation, and not targeting any third party meets the shared interests of the two countries, serves the strategic stability of the Asia-Pacific and the world, and represents a useful exploration of a new model of major country relations. China and Europe are the world's two major forces, markets, and civilizations, and should understand the international responsibilities on their shoulders. A more stable and closer relationship between China and Europe not only works to the advantage of both sides, but also brings benefits to the whole world. It is imperative that China and Europe stay clear of geopolitical and ideological distractions, see each other as partners rather than rivals, and join hands to inject positive energy into a volatile world and point the way for overcoming difficulties together. Second, China will be a force for stability in addressing hotspot issues. We have worked to explore a Chinese way of addressing hotspot issues, one that advocates for non-interference in internal affairs and opposes imposing one's will on others, upholds impartiality and justice and opposes pursuing selfish interests, seeks political settlement and opposes using force, aims to address both the symptoms and root causes, and opposes myopia and one-sidedness. With China's active mediation, a historic reconciliation was reached between Saudi Arabia and Iran, setting off a wave of reconciliation across the Middle East. This is a living example of implementing the global security initiative put forth by President Xi Jinping. The recent escalation and spillover of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict and the ongoing tension in the Red Sea once again demonstrate that the question of Palestine is at the heart of the Middle East issue. Generations of the Palestinian people have been displaced, unable to return to their home till this day. This is the longest-lasting injustice in our world. China has stood firm on the side of fairness and justice all along, vigorously working for an end to the conflict and for the protection of civilians. China pushed the UN Security Council to adopt the first resolution since the latest conflict broke out and issued a position paper on the political settlement of the conflict. China calls for accelerated efforts in establishing an independent state of Palestine and the convening of a more broad-based and effective international peace conference to truly realize the peaceful coexistence between Palestine and Israel. On the Ukraine crisis, China has never given up on promoting peace or slackened its efforts to facilitate talks. President Xi Jinping had in-depth exchanges with world leaders, including Russian and Ukrainian leaders, playing a constructive role in addressing the crisis. China also published its position paper on this matter, and its special envoy traveled intensively to mediate among different parties. Behind all this, there's only one goal that China hopes to achieve, that is, to build consensus for ending the conflict and pave the way for peace talks. China has made tireless efforts for the political resolution of the Korean Peninsula issue. Now, the most pressing task is to prevent a vicious cycle, address relevant parties' reasonable security concerns, and de-escalate and stabilize the situation. On Myanmar, with China's efforts, various parties of the country signed a ceasefire agreement in the Chinese city of Kunming, firmly safeguarding peace and stability in northern Myanmar. China encouraged ASEAN to facilitate the proper settlement of the Myanmar issue without interfering in the country's internal affairs. China also actively supported Afghanistan in building an inclusive political framework and adopting moderate policies to forestall the resurgence and spread of terrorism.
With a vast territory and over a dozen neighboring countries, China faces complex disputes left from history. On that, China has stayed committed to managing differences through consultation and resolving disputes through dialogue. China stands ready to work with ASEAN to accelerate consultations on a code of conduct in the South China Sea, advance maritime cooperation and joint development, and build the China-South China Sea into a sea of peace, cooperation and friendship. Third, China will be a force for stability in enhancing global governance. The international system today is under serious strain from unilateralism and power politics. It has thus become a common call of the international community to revitalize multilateralism and work in solidarity to pull through. In China's view, the authority and central role of the United Nations can only be further strengthened, not weakened. And the purposes and principles of the UN Charter are all the more important, not outdated. China has dispatched the most peacekeepers among the permanent members of the UN Security Council and is the second largest contributor to the UN regular budget and peacekeeping assessment. China supports the Security Council in playing a primary role on peace and security. We support the UN in holding the Summit of the Future to explore more solutions to the challenges. In the face of the climate threat, China has contributed to the UAE consensus at the COP28 UN Climate Change Conference. China will cut carbon emissions by the biggest margin in the world in the shortest time frame in history and will, without doubt, deliver on this commitment. When it comes to challenges from AI, China supports establishing an international AI governance institution under the UN framework to jointly safeguard humanity's well-being. China worked actively to enhance solidarity and cooperation with the Global South. China promoted the historic expansion of BRICS and gave support to the African Union to join the G20, with a view to increasing developing countries' representation and voice in global affairs and contributing to a more balanced and effective global governance architecture. As the largest developing country, China has been doing its best to provide more public goods to the world, from the Belt and Road Initiative to the Global Development Initiative, the Global Security Initiative, and the Global Civilization Initiative. China has stayed committed to cooperation, openness, and equality, and contributed its share to meeting global challenges. In strengthening global governance, the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all countries must be respected. Taiwan is an inalienable part of China's territory, and Taiwan affairs are China's internal affairs. To observe basic international norms, the One China principle must be upheld. To preserve peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait, Taiwan independence must be firmly rejected. Fourth, China will be a force for stability in promoting global growth. I know that many of you follow the Chinese economy closely. Let me say that the Chinese economy, as vibrant and resilient as ever, is showing a more robust momentum for long-term growth. Last year, the Chinese economy grew by 5.2%, accounting for 1/3 of global growth. As China grows into the world's largest market rapidly, it will bring more dividends to the rest of the world. It is widely shared in the global business community that the next China is still China. Focusing energy on realizing Chinese modernization is the biggest political consensus of the Chinese people right now. Seeking faster progress in high-quality development is of paramount importance for China in the new era. As President Xi Jinping pointed out, China will only open its door even wider to the world. We will continue to expand institutional opening up, shorten the negative list on foreign investment, and foster a more market-oriented, law-based business environment up to international standards for companies from Europe and from around the world. Now, China has mutual visa exemption arrangements with 23 countries and applies unilateral visa-free policy to multiple European countries. We will continue to provide more facilitation for people from around the world to invest, travel, and study in China. Today, rejecting decoupling has become an international consensus. More people have come to realize that the absence of cooperation is the biggest risk. Those who attempt to shut China out in the name of de-risking will make a historical mistake. The world economy is like a big ocean that cannot be cut into isolated lakes. The trend toward economic globalization cannot be reversed. We need to work together to make globalization more universally beneficial and inclusive, so that more countries and people can benefit from the process. Friends, a German proverb says, "Those who work alone add, those who work together multiply." This is also true for state-to-state relations. We hope that all countries can seek win-win and avoid lose-lose. Let us work together like passengers in the same boat to bring more certainty to the world and usher in a brighter future for humanity. That is my opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you Thank you very much, Excellency, for your remarks, and thank you in your last remark to picking up the motto of this conference, which is lose-lose, but with a question mark, because we want to look at a silver lining. And thank you for participating in a discussion. This conference, again, as in the last 2 years, was very much focused on Russia's aggression against Ukraine. We had yesterday the testimony of Yulia Navalny here. We had President Zelenskyy here. We have in the neighboring hotel, the Rosewood Hotel, we have an exhibition on the horror that the war brought to Ukraine. And I want to come back on this. And in 1994, the so-called Budapest Memorandum was agreed. The Budapest Memorandum asked from Ukraine to get rid of all its nuclear weapons, and in return, Russia and others guaranteed its sovereignty and territorial integrity. Now, China at the time, member of Security Council, endorsed it, and your colleague, Sergei Lavrov, was the ambassador to the UN and made it to a document of the Security Council. This is where we stand, and this is where we stood when 2 years ago the aggression took place, where this document of Security Council was not honored. You mentioned that you have been active in trying to resolve the crisis, which we appreciate. But at the same time, when you look at the economy, we saw that in 2022, the trade between Russia and China increased by 30%. This year, last year it increased by 25%. We are at $240 billion trade. And my question to you, if I may, shouldn't you put some more pressure on Russia and also some economic pressure to make sure that what you said in your speech, the respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity, is preserved, and that we strengthen the UN, because after all, this is a document of the Security Council which was violated by Russia?
The Budapest Memorandum was signed by the US, UK, and Russia. China is not a party to the memorandum, but through a national statement, we recognized this memorandum. As we can't decide what other countries do, but on China's part, we have honored our commitment faithfully. We articulated clearly to the world that China will not use nuclear weapon against non-nuclear weapon states, and will have not first use nuclear weapon against any country, including Ukraine. President Xi has stated that a nuclear war cannot be fought and nuclear weapon cannot be used. This is something that all sides must be observe, and the security of the nuclear facility must be protected. And China has fulfilled its international obligation. China did not start the Ukraine crisis or participate in it, but we did not sit idly by and watch it from a distance. We did not exploit the situation, but instead we've been facilitating peace talks. President Xi has stated clearly China's position, that is, first, the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all countries must be respected. And second, the purposes and principles of the UN Charter must be fully observed. And third, the legitimate security concerns of all countries must be taken seriously. And fourth, all efforts that are conducive to peace must be supported. So, acting on those basic principles, China has been working relentlessly to promote peace and promote peace talks. Now there are not ripe conditions in place for parties to go back to the negotiating table, but as long as there is hope. We will not give up our efforts. The earlier the peace talks, then the loss of all parties will be reduced. As for China's relations with Russia, in my opening remarks, I said that the no alliance, no confrontation, and not targeting any third party, that is the principle. It's a normal relationship between two major countries. We are opposed to any attempt to blame China or to shift the responsibility of resolving the Ukraine crisis to China. Well, China has done a lot of constructive work, and we will continue to play our positive role on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for this response. Let me stay with business questions. In the last 2 months, two German companies, Volkswagen and BASF, came into trouble because over business dealing with Xinjiang. There is Germany and EU have passed new regulations for human rights standards in supply chains. And human rights situation for the Uyghurs in Xinjiang is going to stay a political and economic issue. You remember a couple of years ago there was a report of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights. What can you do to resolve this issue, and are you planning to do something so accusations about forced labors are no longer coming from your country?
About Xinjiang, we have seen so many fabricated information from different parties. I will give you some basic numbers. Since the establishment of the autonomous region, the Uyghur population has grown from less than 2 million to 12 million now. So the so-called genocide is sheer fabrication and a lie. The average lifespan of Uyghur population has risen from only 30 to 75.6 years. Isn't that a best example of how we are safeguarding human rights there? The religious freedom in Xinjiang is effectively guaranteed. For every 530 Muslims, there is a mosque supported by the government, funded by the government. The ethnic culture and language, Uyghur or of other ethnic groups, are all well protected. Government documents and the brand names of those merchandisers, they use different languages. They use both the standard language in China and also their ethnic language. We have the most advanced system for that in the world. The so-called forced labor is only a groundless accusation. People in Xinjiang, including the Uyghur population, don't they enjoy the right to employment? Don't they enjoy the freedom to choose their jobs? If we use forced labor as an excuse to deprive them of their right to employment so that their products cannot be sold, is that a safeguard for human rights? Is that in line with the humanitarian spirit? I really suggest that all of you can visit Xinjiang. Xinjiang is open to all that are interested to visit. Although there were some difficulties due to COVID-19, but we still have many visitors from different parts of the world to Xinjiang. No matter what kind of political stance they have, what are their backgrounds, there is one consensus that among them that what they see in Xinjiang is totally different from what they see in the Western media. To see is to believe. What is the reason behind their effort to fabricate so many lies about Xinjiang. They are trying to stop the development of China. And China's development is a source of disturbance for some countries. Chinese people have the right to development, to a better life. 1.4 billion people heading towards modernization, isn't that a major progress of humanity? If we have such a huge-sized market here in China, products from different countries can enter this market, so we can realize common prosperity. That is why President Xi Jinping pointed out that we live together in this global village. We're passengers on the same boat. We need to transcend the differences we have. We need to cherish our shared planet to build a community with a shared future for mankind. This is what China's intention is, and we hope to get your support and understanding on that.
Thank you very much. I think there is a worldwide recognition what China has done over decades to bring so many people out of poverty into into the possibility to have a decent life. But I take up and thank you very much for the offer also for visits in Xinjiang so that people can see with their own eyes. You mentioned trade, which is very important. We are seeing right now how the freedom of navigation is threatened in the Red Sea. We see also that there are more and more risky encounters at sea in the Taiwan Strait and the South China Sea, which is due to a Chinese show of force. How can we avoid these incidents in the future? And is there a chance that China agrees to a code of conduct for the South China Sea?
Well, first I want to say that the Taiwan question cannot be compared with what's happening in the Red Sea. The Taiwan question is China's internal affairs. Taiwan is a part of China. It has never been a country. Well, in 1943, China, the United States and the United Kingdom issued the Kölbl Declaration, and I see in the audience the Foreign Minister of Egypt. It stated clearly that all the territories Japan has stolen from the Chinese, such as Taiwan, shall be restored to China. And in 1945, the Potsdam Declaration was signed, which reiterated that the terms of the Kölbl Declaration shall be carried out. So for Taiwan to be returned to China is a basic requirement, and due to the Chinese Civil War, the two sides across the strait have yet to be reunified, but it will be realized. This is the strong will of the 1.4 billion Chinese people and the trend of history. Who is opposing reunification and who is promoting independence? It is the DPP that's governing the Taiwan island. So to uphold the One China principle, one needs to support the peaceful reunification of China, and to safeguard peace across the strait, it is essential to oppose Taiwan independence, because Taiwan independence is irreconcilable with peace across the Taiwan Strait. When it comes to the South China Sea, the South China Sea islands have all along been Chinese territory. And when China exercised administration over those islands, the countries surrounding those neighboring countries were not even established. But in the 1960s and 70s, when China was going through the Cultural Revolution, China's neighbors occupied some of the islands reefs of the Nansha Islands, which caused disputes as we see them today. But China has exercised restraint, and we've been pursuing dialogue and negotiation to resolve those issues, not like some major country which resorts to force easily. But China's approach is dialogue. So in 2002, China signed with the 10 ASEAN countries the Declaration on the Conduct of Parties in the South China Sea, the DOC, which helped to safeguard freedom of navigation and overflight in the South China Sea. And in recent years, China suggested that we upgrade that and negotiate a code of conduct in the South China Sea. And we've agreed with ASEAN countries that the COC should be more binding, more substantive, and be in keeping with international law, including UNCLOS. Now the text of the COC, we have finished 3 rounds of reading. We believe that as long as we work in solidarity with ASEAN and stay clear of distractions, we will be able to conclude a COC in the South China Sea. Between China and ASEAN countries, we have the wisdom and ability to safeguard peace and stability in the South China Sea and safeguard the freedom of navigation and overflight there, and also safeguard the legitimate rights of other countries in this region. As for the Red Sea, it is a typical spillover from the fighting in Gaza. China has been calling publicly for parties not to harass the commercial ships in that area to safeguard the security of the waterway. But actions must be taken in accordance with international law and with mandate from the Security Council. To address the Red Sea issue, the root cause must be resolved. And the root cause is the ongoing fighting in Gaza. China's position is clear on that. First, an immediate ceasefire must be realized. No more fighting. And second, to make sure the humanitarian corridors are unimpeded. And third, hold an international peace conference as soon as possible to revive the two-state solution. We cannot allow this humanitarian disaster to continue anymore. Nearly 30,000 civilians have lost their lives in the fighting. And there are also many lives who are who were unaccounted for. We cannot allow the situation to continue in the 21st century. Now, generations of the Palestinian people have been displaced, unable to establish an independent state. We simply cannot allow the situation to continue. So there should be a more concerted voice. There should be a more unified position. We should call for a proper settlement of the question of Palestine, which has been lingering on for more than 70 years. Efforts should be made toward a two-state solution. Only when that is realized can the state of Palestine and State of Israel live in peace, and with assurance from the international community, can enduring security be enjoyed by Israel. A country cannot establish its security on the insecurity of others. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Excellency, for your readiness to take these questions, for your contributions, for the discussion. We really appreciate it, and you ended up where we started, with the Secretary General of the United Nations making a plea for the rules-based international order, for the respect of the UN, for the respect of UN resolutions, and we hope that this remains the common basis in the coming year. And can I already extend an invitation to you to come back next year?
明年中国肯定要派团来的。
And the next year, China will continue to send a delegation. On this arena, we stand ready to share our views with all parties to make China's contribution to global peace and stability. China is the country with the best record in terms of peace and security. We have never started a single war, and we have never participated in a single war, and we have never tried to subvert other countries' government. China's development represents a growth of force for stability and for peace. We hope that countries will view China's development in an objective and perspective and out of goodwill, so that we can realize common prosperity and common development together to avoid the situation that is mentioned in the theme of this conference, a lose-lose situation. We need to seek win-win. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will continue momentarily, so please, everybody remain seated. We'll continue in just a moment.
You're watching BR24 live on this year's Munich Security Conference, and we will talk about what we've just heard after the upcoming panel, which is titled Growing the Pie, Seizing Shared Opportunities, with, among others, Annalena Baerbock, Federal Minister for Foreign Affairs of Germany, and Antony Blinken, Secretary of State of the United States of America. So just stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue with the main program in just a second. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly ask you to take your seats. We'll continue with the program in just a second. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats now. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome editor of the Financial Times, Rula Khalav.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. We have a great session for you following on from the Chinese minister's comments. We are in an era of big power tensions, big power rivalry, weakening of the multilateral order. The Security Council is paralyzed. So this is a time when we need the multilateral order more than ever, and we need collective action. So what are we going to do about it? And to answer some of these questions, Annalena Baerbock, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Germany, welcome. Antony Blinken, Secretary of State, the US. Nice to have you. And Subramanian Jaishankar, Minister of External Affairs, Republic of India. Minister. I hope that based on the topic of the session, that you will not all agree with each other, and we can have some sparks. We have about 43 minutes, and I will prepare your questions because I'll ask a few questions and then I'll turn to the audience. Minister Baerbock, I'm going to start with you. Germany's national security strategy calls for expanding global partnerships and is quite open about the multipolarity of the world today. How do you go about it at a time when there are so many divisions, and particularly when increasingly we feel the global south and the Western world are not on the same page?
Well, first of all, good afternoon. Very good to have this important session with my dear colleagues. In a nutshell, it's more important than ever, because we are not naive. Obviously, there are ruthless actors who don't want to grab up the title of our panel, negotiate the slice of the pie, but they want to rob the whole bakery. And having that in mind, I believe it's even more important than ever that those who are at the table negotiating about the slices of the pie stay there, first of all, resolute, respectfully, and also reflective. And this is the core also of our national security strategy, which we have drafted as the German government, making very clear in the light of this ruthless war of aggression against Ukraine that we are resolute in defending international law. It's the best protection for everybody around the world. So there is no question about negotiating whether Ukraine has right of self-defense or not. We all agreed, and not only, I don't like that word, but Western actors, we all agreed in our Charter of the United Nations, there is the right of self-defense, and we all agreed on the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Having said that, obviously, we have to be respectful that especially within Ukraine, and I think this is the lesson we have learned, and it was very important to speak to partners like India and so many around the world, Brazil, South Africa, we have to be respectful that obviously in this moment when we said we need the whole international security, others asked some questions like, where have you been when we needed you? Or asked some question, so actually what does it mean for the future? Do you also stand with us? And this is, I would say, maybe something new in the attitude, at least from our foreign politics from Europe, to say, okay, we cannot take for granted that everybody just agrees with our European or transatlantic vision. And the third part, I think it's the most easy, but it's the strongest asset for democracies. The strength of democracy, in my point of view, is that we can be self-reflective and self-critical. So asking in a moment when others, for example, war of aggression, we're not saying automatically, okay, we support you, not saying, why don't you get it, but asking ourselves, why they cannot support us. And I think this is the critical part, but the most powerful part. And at least, again, in our national security strategy, we try to do it, talking about, for example, our colonialism past. Understanding why South Africa was mentioning the whole time their ties with Russia in the apartheid regime, and being self-critical and saying, oh yeah, not all democracies have stood back in time at their time, and taking that as something where we said, yes, we might have made mistakes in the past, but we cannot change the past, we can only change the future together. I think this is the strength of multilateralism, and we see around the world the majority believes in it.
Do you find that increasingly people are questioning more when it comes to, let's stick to Ukraine and we'll get to Gaza in a minute, but on Ukraine, are people coming round to your point of view, or are they distancing themselves more?
Well, to see it over the last 2 years, I mean, we've seen the 142 voting in the General assembly, so it is a majority of states, because most of the countries in the world, like mine, we're not the biggest country in the world. We don't have the biggest military means. And this is for most of the countries. They know that the Charter of the United Nations, the rule of law, is their life insurance. So we see this big majority there. We see also the support. Many have traveled, and I think this is really important to give always the question of war of aggression a human face. It was not that we convinced some other actors in the world, but saying, now you have to stand with us. But when delegation traveled to Kiev, and not only Kiev, to Bucha, to Irpin, when they spoke, like we did, to the parents of those where their child had been kidnapped by Russia, then we give this situation a human face, and that's all about. And this is why it's so important to not only talk about state, but we talk about the people, talk about also the question of the rule of law in front of the International Criminal Court, for example, bringing crimes against humanity in front of the court. And there we see again the majority of the states is pushing for that one.
Secretary Blinken, there's a feeling that it's more than a feeling. It's what we see happening on the ground, that the U.S.-China tensions are leading to greater fragmentation, and that you're almost competing for, alliances. Who's our ally? And we see this within the UN and various UN institutions, but we just see it all around the globe. To what extent do you feel that you are challenged in your travels around the world on the fundamental questions?
Well, first, it's wonderful to be with my friends, wonderful to be back in Munich at the Security Conference, known among all of us as speed dating for diplomats. But we've done a couple of things, and I'll come quickly to your question. From the start of this administration, we've made an investment, a reinvestment, in our alliances, in our partnerships, and in the multilateral system. We've reinvested, we've re-engaged, we've tried to rejuvenate, we've even reimagined. And the reason for that is simple. It's because it's in our interest to do it. Not a single one of the challenges that we have to face and that are so important to the interests of the American people can we effectively deal with alone, as powerful and as resourceful as we are. And so across the board, we've seen our comparative advantage as having a strong network of voluntary alliances, voluntary partnerships, and if you're not at the table in the international system, you're going to be on the menu. So it was very important for us to re-engage multilaterally, and we've done that. When it comes to strategic competition, and there's no doubt that we have one with China, there are a few things to be said. First, we have an obligation to manage that relationship responsibly. And I think that's something that we hear from countries around the world, and it's clearly in our interest to do so. And that's exactly what President Biden is doing. And when it comes to other countries, the point is not to say to country X, Y, or Z, you have to choose. The point is to offer a good choice. And if we can do that, and I believe we can and we have and will continue, then I think the choice becomes fairly self-evident. Over the last 6 or 7 months, we have engaged in a sustainable way with China. I just met my counterpart Wang Yi here in Munich, but that follows a series of meetings, notably, most importantly, President Biden and President Xi. And I think we've brought greater stability to the relationship, not moving away from or ignoring the fact that, yes, we have a competition. There are areas where we are contesting each other, but there are also areas where we can and should cooperate because it's in our interest to do that. One of the best examples of that is the agreement we reached with China on fentanyl. The single largest, the number one killer of Americans aged 18 to 49 is a synthetic opioid, fentanyl. Now we have meaningful cooperation from and with China on fentanyl. That's going to make a difference in the lives of Americans.
And you think it is sustainable to have cooperation in some areas, climate being one of them, but to have a strategic competition, the strategic competition that defines geopolitics today and that will go on for a very long time, do you think that that is sustainable, that both sides sort of can find rules of engagement? This is where we compete, and this is where we cooperate?
Some fundamentals haven't changed. countries will act in their self-interest. Where we have to compete, we will. Where we have to contest, we will. Where it makes sense to cooperate, we will. And I think you can do all of the above at the same time. But there's something else that's, I think, changed, and it goes back to the first part of the question. The very fact that we've re-engaged and rejuvenated, as well as reimagined some of our alliances and partnerships, along with the investments that we've made at home in the United States, the investments we've made in our infrastructure, the investments we've made in science and technology and chips, the building blocks of the 21st century economy, the investments we've made in climate technology. You put those two things together, investments at home, much greater alignment with partners and allies across the board in Europe, in the Indo-Pacific, in Asia, on how to approach a question as complicated as relations with China. That puts us in a position of much greater strength in dealing with all of the challenges that we have to deal with.
Minister Jaishankar, India has more of a multiple choice mindset. Would that be right? From non-alignment to, I think you may have called it, or somebody else called it, all alignment. So you can pick and choose alliances, but you can also pick and choose topics. On Russia, for example, you still buy Russian oil. Is that okay with your counterpart from the US? Everything is, your relationship is fine, you can do whatever you want, whenever you want?
Okay, first of all...
I mean, you're sitting next to each other.
No,
so.
First of all, delighted to be here. And I couldn't find a better set of people to be with on the stage. So thank you for whoever put us all together. Your question, do we have multiple options? Answer is yes. Is that a problem? Why should it be a problem? If I'm smart enough to have multiple options, you should be admiring me. You shouldn't be criticizing. Now, is that a problem for other people? I don't think so. I don't think so, certainly in this case and in that case, because look, we try to explain what are the different pulls and pressures which countries have. And it's very hard to have a unidimensional relationship. Now, again, different countries and different relationships have different histories. If I were to look, say, between the US and Germany, it is rooted, there's an alliance nature to it. There's a certain history on which that relationship is grounded. In our case, it's very different. So I don't want you to even inadvertently give the impression that we are purely and unsentimentally transactional. We are not. We get along with people, we believe in things, we share things, we agree on some things, but there are times when when you're located in different places, have different levels of development, different experiences. All of that gets into it. So life is complicated, life is differentiated. And I think it's very important today not to reduce the entire complexity of our world into very sweeping propositions. Yeah. I think that era is today behind us. Yeah. Yeah. So I agree very much with what Tony said, which is good partners provide choices. Smart partners take some of those choices. But sometimes there will be choices on which you say, well, I think I'll pass up on that one.
It's a very good point, which brings me to the BRICS and the rise of middle powers, because that is one of the shifts that we see today. To what extent do you think that is a challenge to the West, or maybe that can be sort of the bridge, especially in a world where we will see continued competition between the US and China? And I'm going to ask Minister Jaishankar first, but I'd love for both of you to come in as well.
I thought maybe the BRICS one, you wanted the US.
After you, Jack, please.
Look, again, I think it's important to go back to how it began. The BRICS started in an era where Western dominance was very strong. The premier gathering of the world was the G7. And you had a number of significant powers in the world. who felt that, well, they were not part of the G7, but maybe they also brought value to the table by sitting and discussing with others. So in a sense, you had a collection of these countries. It was originally 4. South Africa joined later. If you look at it, it's a very interesting group because it's geographically as disparate as it can be. Yet it is bound by the fact that these discussions we've had over a decade and a half have been very useful for all of us. Now, like any product, you test it in the market at some point. We tested it last year and asked people, so how many of you want to join BRICS? And we got almost 30 countries who were willing to join BRICS. So clearly, if 30 countries saw value in it, there must be something good we've done. So I think it's important today to make a distinction between being non-West and anti-West. Mm-hmm. I would certainly characterize India as a country which is non-West, but which has an extremely strong relationship with Western countries, getting better by the day. Not everybody else necessarily in that grouping might qualify for that description, but the contribution the BRICS has made, if one looks at the G7 and how it evolved into the G20, I think in a way, those additional 13 members who came into its bigger grouping, 5 of them are BRICS members. The fact that there was another group which was meeting regularly and discussing and debating, I think certainly was an input into the expansion of the G7 into the G20. So I think we did a service to the world.
Yeah. Secretary Blinken?
I'm tempted to say what my friend said and leave it at that. Look, what we don't need to do and what we're not doing is trying to somehow design the world into rigid blocks. Each and every one of the issues that we have to deal with and deal with in the interest of the American people may have different collections and coalitions of countries that are focused on it, that bring certain experiences, certain capacities. And I think about it as variable geometry. We're putting together a puzzle with collections of countries and not just countries, organizations of different sizes and different shapes to deal with a given problem. As Jai said, we have, and of course the fact that the relationship between our countries, I would argue, is the strongest it's ever been. It makes no difference that India happens to be a leading member of BRICS. We're a leading member of the G7. We have the G20, and we have a multiplicity of things that we're doing together every single day in different ways of organizing ourselves. India and the United States working together in AUKUS, working together, in the Quad, working together in a variety of other fora. All of this goes to the point that the complexity and the multiplicity of the challenges we have demands that we find different ways to work together, and this shouldn't be done on an exclusive basis. Look, our default, of course, is to work in the first instance with fellow democracies. That's only normal and natural, but we are not only willing, we are actively working with any country that wants to solve a particular problem and wants to do so within the context of a rules-based order. That's the way we approach things.
Speaking of a rule-based order, major powers today are criticized for sort of upholding the rule-based order and upholding values in certain areas, but not in others. And a lot of people around the world, and particularly in the global south, but I would say not only in the global south, even within our Western democracies, are confused. They look at what's happening in Gaza and at the intensity of the killing, and they ask, where are human rights? Where are these Western values? I'm sure you're having here today and yesterday a lot of similar discussions, Minister Baerbock.
Yes, and they are so productive because many of them are not only speed dating, but behind closed doors very trustfully. And I think the most important job for those who believe in a rules-based international order, be it politicians, be it journalists, be it citizens, is to not be pushed into this speed dating, into this black and white world in all our bubbles. Because easily, and this is a double standard question, yeah? If you only look, and you mentioned the situation in Gaza, if I only see the whole time on YouTube what's happening in Gaza, and I do that every second day, every day I cannot stand it because otherwise I couldn't get out of my bed anymore. Yeah, your reality is obviously the only thing what we can and have to do right now is to go in a total ceasefire to rescue these innocent children dying there every day. Yeah, so, and you're 100% right by that. But the question is to really come to this reality is to force myself, not myself, but all these persons are saying this is a moral right thing to do, to then also ask, so how do we come to that? And this is then when some might ask, so why you, German Foreign Minister, didn't call for immediate ceasefire the last months ago? Because I also looked at the other side, at the other YouTube videos, at the other bubbles, yeah, where I saw 4 days after the 7th of October, I didn't even see it, I spoke to the father whose wife and 2 little girls had been kidnapped by terrorists from Hamas. I saw the video where women have been not only raped, but murdered afterwards. And in that moment, for me, it was clear, again, that we can also not only relate to the past, saying, okay, we know how negotiations with terrorists are working, because if you saw that video and if you were ready to see these women suffering there, you understand that this is not only a military logic, because those people who are doing this, raping a woman and killing her afterwards, they don't want to exchange soldiers or political prisoners. They enjoy slaughtering women. I'm saying that because I think this is really important, bringing it down to the people, because then you understand in this kind of situation, how do we come now to a ceasefire? That the release of hostages, the release of these women is crucial, because otherwise we can never save the children in Gaza. So this comes all back to what my dear colleague Ryzhenko has said. If we're not capable of stepping out of right or wrong, yes or no, black or white, we will, in this world of dilemmas, never do what our job, I would say, the 3 of us here, is to do all the best to rescue people. And this is why we have been working so intensively with those partners, Arab partners, in the last 3 months, to see how we can come together for the most important point right now, freeing the hostages, having a humanitarian pause to bring in humanitarian support into Gaza, and not stopping, even though the headlines are there every day, you cannot fix it anyhow. I think the biggest favor for those who do not care for human rights and the international order is that we are giving up, and that we are not being ready to look at these different topics from our different side. And this is why, at least for me, I would say for all the 3 of us, use our competences, use our channels we are having. And there's, again, diversity is beneficial. If we are not all the same, but if we are trying to solve this horrible war in the Middle East from our different perspectives, then we can also bring security both for the people in Israel and the people in Gaza.
I have to say, I fully subscribe. Fully subscribe to everything that Annalena said. And I think as people in positions for a brief period of time of responsibility, but also, and maybe foremost, as human beings, as mothers, fathers, children, brothers and sisters, we're intensely driven to try to prevent or stop human suffering, including the suffering of men, women, and children in Gaza. The question is how to do it most effectively, and how to take account of the incredible complexity that Annalena just outlined so well. But there's another element to this that we have a responsibility to do something about. The greatest poison in our common well is dehumanization. And we see that in all directions. And if you lose sight of the humanity of someone else, then your heart is hardened to a point where anything is acceptable and anything is possible. Part of our responsibility is to do what we can, to push back, to avoid, to call out dehumanization wherever it's coming from, in whatever direction. Because if we can't get at that, it's very hard, if not impossible, to do other things.
One of the criticism that I think, I'm sure you hear a lot is US policy has, of course, shifted in the last couple of months, but yet you want the fighting to stop, but there is no sign whatsoever that you're not willing to send weapons to Israel, for example. So that also confuses people. You know, when they look at the rhetoric versus the action, what would you say to that?
Well, first, we're committed to Israel's security. That's been clear from day one. It remains clear. And we understand and support the proposition that Israel has to find ways to make sure that what happened on October 7th never happens again. So we start there. But we've also said, and not only said, we've acted on the proposition that, of course, the way Israel does that matters profoundly. The way it does it in terms of trying to ensure greater protection for civilians who are caught in a crossfire of Hamas's making. That's absolutely essential. Making sure that people in need get the assistance they need. We are working on this every single day. And as we've seen this evolve over the last 4 months, things have happened as a result of our engagement, our intervention, that I would say probably would not have happened, almost certainly wouldn't have happened without it. But it's not enough. It's insufficient. And that's why we're at it almost literally 24 hours a day.
May I add something on that?
Yes, sure.
Because for the full picture, and this is what we are discussing, and this is a good thing, in these horrible times I'm always trying to see the glimpse of hope at the horizon. The good thing is that over the last 3 months, all these discussions were helpful in a way. First, we didn't have any humanitarian support. Now we have at least a few trucks, not enough trucks, but also from the other understanding, and this is why I totally agree with the security guarantees for Israel. You cannot just say we need a ceasefire and the Israeli government, the IDF has to stop, and then we just wait and see what happens to the regrouping of Hamas. No, we have to give an answer to both legitimate security concerns. So our part of discussion is, for example, in the north. If people go back to the north, how do we, as an international community, secure that Hamas is not regrouping there, misusing against civilians as human protection shield? And this is also part of our common international security response.
Minister Jaikanta, what is the view from India? What would you, if you had some advice for your colleagues, what would you tell them?
Well, I don't have advice for my colleagues, though I think all of us follow the enormous efforts which Tony is putting in right now. Look, the way we look at it, there are different dimensions, different elements to this. Number one, we must be clear that what happened on October 7th was terrorism. No caveats, no justification, no explanation. It was terrorism. Number two, as Israel responds, it is important that Israel should have been very mindful of civilian casualties, that it has an obligation to observe international humanitarian law. Number three, the return of hostages is today imperative. Number four, there is a need for a humanitarian corridor, a sustainable humanitarian corridor to provide relief. And eventually, there has to be a permanent fix, a long-term fix, otherwise we're going to see a recurrence. And I think today, certainly India has long believed in a two-state solution. We have maintained that position for many decades. And I think today many more countries in the world today feel not just that the two-state solution is necessary, but it is more urgent than it was before.
Let me take a couple of questions. I think there's a gentleman there, and then there, and there. Okay, three. Let's take all three questions. Actually, we'll take 4 questions very quickly. 4 is here? Yes, 4 is there.
Natalie Tocci, Rome. A question, in fact, both to Secretary Blinken and to Foreign Minister Baerbock. I mean, the logic of the argument of being somewhat reticent on pushing for a ceasefire, as far as I understand, is basically that of saying, well, one needs to make sure that what happened on the 7th of October does not happen again. And so the question that I ask you is, do you think that what is happening now, what has happened over the last 4 months, will actually reduce the chances of what happened on the 7th of October happening again? Will it actually make Israel more secure or not?
Okay, so there's... Okay, so I thought that question was that side, but okay.
Oh yeah, thank you very much. Alexei Goncharenko, member of the Parliament of Ukraine. Secretary Blinken, you said those who are not at the table are in the menu. Ukraine was at the table in Budapest when we voluntarily gave up our nuclear weaponry. Now we are in the menu. So the question is, what is the way for us? We are confronted with a nuclear power. Either we will become member of NATO, alliance with a nuclear power, or we should restore our nuclear status. I don't see any other option. What option do you prefer, and what you will answer on this? Thank you very much.
Okay. There's a question here, a question there, and then we'll do one round. Would that be okay? Yes, I mean, I have that. Yeah, here we go.
Thank you. My name is Shafiq Abram from Egypt. My question is to Secretary Blinken. You've invested an incredible amount of time trying to bring a settlement in the issue of Gaza. And at the very same time, we all feel in the region that things can spill over in a very dramatic way. Especially, there are many excuses of why not to have a solution, but to do things step by step. That is not going to work. So my question to you is, sir, why, with all the countries, including the United States, including the UK, just what Cameron has just said, proclaiming a two-state solution is not something the United States puts on the floor now, and be able to achieve that?
Thank you. Thank you. Finally, there's a question there, and then I'm afraid.
I have a loud voice. I don't need a microphone. Hello, my name is Masih Ahmadinejad. I'm an Iranian troublemaker for mullahs, and I have a simple question. We cannot talk about global security by forgetting about Iran, by burying the human rights abuse under the carpet. I'm here today with a woman who was in the front line of last year's uprising. She was shot in her eyes. She lost her eyes because of the Revolutionary Guards. So my question is very clear. How we can reach to peace and security in the world without designating the Revolutionary Guards as a terrorist organization, which the United States of America did that, thanks. But why the allies are not following the United States? The democratic countries are not as united as autocracy, because the Islamic Republic is helping Putin, is helping Hamas, all the proxies in Yemen. So as we see, unfortunately, dictators are more united than democratic countries. Do you have any common strategy to isolate the Islamic Republic and address Khamenei and his gang of killers the way that you address Putin? Thank you so much.
To all three of you, you can pick the question you want to answer. I know one was directed, a couple were directed at Secretary Blinken. So maybe you start.
Good.
Yeah.
So to the question, is Israel more secure now, after 4 months after October 7th? I think the answer is, in the near term, in the immediate, yes, it is, in terms of dealing with the immediate threat. The horrific terrorist group that attacked it in the most unimaginable ways on October 7th. Is it more secure for the long term? That's a different question. Because the fundamental question we have to ask ourselves is, and Jai mentioned this, how do we make sure that this cycle, one way or another, doesn't repeat itself, whether it's a year from now, 5 years from now, or 10 years from now? I think there's an extraordinary opportunity before Israel in the months ahead to actually, once and for all, end that cycle. And it's because there's some new facts that didn't exist before when there were efforts to make peace between Israelis and Palestinians, starting with the fact that virtually every Arab country now genuinely wants to integrate Israel into the region, to normalize relations if they haven't already done so, to provide security assurances and commitments so that Israel can feel more safe and more secure. At the same time, there are genuine efforts underway, led by Arab countries, to reform, revitalize, revamp the Palestinian Authority so that it can be more effective in representing the interests of the Palestinian people and could be a better partner for Israel in that future. And there's also, I think, the imperative that Jai mentioned, that's more urgent than ever, to proceed to a Palestinian state, one that also ensures the security of Israel and makes the necessary commitments to do so. If you put all of that together, you have an integrated region where people are actually working together for the common good, a region in which Israel is secure in ways that it's never been before, and where the number one threat to its security, as well as the security of many of us, just alluded to in the last question, Iran, is isolated, along with all of its proxies. That future, that path is there, it's clear, it's hard, it's complicated, but it's real. The alternative is an endless repetition of the cycle that we've seen, year after year, decade after decade, generation after generation. It's incumbent upon all of us who have relationships with and responsibility for different countries in the region, things that we bring to the table ourselves, to make the hard decisions, do the difficult things, to actually make that path clear, real, and one whose attraction is overwhelmingly powerful. I think the more we're able to do that, and the more we distinguish between that path and the alternative, the greater the chance we'll actually see movement in that direction. I'll say just very quickly on Ukraine. I think you've heard throughout this conference, including by the fact that we have an extraordinary delegation from the United States Congress here, Republicans, Democrats, Senate, House, that there is enduring support for Ukraine, and that's not just from the United States, it's from country after country in Europe and well beyond, for a whole variety of reasons, starting, of course, with the aggression that the Ukrainians have suffered, but also because that aggression has gone to the very principles at the heart of the international system that each of us has a stake in preserving, and that's not going away. So there's a tremendous determination on the part of dozens of countries to do two things. First, to make sure that Ukraine has what it needs to deal in the immediate with the ongoing Russian aggression, but second, to put Ukraine on a path where increasingly, in the months and years to come, it's able to stand strongly on its own 2 feet, militarily, economically, and democratically. That is the strongest possible rebuke to Putin. It's the strongest possible rebuke to all those who would seek to undermine Ukraine. And I'll just conclude with this. The real lesson to be drawn from what we've seen, including, as you rightly said, Russia tearing up and then spitting on the Budapest Memorandum, among many, many other agreements, is that this aggression against Ukraine has been an absolute strategic debacle for Vladimir Putin and for Russia. Russia is weaker militarily, it's weaker economically, it's weaker diplomatically. Europe has ended its energy dependence on Russia in the space of 2 years. Ukrainians are more united than they've ever been including against Russia, which was not the case, certainly in 2014. Not desirable, but it's a result of Russia's actions, and certainly since 2022. We have a NATO alliance, a defensive alliance, with no intent of ever attacking Russia, only there to defend its members, that is now stronger and larger. All of this a result of actions that Russia has taken, precipitating the very things it said it wanted to prevent. So I think as those lessons are digested, not to mention the horrific losses that Russia has suffered as a result of Vladimir Putin throwing its young men into a meat grinder of his own making, I think the more those lessons are digested, the more you're going to see that this is not repeated. But that requires all of us to maintain the solidarity that we've demonstrated with Ukraine, a solidarity that is important not just for Ukraine, but for all of us. The stakes couldn't be higher. So my belief, again, listening to everyone here over the last couple of days, talking to our members of Congress who are with us, is that not only is that support there, it will be sustained, and Ukraine will succeed.
Thank you, Secretary. Minister Baerbock.
Well, I guess the question from Iran was for us. So the question was, why do you not follow the example and list them as terrorist in a terrorist sanction regime? The Revolutionary Guard. We have discussed it quite often, but the quick answer is because I'm defending rule of law, trying without any double standards. And our legal situation in the European Union, and you can like it or not, but this is how, in which context we are working in our European legal system. We have a sanction system for listing under terrorism if terrorism occurs in another country, especially in the European Union. It was after the attacks on the US on the 9th of September. So we need a legal ground to list them. So far, we do not have the evidence and proof that there have been these terrorist attacks in the European Union. There were different cases. It's a different legal system in the US. But, and this is important for me because I hear this argument again and again, this is not because we shy away with regard to the Revolutionary Guard or the crimes against the women, youth, civil society, its own population. No, we use the instruments we are having as a European Union to defend human rights. And we set up, for the first time in history of the European Union, a sanction systems because of human rights violation. And for me, this is even stronger. In the past, it was the same with Daesh and the crimes against Yazidi women. Yeah? They have been brought to court, not slaughtering women, not saying these are the worst sexual violence crimes you commit, but under terrorism. I think this is wrong. We have to name the crimes, and the crime is targeted directly to women, directly to human rights. We say we sanction you because of what you have done to you, shooting in your eyes, killing your friends, killing your sisters. And it's the same effects. And this, it comes all down to me. For me, politics, it's not about symbolic action. It's about what matters for the people. And under this sanction risk system, human rights sanctions from the EU, Revolutionary Guards, we named them, cannot enter the European Union. We have frozen their asset. So the result is exactly the same what the US has done under the terrorist sanction system. So if you ask me, do we act as a result in the same way? Yes, we do, but we call it human rights sanction system because these are the worst human rights violations you can see. And this comes also back to the other question about symbolic politics or what matters in reality. We would have been at a total different state if after the 7th of October, this was a question from Italy, after the 7th of October, we could have had a common resolution. We were in Cairo at the so-called Peace Summit, together with different countries, many Arab partners, and also from the European Union. We tried to fix a text where we would say, okay, after these horrible crimes of the 7th of October, there could be the momentum now for whatever generations have dreamt of, a two-state solution pathway. But in order to do that, we have to guarantee that the 7th of October never happens again to Israel, and we have to guarantee that Palestinians have the security to live in peace and security for them. Unfortunately, those meeting there together, not everybody was ready to name the 7th of October what it was, a terrorist attack from Hamas on Israeli people. And this is why we passed this momentum. I regret it, but this is how life is. So now again, we have to work again. If we now, after 4 months, where we see that the current situation only brings misery for everybody, if we can regroup again, and this is why what we have described before, for us it's so important to work together as European Union, as the US, with Arab partners to find what we need, guarantees that Israelis can live forever in security, that the 7th of October can never happen again, and the same counts for Palestinian people. It has to be a irreversible path towards a two-state solution, and this is our job, which we have to do right now, and we can only do it together with the different partners. Neither the US, definitely not Germany, but also not one Arab country alone can go this path. We have to group and unite together for the peace in the Middle East.
Inshallah, as they would say in the Middle East.
So I'll just take a minute.
1 minute, yes.
I think a very large number of countries, especially of the global south, believe that terrorism shouldn't be countenanced or justified. But they equally strongly believe that a two-state solution should not be delayed. These are not choices. These are both musts. And unless we are able to address both these issues, we are not going to really solve the problem.
Well, thank you all. I know that we've gone over time, so apologies for that. And thank you to the audience.
Welcome back. You're watching BR24 Live, covering this year's Munich Security Conference. And live with us now is Thorsten Teichmann, former long-time correspondent with our studio in Washington, D.C. Thorsten, Blinken and Baerbock. How strong is the bond between Germany and the U.S. still, or maybe again?
No, it's very, very, very strong when you see those both, the German Foreign Minister Baerbock and the Minister of State of the US, Blinken. When they come together, it's always quite, there's sympathy, there's agreement on major issues. I think this is something we see for the last couple of years. Even actually during the election cycle in Germany, there was already understanding between the Green Party and the administration in Washington. So I saw that here today. They both stressed very much the importance of partners, of coalitions, in a world that is multipolar. The German foreign minister was stressing that Germany is very interested in the defense of the international law and therefore needs partners. And her American counterpart was telling that the US administration has invested heavily into its partners abroad again, because all the challenges we're facing in the world are, even for the US, too big to solve alone.
How do they position themselves towards the BRICS, the so-called global south?
That was really interesting of this discussion. So in the beginning already, the German Foreign Minister Baerbock stressed that even if we come to a position in the West, we can't call partners that they come to the same position. It's not that we can instruct them to come to the same position. We have to listen. And even sometimes we have to look at our past when we didn't support them in their struggle, and maybe there's different reasons to approach a problem right now. Mr. Blinken was saying we can't put the whole world into one box. Countries have different interests and opportunities, and that pretty much resonated with their Indian counterpart, who was telling there is also a difference in the BRIC states between being non-Western but not anti-Western. So in the end they agreed, in this panel at least, that diversity also is here a key to approach a problem from different angles. And that was really clear not just in the case of Ukraine, but also in the case of the war in Gaza, where the position the West has is that Israel has the right to defend itself based on international law after the horrendous attack of Hamas on the 7th of October. And the issue is much more discussed in outside the Western world, also under the focus of the Palestinian people. And even if the goal of a two-state solution is the same, those countries have different approaches to this current conflict and problem and humanitarian suffering on both sides. And so that was really interesting to hear, and maybe also really a vocal point in this whole conference here in Munich.
This year there is going to be a presidential election in the US, and how tough is that going to be on the bond between all of the Western states? Or is it a little bit like Mark Rutte was saying it in a panel earlier, that he is under the impression that there is too much focus on the Munich Security Conference on the what if Trump 2024 again? What do you think?
I would agree with him. I would take it away. I think we had this discussion also yesterday. Take it away from Trump. And I would go back to the beginning, what the UN Secretary Guterres was saying. He was saying the current order is not working for anyone. So he says there is needed a major improvement. And we always talk under the focus, it's getting worse. How can we help that it is not getting really bad? Maybe our focus is wrong here. Maybe we really have to discuss much more on and focus much more on the improvement of the international order that is or should work for everyone, and focus on the conferences that are planned, peace conferences, for example, for the war, Russia against Ukraine, and also summits like NATO in Washington this year.
Let's also take a look at what we've seen earlier. China's top diplomat Wang Yi, he focused on saying that China is a force of stability for the world. At the same time, last year and also this year, he made it abundantly clear that Taiwan is a part of China. How much has the tension in the Indo-Pacific, the South China Sea, grown since then?
Yeah, we discussed it after his speech, and for me there was also from the American perspective nothing new in it. There was no escalation. So what he stressed was that China will manage disputes in dialogue. He said that the South China Sea will develop into a sea of cooperation and friendship. But as you said, he also made quite clear that he claims areas like Taiwan in this area. And he said the one-state solution or the one-state approach is not for negotiation. He was saying that Taiwan is part of China and not and will never be its own country. And this is aligned with what President Biden said after the elections in Taiwan in January, saying there is no room for independence. But as well, the Americans have a strategy that they would probably come to help in case China wants to take Taiwan by force. But this is not the discussion here right now. I think everyone claimed its turf again on this very hot topic, and no escalation so far as I can see, but also no improvement.
Yeah, I mean, those are maybe the two big what ifs. What if Trump and what if an escalation, China and Taiwan? Still, how do you experience what people are talking and discussing about what there would be an escalation? Would this mean that the US would have to drop support for Ukraine against Russia? What is talked about?
You mean an escalation in the Indo-Pacific? What would that mean for the Americans in their commitment to other crises in the world? I think probably we can look for a panel before. There was the question about the support of the Americans for Ukraine, and saying that currently that US Washington power politics is blocking another help package of 60 billion for Ukraine, and that time is very decisive here, and that maybe Mr. Xi in China is looking at what is happening in the US and drawing its own conclusions. And actually the senator who was on the panel agreed to that, although he was one of the senators from the Republican Party who refused to agree to this help package. What I will say is that America is always also, as we are, driven by its own domestic problems and interests, and we should listen carefully. And it should be interesting to see how this is working out with a different administration. Currently, we have an administration in the US that is investing into partners. If the domestic problems are getting bigger, if the domestic problems toward China in the competition they have is growing, then probably Ukraine might be finding itself on the backbench. If the war of Russia against Ukraine is still raging there, or we find a solution before. That would be also maybe here in the context of that this conference a very good claim to issue to say that the war of Russia against Ukraine has to be solved quite quickly because we have so many other involving problems in the world.
Thank you so much, Thorsten Teichmann, for taking the time. Thank you. And now we will be taking a break, have some lunch, get some fresh air, grab a coffee, and we will see each other again at 3:15 sharp. You're watching BR24 live on this year's Munich Security Conference. Welcome back. I hope you've had the finest lunch break. You're watching BR24 live, covering this year's Munich Security Conference. And coming up next, the panel discussion, connecting hemispheres, aligning strategic priorities in a multi-crisis era.
I work for CNBC, and I have the pleasure of moderating the next session, looking at how to align different strategic priorities. But before we get there, I would like to invite on stage the Minister of Defense from Germany, Boris Pistorius, for some initial remarks. Minister.
Thank you very much, dear Sylvia, dear colleague Tax, dear Nung, ladies and gentlemen. This is not the time for sugarcoating of today's reality. From the northern to the southern hemisphere, crises have been unfolding. Conflicts and wars are intensifying at alarming pace. Global challenges such as climate change, pandemics, and global threats, in particular international terrorism, are heating up existing local and regional conflicts. In the Middle East, many of these evils seem to reinforce each other. As we have seen in the barbaric terror attack by Hamas on Israel on 7th of October, as we see. I want to make it very clear in that point, we stand by Israel. One aggressive power is seeking to exploit local and regional conflicts for its own revisionist agenda, the cruel result of which we see in Ukraine. And as we speak, here in peaceful Munich, Putin's illegal and inhumane war is bringing unspeakable suffering to the Ukrainian people. This war, ladies and gentlemen, is about much more than two states fighting over territory. This war is about the question of whether we will allow an imperialist power to impose its will on another sovereign state. Our common answer to this question will be heard loud and clear around the world. It will influence the appetite of revisionist and expansionist powers for waging war against their neighbors in Africa, in the Middle East, the Indo-Pacific. Together, as defenders of the free world, we have a common responsibility and the willingness to get this answer right. Whatever differences there may be between the countries of the North and the South, let us overcome them. Let us draw closer together to make one thing absolutely clear. We stand for cooperation and support, not hatred and destruction. We stand for freedom and the rules-based international order, and which benefits all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, after the Cold War, we tried to build an inclusive pan-European security architecture together with Russia. Unfortunately, we failed. Today we know why. All these attempts ran counter to the Kremlin's strategy of reinstalling its dominance in Eastern and Central Europe. It is now our common responsibility to help Ukraine to restore its territorial integrity. It is our responsibility to strengthen its resilience. Ukraine's future is in NATO and it lies in the European Union. That is where I want to see the country, and more importantly, it is where Ukraine sees its own future. And that means we will support them in fighting and winning this war. Our support to Ukraine is firm and sustained. We will hold out and we will stand strong no matter how long Putin continues this illegal and senseless war against a sovereign, freedom-loving country, ladies and gentlemen. At the same time, we will have to live with dividing lines in our Europe for decades to come, unfortunately. Free and democratic Europe on one side, authoritarian and warmongering Russia on the other. Our messages must be clear, however, not only in words, but also in deeds. Effective deterrence is our life insurance. For me, deterrence has at least three dimensions. First and foremost, money. We need the resources to invest in deterrence. I am proud to say that this year we will spend over 2% of our GDP on defense in Germany. I am also realistic enough to see that this might not be enough in the years to come. Second, production. Without a strong defense industry, we will not be able to invest in equipment, arms, and ammunition. In Germany, new production lines have been opened, for example, for producing Gepard ammunition or air defense equipment. On Monday, Chancellor Scholz and I paved the way for boosting the production of 155mm ammunition in northern Germany. Third and last, operational readiness. Across NATO's eastern flank, we are ramping up the presence of the Bundeswehr, most prominently by permanently deploying a robust, combat-ready brigade in Lithuania. Together with our allies, we are sending a strong message to Putin. If any Russian soldier puts their boots on allies' territory, we will defend every inch of it. As a frontline state during the Cold War, Germany benefited greatly from the Allied presence in our country. All of us in free Europe are grateful for the US security umbrella over the past 75 years. Vice President Kamala Harris said it quite clearly yesterday. Both sides of the Atlantic have always benefited from this close partnership. It remains central to our security, and we do not take it for granted. We Europeans are well aware that America's resources and attention will increasingly move towards the Indo-Pacific, regardless of who might be at the helm in the White House next January. That is why we are working hard to make the European contribution to transatlantic burden sharing more relevant, for example, by investing in collective solutions. Here are 3 examples. First, the European Sky Shield Initiative, with already 21 participating nations, will significantly enhance the European contribution to air defense in Europe. Second, joint procurement and development are the order of the day, not only in air defense, but also for submarines, frigates, tanks, or ammunition. And third, the military mobility corridor that we have set up together with our Danish and Polish friends will make it much easier to move troops and equipment from the Atlantic to the eastern flank if needed. But, ladies and gentlemen, it is also clear we Europeans must and can do more, and we need to do it faster. Ladies and gentlemen, Europe and the West are not alone and have never been. The countries of the global South are, to a considerable extent, shaping the 21st century. They are influencing our reality in Europe, the US, and elsewhere. If we want to be part of these dynamics, and I definitely think we should, we are well advised to engage with these powerhouses, much more than we have done in the past, especially as we are facing many of the same challenges. Engaging also means moving out of our comfort zone, respecting the interests, priorities, and worldviews of different nations. It means not forcing them to choose sides and, most importantly, lending support where needed. As for the Indo-Pacific, we will again send maritime units to the region this year, underlining our commitment to open and secure sea routes that are being challenged, for example, by China in the South China Sea. We will also support the enforcement of UN sanctions against North Korea, regardless of Russia's violations of these sanctions. We will participate in protecting maritime traffic in the Red Sea. Of course we will. Pending parliamentary approval, we will be deploying a frigate from next week as part of the robust European Union-led Red Sea operation. In Africa, we are committed to African ownership and to African solutions to African problems. We stand ready to assist those countries that have an interest in peace and stability. that want our support in capacity building with material and with military expertise, as a contribution to the protection of the rule-based international order. Already today, Germany military advisory groups are active in various countries of the African continent. We are ready to send more if asked. We seek a partnership of equals. I made this very clear during my last visits to Africa in December. Closer cooperation means getting off our high horse. That is what I mean by leaving our comfort zone. We want to be reliable partners to our friends abroad, including when it comes to armament cooperation. We do not want, of course, arms produced in Germany to fall into the wrong hands. That is very clear. At the same time, we cannot expect countries in the global south to defend themselves and the rules-based international order if we deny them the equipment they need. If we refuse to cooperate with certain African states because they do not fully meet our standards, our values, then Russia will step in. Usually not for the good of the country or the stability of the region. What will we have gained then? Not much, to be honest. Ladies and gentlemen, last year in Munich, I emphasized that I am a child of the Cold War. As a child of the Cold War, I remember the tremendous efforts we had to make in order to defend our freedom, our sovereignty, our peace and stability. And today, the world is much more complicated. Today's challenges are not exclusively challenges of one hemisphere or the other. Today, crises are more and more interconnected. Even if conflicts are far away, their impacts are not. And only together we will have the chance to shape the world we live in. Let us rise to the occasion. We must stand strong for what we believe in, a future in which all nations have the right to determine their own destiny, to pursue their own path, and to join the alliances of their choice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. I would also like to invite on stage the Ministers of Defense from Singapore and Tanzania, please.
Thank you. Very kind.
I think we're all ready. Thank you for setting the scene for us, Minister Pistorius. No doubt that the conversations that are happening here in Munich are naturally quite focused on Ukraine and on the war between Israel and Hamas. But what I would propose for the next couple of minutes is really a self-assessment. Are we paying enough attention to all the conflicts that are taking place right now? Are we looking at all the emerging threats in the same way? How are we essentially trying to work together and find how to align the different strategic priorities? So I would like to start with you, Minister Pistorius, because in some of the remarks you were just mentioning over there, you were saying that you cannot sugarcoat this. The geopolitical landscape is definitely very complex at this stage. And you also mentioned that this might not be enough when it comes to defense spending, that you might need to do more. So my question to you really is this the right moment for the NATO allies to discuss increasing their defense spending target? Is the 2% level still reasonable when you look at a world that is so complex?
Well, Silvia, when that started in Wales, the 2% pledge was the floor of what we are going to do. And now everybody of us is aware that it can only be the starting point. And of course, it needs more. I already emphasized several months ago that 2% can only be the start of it. We probably need more in the next years. By ourselves, by just considering the situation in Europe now, and the situation and the development we might have in the years to come, but even more when it comes to the development, for example, in the Indo-Pacific, when it comes to developments of destabilization in Africa. So we need more attention on the one hand side to what is going on in the world, because everybody has to engage there, US, we, NATO, European Union and others. And at the same time we have to achieve and to improve, to achieve more in Europe, because others, like for example US, might shift their attention more to the Indo-Pacific and do their more in favor not to do as much as before in Europe. So in any case, we are challenged and we have to accept that.
So is it reasonable to think perhaps that 4% is more what you should be thinking at as you think about the future?
Well, I'm a lawyer. And everybody knows that lawyers don't love numbers.
But they're important, Minister.
And therefore, I would rather say it is not really a question of 2, 2.5, 3 or 4%. It's a question of sufficient numbers of efficient amounts of money to have. That must fit together, for example, with the development of our industry, what I mentioned too. That all has to fit together, and then we might reach 3% or maybe even 3.5. It depends what's happening in the world.
And on your economy.
And in our economy. There was something, yeah.
We'll come back to defense spending in Germany and in NATO, but I would like to ask Minister Ange about your thoughts on defense spending in the Indo-Pacific, because the latest Munich Security report actually showed huge amounts of increase in defense spending in that part of the world. But when you look at it, is this the right approach for the Indo-Pacific region? Is there an arms race?
Well, let me put that in context. Your first question, are we paying enough attention to issues? I remember in the 50th Munich Security Conference, I think Ambassador Ischinger was chairing, and it was a historic session. Henry Kissinger, A. Schmidt, Valéry Giscard d'Estaing, and the former president of France, they were of course celebrating the fact that Europe had been at peace for 50 years, as they should. And President Estaing said that Europe had made the concept of war irrelevant. Here we are, 60th anniversary and Munich Security Conference. None of us would have predicted even 2 years ago or 3 years ago. 2 years ago, it was the eve of a few weeks before the invasion. None of us predicted after the Abraham Accord, the Israel-Hamas conflict. So your question, are we doing enough to prevent further conflicts? That's a difficult one. But to me, the lessons for this are very clear. We should avoid conflict in Asia at all costs. You don't need it. Nothing justifies it in my mind. The US-China rivalry notwithstanding. In that context, then we talk about defense spending. It's a symptom, not a cause. By 2030, the US will spend $1 trillion US in defense spending. China will spend about 500 billion, not in PPP terms, but nominal terms. Is there an arms race? Can you stop it? And if so, how would you do it? You can't stop countries from deciding that they're going to spend to protect their interests. You could probably have agreements, as we have in terms of against nuclear proliferation, but it will be in the diplomatic solutions. It will be in the multilateral forums that we are having now to preempt conflicts. And to me, that's the top priority for Asia. We must avoid a conflict in Asia. The world can't afford one. You can't have 3 simultaneous theaters of instability. And if indeed there is a conflict for whatever reason between US and China, I think we will have blighted our futures for the next, well, 10, 20, 30 years.
You're very clear that you want to avoid any sort of conflict or escalation in Indo-Pacific. What is your message to China in that context? What would you tell Chinese
You're
officials?
picking sides, only to China.
Well, I'm starting with China.
The message must be the same, avoid conflict. So I think there was reassuring that President Xi and President Biden met in San Francisco. Right noises were made, even with the election of the Taiwanese president, who is, shall we say, somewhat pro-independence, President Lai. But I thought it was very reassuring. The President Biden, one of his first statements was that he does not support Taiwanese independence. And if you look at what the PLA did in response to President Lai's election, it wasn't much, and that's reassuring.
Very clear. I would like to ask your thoughts, on Minister Tax, on how do you look at all of these layers? When looking at the geopolitical landscape, there's a lot going on, and we were just touching on a few topics here. How do you prioritize? Where do you focus your attention?
Thank you. Indeed, there are a number of crises, as you have said, and some of which were mentioned in the opening remarks. It is challenging because aligning, you have these global challenges, but also you have your national priorities and you have your national challenges as well. As an African country, you know that resources are scarce, and that being the case, the most difficult part is how do you align your national priorities, these upcoming challenges, but also with the international commitment. So as a country, first and foremost, let me put it maybe differently, because we talk about these crises, global crisis, but if you look at these crises, Africa has its own crises as well, which sometimes are not well perceived as global crises. We have interstate conflicts in Africa, but poverty and hunger is also a crisis. Natural disaster is also, it comes with a lot of challenges. Climate change effects, I'm not sure if we are affected equally globally. So it's, now the challenge is aligning. First and foremost is make sure that the basic needs for your people are catered for. That is very important. And then now you go beyond and see how do you address these challenges. The beauty about Africa, we belong in different configuration. We have a number of regional communities, so we work together because you cannot address them individually as a nation. And then now from there, you go to the African Union, but again, you address them collectively as from a territorial point of view. So the alignment is not as easy and straightforward as one would think, because there are a number of factors and consideration which you take into consideration when you try to align.
How can you improve that?
Improving is to enhance first, if we are looking at a crisis, is to improve your resilience, because that is very critical. But also it is to improve, as it was said, partnership with other countries, but also with other communities. And then I was listening to the opening remarks when there was a mention that Germany is also trying to enhance their defense capabilities. It is amazing because we look and we feel that they are very advanced. For us now, that is what we are trying to do, to enhance our economic capabilities, but not leaving alone our military capabilities as well. So what to do is not, again, you cannot have a straightforward answer, because there are a number of things which you need to do by balancing, but also by taking these plans you have to use a step-by-step approach.
Minister Pistorius, I have to return to the question of Russia, because recently you've made the comment that Russia could attack a NATO country in 5 to 8 years. Officials in Denmark are a little bit more aggressive with their timeline, saying 3 to 5 even. And earlier today, when President Zelenskyy was here, he was saying that European countries are actually not ready to fight a war with Russia, simply because their populations have not been taught. They haven't been discussing these over the years. Is Germany, is Europe, European NATO that is, ready to answer an attack from Russia?
We are on the way to be able to do that, but not at the aim already, because of course, I mean, I always take my daughters, my grown-up daughters as an example. They are 35 and 34. They never experienced the war, the Cold War, the Warsaw Alliance, nor anything I grew up with over decades. So I have to tell them, like all the other parts of the generation, what that meant to us and what this means now to us again. The threat of a country in Germany which is aggressive, a dictator who has imperialistic ambitions. So what does that mean for our security? And this takes some time. That's what I meant when I talked about that comfort zone. We have been living in that comfort zone for 3 decades. We benefited of the peace dividend, as we called it. We invested in anything, but not in deterrence and defense, because there was nobody who has to be deterred or to defend it against. So this is what we are now facing, and that takes time. As much as it takes time to improve and to increase the production capacities of our defense industry, or to rebuild our army and to enable the armed forces to be ready to deterrent defense. We are doing a lot by, for example, as I mentioned, deploying a permanently brigade to Lithuania, which is important and very important signal, but at the same time, it is very challenging for every part of society, including politics, including mindset of society, including industry, including allies.
How can I add a comment to the question? And the context is, how can you prepare for aggression? Well, that's a good question. But the flip side is also one of preemption, which is deterrence and diplomacy. And I agree, Boris, that you need to build sufficient capability, defense capabilities as a deterrence. And that's, for Singapore, very small country. We've spent 3% of our GDP on our defense budget, and purely for deterrence. Nobody sees us as a threat, I hope. But on the flip side of deterrence and preemption is what we're doing now, multilateralism, as well as one important aspect, and it may not be applicable because after Russia invaded Ukraine, it's difficult, but it's trade. Single most epochal event has been globalization, which lifted many countries. Trade between China and Japan went up multifold. Trade between China and Taiwan went up multifold. You talk about the global south, Chinese investments into Africa. So my point is, if we are talking about prevention of conflict, I think it would be imbalance, if we don't also talk about how do you increase trade, how do you produce a system that you enlarge the pie and that there are more stakeholders. Right. We are security chiefs, but trade is a very necessary component of peace and deterrence.
I want to go to Minister Tax, but you seem a little bit excited.
I could not agree more theoretically, because we did all that with Russia. We did all that with other countries, and still now we are criticized, for sure, that we did so much in trade with Russia because we were too depending on Russia. And so we had trade with Russia, a lot, but still Putin decided to go this way and to attack, to invade Ukraine. Nothing of all the things we used to do during the last decades prevented him from doing that.
So exactly, this trade is therefore a solution to prevent trade, because in the case of Germany, it didn't really work.
I wonder if Mr. Putin is a sui generis, and that we could apply all lessons and...
No, of course not. Of course not.
I would say that China is not Russia, and my assessment is that presidency is not Putin.
I agree, and we do have trade with China, and we will have trade with China. We have to de-risk a little bit and not to put all our eggs in one basket. This is quite smart to do that, but still we have trade, and we will have trade with China in the future.
Minister Tax, what are your thoughts on this? Because I noticed recently, for instance, you announced new partnerships with India. Is that an attempt to essentially bring down some of the trade links that you might have with China? Are you looking for new partners?
No.
And does trade work?
Interesting. It's not that, for us, Tanzania, we are trying to look for opportunities everywhere. Does not mean that if we open up new avenue with a certain country, we are trying to avoid the other partner, no. because opportunities, you can do business with China on certain areas, you can trade with Germany, you can trade with India. So it's about using the available opportunities. So, and it is interesting because it's not, he spoke about trade, but I think this is my interpretation, that it's about benefiting equally from partners. Not necessarily equally, but to have benefit. Mm-hmm. Both parties should benefit from whatever you're doing. It's about economic partnership. Trade is just one element of that, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Is therefore your opinion also that that is a potential solution to avoid conflict? Or is this a strategy that you actually need to look at different partners at the same time to avoid dependencies like Germany had from Russia?
It's not only about avoiding or dealing with or addressing conflicts. It's about enhancing your capabilities. It's about enhancing your economic muscles. So if you're capable of addressing some of these challenges independently, it means that you can deal with your own challenge, but also you can assist other countries as well. So it's about enhancing your socio-economic capabilities.
Ms. Amano, no one is going to pretend that trade is the magic bullet.
But it's a key.
The Golden Arches example that two countries with McDonald's will not go to war, I think probably has been proven wrong. But
yes.
But it's a very necessary aspect. Boris made an eloquent pitch that you did trade with Russia prior to the invasion. Russia supplied you gas, and 55% of your gas supplies. Would have made a difference if NATO and EU had increased their defense spending to act as well as deterrence. It's counterfactual. We live with the reality.
At that point, you have a point.
So what's your solution, Minister Pistorius? How can you avoid conflict? If the strategy with Russia didn't work in the past, what have you learned?
If I knew the answer to that question, I would be a rich man, or not. I think what we learned during the last 2 years and 10 years is that we need, as NATO allies, as European Union members, we need more of a 360-degree overview. We used to focus our attention only on certain regions of the world, and only temporarily, only when we are concerned and our interests are touched, but not in a way like watching it and observing it and taking part and taking notice of it over years. And I think this is very important in the first place. And second, from time to time, it's quite useful to change the perspective. To go into the shoes of my neighbor and to see how is he looking at the world. I learned a lot during my first participation in Shangri-La last year. When it came to Ukraine and the war of Russia against Ukraine, I realized again that Russia and Ukraine are 10 hours by plane away from Singapore and any other places. Like Singapore is 10 hours away from Berlin, Paris, or other places, or even more, sorry. So what I want to say with that is we forget frequently what does it mean to change the perspective. What is his perspective on Europe? What is my perspective of Sahel? And the other way around. And the more we do and we practice that, the smarter our conclusions are. And the more consistently we do that, the more we learn and the more we are able to react appropriately. And this is what we should all learn, I think.
But with all due respect, Minister, when you look at what we're essentially hitting at is that we need multilateral institutions. But they are at a point where there's a lot of calls for reform, the multilateralism doesn't work. How can you achieve that at a stage where essentially protectionism is the main policy in many parts of this world?
Well, we have to convince again. It's It's worth the work, but we have to do that, to convince and to live it. To live it practically in what we are doing and how we treat others and how we have the dialogue with other partners all over the world and how we take responsibility in other parts of the world. We have to emphasize every day the advantages of multilateralism, the advantage of not being fixed in a block like we used to do for decades after World War II. The world is totally different than in the world I grew up. So therefore we have to change our attitude and our view, our perspective and our approach to our partners to be more flexible and at the same time more reliable when it comes to multilateralism.
Minister Han, when you look at the world, please feel free to address that, but when you look at the world, what keeps you up at night?
Asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you. I'll ask your colleagues too.
I sleep very soundly, despite what my wife says. She has an app that tracks sleep, and she claims that I wake her up. I digress. I was just going to add to your comment, which is very important, and we are talking about prevention of war. It also means that countries will have to step up if they want to protect what they believe in. And this was the reason when the American military had to pull out from Subic and Clark, that Mr. Lee, our founding Prime Minister, offered Singapore as for American ships and planes to rotate through our bases. And that's why they signed the MOU to this day, I mean, that exists, because he believed that the US presence was strategic for Asia because there was a fight on communism. And we believe in partnerships. We're very happy when the Bundeswehr sent their FC Bayern and we use our naval base. We're very happy when the French carrier group, the UK carrier group came through Singapore. And we believe in the balance of powers. So countries do have to step up for their conviction of their beliefs and exercise them. And when we fail, it's tempting to say, well, we haven't done what is right. But let me rephrase the question. What other options do you have? If you don't have multilateralism, if you don't have trade, if you don't have partnerships, what do you resort to?
It's very clear from a Singaporean perspective, but the reason why I ask you what keeps you up at night is within this idea that we need to also understand how other parts of the world are thinking and are looking at the geopolitical landscape.
Well, that's easy. A prolonged war in Ukraine and political support from either Western Europe or United States, waivers, and you reward aggression. That keeps me up at night, and that's why Singapore was the first countries, because if that's the established rule, then there is no future for small countries like for Singapore. And that's the reason why we protested very early, the Russian invasion in Ukraine. We sanctioned our Russian banks in Singapore because they were aiding the war effort. And that's why we've joined Operation Prosperity Guardian, because sea lines of communications at the Red Sea is vital for our interests. Countries will have to step up to protect their beliefs and their way of life.
Minister Tak, same question to you. What keeps you up at night when you look at this geopolitical landscape?
Let me go back to the question you had asked earlier about how do you resolve conflicts. Conflicts, well, I don't know how you put it, but what I wanted to say is that conflicts will always be there, because we live in a dynamic environment, but the issue is how do we address them? That is the main challenge, because, and how committed are we in terms of addressing those conflicts? Because Tanzania, we believe in peaceful means, that conflict should be resolved in peaceful means. But, what keeps me now going to a question is this desire of addressing conflicts militarily. That is a big issue. And is the commitment? Yes, we have the United Nations, which have been trying. You have put it very well that we are not getting there. But if we are committed as members of especially as the Security Council, I believe we are now. First, we have to assess why are we failing? Why this conference keep on coming up? And if we are true to ourselves, then we'll get the right answers.
I have to open the floor to questions, but before I get there, I just have one final question for you, Minister Pistorius. When talking about the defense spending, thinking about Germany, where is the money going to come from?
And
why is it a specific question to Germany?
Because you're responsible for the Germany defense.
No. Well, we have to discuss it in the months to come now for the budget in 25, but particularly for the budgets from 28 on, because then the special fund will be spent entirely, and then we have to, until then we have to find a solution. I don't know yet where we find the money, but we need it. And what the Chancellor said this morning is absolutely right. We can discuss about spending for social issues, for education, for digitalization, for infrastructure and whatever else, but without security, without freedom, insecurity, without secure freedom, everything else is nothing.
Very clear. I would like to give the first question to a Munich Young Leader of this year. She's Emma Louise Powell, Shadow Minister for International Relations and Cooperation from South Africa. There you are, please. If we could have a microphone there.
Thank you. So in recent months, Africa has seen a string of military coups, and we know that democracy is, of course, on retreat in many regions across the continent. So my question is, what mechanisms do you believe that the global north should be using to advance democratic ideals and reduce geopolitical tensions across the African continent? Thank you.
Who would like to take the question? Mr. Tax?
Well, I don't mind to start at that question.
Sorry.
Go on.
No, proceed.
You can both.
No, proceed. Proceed.
Okay.
You start.
I mentioned it earlier already. It is a matter of how we approach the challenges we have to face. I think in the past we had too often the situation that especially countries from Europe or the Western world in its whole came and told the governments in Africa and elsewhere, well, we are smarter than you, we have more experience, and we tell you now what is the best solution for you. And this failed in any case. At the same time, for example, I went to Niger in December after the forceful change of government. And I met the defense minister, and before I met him, I met some NGOs. And they told me, quite frankly and literally, well, of course we are longing for democracy. We want to live in a democracy. But at the same time, we are very disappointed by any democracy, any democratic government in the past, because they did not succeed, they were corrupt, they did the wrong things, and so on and so on. So please don't kid us now after that revolution. It's not a revolution, it's a putsch. Don't leave us, because we need your help and your support. If this government fails too, we got an even worse problems. So what do we have to do is, and that's our strategy when it comes to Africa in any place, we need to stay present. What I mentioned in my input, with my remarks, we have to stay present because we need an ear and a foot and the eyes there to know and to see what's going on. Because then we can step in if we need and want our help, level-headed, the same level, not like a teacher comes into a school class. I think this is the way we have to choose. It takes some time, it costs some money, but it's worth in any way. Otherwise, Russia will step in, or China, it depends. But we have to be there and to have patience with their path to democracy.
We have to be present. Very clear. Minister Tax, please.
You want me to respond as well? I'll respond in a philosophical manner. First, what is democracy? how is that democracy defined in different parts of the world? That is an answer which needs to be responded to. But secondly, what are the root causes of these coups? And why are they happening in resource-rich countries? So that are my responses to these questions.
We don't have much time left, but if there's one more question in the audience, I'll take it. Well, then I'll take it. I want to end our conversation in a positive note. A very quick thought from the three of you on how to boost cooperation. Minister.
Regular exchange, regular visits in the countries, an open dialogue and an open mind for other perspectives.
Minister Hung.
I would agree with that, but from the military perspective, I think mill-to-mill engagement is crucial. Especially if there's a potential aggressor, you increase the risk of strategic miscalculations. That goes for militaries, US and China included, China, Japan. So in ASEAN, the ASEAN Defense Ministers meeting N+, we are stepping up, for example, mill-to-mill engagement, about 18 nations, and we have to just keep working at it.
And Minister Tax, how do we improve cooperation?
We improve cooperation through partnership, as I had already indicated, but what is very important is to resolve this conflict through peaceful means. That is my call.
I wish you best of luck to the three of you, and thank you so much to our audience for joining us here this afternoon. Thank you. We'll walk to the back, yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the main program will continue in just a minute. Please remain seated. We'll continue momentarily.
Yes, and you know also the drill. Welcome back. This is BR24 Live covering this year's Munich Security Conference. From this panel discussion to yet another panel discussion called Fighting Fatigue, Whatever It Takes for Ukraine's Victory, with, among others, Mette Frederiksen, the Prime Minister of Denmark, Robert Habeck, the Vice Chancellor and Federal Minister for Economic Affairs and Climate Action of Germany, and Dmitry Kuleba, Ministry of Foreign Affairs from Ukraine. Just stay with us and you won't miss a thing.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We'll continue with the main program in just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly ask you to take your seats now? We would like to continue with the program. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly ask you to take your seats now?
No. Stay here. Stay here, Vladimir. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I've been standing on this stage for quite a few times before, and it's my privilege this afternoon, my enormous pleasure to welcome a fantastic panel to discuss the question of what we need to do for Ukraine, not to lose, but to win going forward. So with that, we don't want to lose time. We have exactly 1 hour. So I would want to invite my panelists to come up, and I'll introduce you all when you sit here. Please do join us here. Nancy, you should come here. Robert Habeck over there. Minister Kuleba and Prime Minister Frederiksen over here, and we're still waiting for the Italian foreign minister. Italians are sometimes a minute late or two, but they should, he'll be here in a second.
Yeah. It's in coming. My mic is on.
So, by way of getting started, before I forget to make a point I've been wanting to make all along, and I think Christoph Heusgen has already also made it at one point. If you or your friends have not had a chance yet to go to the basement, the downstairs of the Rosewood Hotel, which is the hotel next door, there is an extremely fascinating, gripping, mind-blowing exhibition about the 724 days of the war. 724, I think, is now the correct number. And it's a must-see. Go and take a look at it. You will come out of this exhibit with a different understanding of the horrors and the devastation of this war. I wish we could show some of the pictures right here to create the atmosphere that we need, the sense of urgency, etc. Second, just by way of a point or two of introduction, Europe, and of course now I'm speaking about Europe and not about America, Madam Speaker, but Europe has, to this day, not found a really effective way to create integration, which has been the original aim of Europe, integration in the area of defense and arms procurement. Now we're talking a lot about ammunition, etc. Instead, you know, when China or the United States look at Europe, we look like 27 mini-states. We're all small. Even Germany is a very small state, as seen from Beijing or from Washington, D.C. And we believe to this day that it is the right way to have 27 different arms procurement agencies and processes and specifications. I was recently at a helicopter production site in Germany where a large company produces helicopters. And I was impressed to see that there is a production line for the Spanish helicopter and one for the German helicopter and one for the British helicopter. And they're all different because the various national requirements, electronics and guidance systems, etc., are different. That is, as far as I'm concerned, not the way to produce maximum efficiency and the best possible outcome. In other words, there is a huge amount of room for improvement, certainly as far as the long term is concerned. Now, we need to talk not only about the long term, but we need to talk about the short term, because there is now a problem for Ukraine, and I'm sure Minister Kölbl will talk about it in just a minute. Before I offer the floor, let me just briefly again introduce the panel, and I start on my right. Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen, of course, doesn't need an introduction. Prime Minister of the Kingdom, somebody talked about the Republic of Denmark or of Norway or so, the Kingdom of Denmark. You just got a new king, right? A couple of weeks ago, the former crown prince. Then we have, of course, Dmitry Kuleba, whom I've met many times, Foreign Minister of Ukraine, the only country in Europe that is currently at war, trying to defend itself. So thank you for being here. Dmitry, you have a very important role to play here. We're still missing Antonio Tajani, Foreign Minister of Italy, so I go to Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi, former Speaker of the House of Representatives for so many, many, many years. That certainly needs absolutely no introduction. You've been such a great friend of the Munich Security Conference when we came to Washington over the past decade or two. Thank you for being here again. We feel honored. And last not least, of course, Robert Habeck, the German Minister of Economics, and also responsible for climate, but that's not what we're talking about today. As I recall, I hope my memory serves me right, Robert Habeck was actually the first member of the German cabinet after the invasion to travel to Ukraine, the first or the second. You were certainly among the very first to find their way to Ukraine, and you've had an enormous role and interest in shaping our policies to the Ukrainian crisis, to the war. So let me just start by raising the issue which has already been discussed in a number of different formats over the last day or day and a half. And I'll start with you, Dmitry, because you're the person from the country affected. How desperate is the ammunition problem or the supply problem in the larger sense? Just give us a sense of proportion and of dimension of this problem. Please, you have the floor.
Do you have a mic? It's exactly what happens with ammunition. Even when you have one, you still want to get another. There are two issues with ammunition. The first one is the quantity and sustainability of supply. And the situation today is bad. And it's not my political assessment, it's the message that we all receive from the front line. The president, his military advisors, I know people on the front line, officers, soldiers, who are texting and saying it's bad, we need more ammunition. And the second issue with ammunition is specific, but I appreciate Ambassador mentioned it. You see, when a decision is being made to deliver a certain amount of ammunition to Ukraine, of the ammunition of 155th caliber, we're extremely grateful for that. But when political decision is made, and these 10,000 rounds are being delivered to Ukraine, we tick a box politically, done. And we start looking for another 10,000 together with our partners, and Germany, the United States, Denmark, they were very helpful in this. But the trick is, because all of the howitzers and cannons of 155th caliber were produced specifically for certain type of this caliber, delivered, produced in a specific country, you cannot use the same round with every cannon of 155th caliber. So politicians tick the box and receive credits, get credited for delivering these tons of rounds. But on the ground, it becomes a massive technological problem to send the right round to the right cannon. And I'm not talking about further details about spare parts, maintenance. You know, you say we provide Ukraine with 10 howitzers. We appreciate that, we need it, we're extremely grateful. But these howitzers go to real war, to real action. And they go out of order, and you need to maintain them. And you need sometimes a small detail that you cannot receive for months from another country because of regulatory, administrative, technical, or logistical issues. And all these days and weeks, this cannon is not working on the front line. So I think I want to make 2 points with regard to this. First, we need, all of us need much, much more artillery ammunition. Drones became a real kind of part of the game. They will solve some problems, but they will not replace artillery ammunition. And if you take the needs of Ukraine plus the needs of your stocks, we collectively have to produce much more. Ukraine has critically ramped up production of everything we can. We did it in the shortest period of time. And we ask you to do the same, to ramp up production, to invest into new production lines. This is not going to be over tomorrow. You have to accept the reality that there is a country in Europe called Russia that seeks war and more war. And you cannot pacify them, you cannot appease them. You have to invest in the production of weapons. And second, I think Europe has one of the best examples in the world of a multinational production of a world-class product. It's Airbus. Hundreds of companies are involved in the production of a certain lineup of products. Planes, very sophisticated, state-of-the-art. These companies are representing different countries, but in the end, they all end up in one product that can be used anywhere in the world and maintained quickly anywhere in the world. You have to do the same for weapons you produce. If it's a 155th caliber cannon, then here it is, and every round you produce can be used for its purpose, with this cannon. Spare parts, everything. And this is why I've been calling on the European Union and on NATO to launch a program of reaching a certain level of common market for common defense industry space. None of the national defense industries in Europe can cope with the challenge on its own. We collectively will prevail if we act as one. EU member states, candidate countries, or NATO and aspiring countries. And we are very powerful, we have the capacity. In 1944, The anti-Hitler coalition consisted of 44 countries. In 2024, the Rammstein coalition consists of 54 countries. We are much stronger. We can do that. And I see the political will to do it, but political will has to transform into action. So, common production of weapons, technical alignment, and big quantities. This is the answer. And we have to get there very quickly if we all want to win and prevent further spillover of the war.
Thank you very much. I welcome the Foreign Minister of Italy.
Sorry, I apologize. I was with the meeting with the Prime Minister of Iraq. Sorry.
It's quite all right. You'll get the floor in just a couple of minutes. So thank you for joining us and for being here. Let me turn to Prime Minister of Denmark. Having listened to Dmitry Kuleba, how are we doing in the EU? I remember, listening to your data that you just quoted, I remember we did a study some years ago that outlined that while the United States had 30 large weapon systems, the European Union collectively had something like 180 large weapon systems. No wonder that our systems are less efficient, less modern, less competitive, etc. So from your point of view, as Danish Prime Minister, how are we doing? I should note that Denmark is one of the very few countries that has now offered very modern airplanes to be delivered to Ukraine, F-15, or is it 16? F-16 airplanes. So, Madam Prime Minister, you have the floor.
Yeah, it's totally correct that our F-16s will soon be flying in the Ukraine, and we have donated our entire artillery to Ukraine, and now we really try to push everyone to deliver what you need when it comes to ammunition. And the different weapon systems we have in Europe, that's correct, but it does not explain why we are not delivering what Ukraine needs. It has nothing to do with each other. We could deliver now. We have had 2 years. And we have done a lot together, and especially a big thank to our American friends. I think our transatlantic alliance have never been stronger than what we see today. But all the things we have been able to do now for 2 years will not win the war. So to be very short, when you ask me, are we doing enough? Are we good enough? The answer is no. Because just saying there has been a war going on in Europe for 2 years is a sentence that we should not say. We should have supported you much more from the very beginning of this war, because Ukraine cannot win a war without weapons. Words are simply not enough. And I totally agree with you that Russia, they don't want peace. And the aggressive attitude from Russia is not only seen in Ukraine. We see it in Africa. We see it in Latin America. We see it when they try to destabilize Balkan. We see it in hybrid war, in disinformation, in fake news, and so on. We see it even in the Arctic region now. So everywhere Russia is playing a role, they are playing a wrong role, a negative role, a spoiling role. And they don't want peace. And we have to be aware about that, because if they don't want peace, and they are now transforming themselves into a war economy, then we really have to speed up and to scale up. And no matter what will happen in US, Europe have to be able to defend ourselves. And to defend ourselves, we have to defend Ukraine, because Ukraine belongs to Europe. So I think the most important thing is for the next weeks, no more wordings. We have had several meetings. It's a nice conference, and thank you for hosting us. But we don't need any more words. We need decisions. And it's about ammunition. It's about what's going on. It's in the air. It's about air defense, and of course also long-ranging missiles. So I think that's point number one. And after that, and hopefully we'll be able to do both at the same time. We need the long-term perspective. And of course, it means more European integration. Always stick to the NATO alliance, but even though more European integration. And we need to scale up our own production. And that's why I'm happy that a country like Germany is now being, on a very practical level, opening new production lines, supported by good friends like Denmark, because we need to be concrete, but we need to protect Ukraine, and they are fighting not only for themselves, on behalf of all of us. So please deliver, everyone.
Thanks, that's really great. Thank you very much. Let me turn to you, Madam Speaker, Nancy. From an American point of view, of course, your country has been by far the single biggest supplier, the most important supporter of the war, of the Ukrainian war effort so far. But if what the Prime Minister just said comes true, and I happen to agree with that, that we're in for the long haul here. This is not a short-term confrontation. This is going to last certainly for the remainder of this year and maybe into next year and beyond. We don't know when this is going to end and how. So give us, I mean, you're the single most experienced expert on the House of Representatives and on the US Congress. Give us your view. How reliable do you think will be the US leadership role in this, having witnessed recent discussions in the Congress and the hesitations, certainly among the Republican caucus of the House? Give us your explanation how we should think about it, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. It's an honor to be with you and this distinguished panel. I also want to acknowledge the person who's in charge, one of the Democrats in the House, Hakeem Jeffries, who is here. You probably should direct this question to him, because I may have the most experience, but he's the most current. In any event, here's what I have to say about this. We have to get it done. So how we get it done remains to be seen. Well, we just want to vote. We have the votes in the Congress, over 300 votes for the assistance to Ukraine. The President's supplemental package is values-based. It was the full program with aid to Ukraine, to Israel, to Taiwan, to humanitarian assistance for the people in Gaza and other places, and we have to get the job done. The title, what is the title of this? Ukraine fatigue? There's no place for any fatigue in any of this. In any negotiation, speaking from my experience now as you just do not tire. You do not tire, you do not relax, you just keep fighting. For whether it is, in our case, the resources that doesn't even come close to matching the courage, the patriotism, the commitment to democracy of the people of Ukraine. I don't have to make a case to all of you for that, but I do want to say that in any negotiation we have with each other, not that this was a negotiation, but that we have with each other, you never tire. That's just the way it is. You just keep fighting. They have to know you're not going away. And in terms of all of this, I'm very proud of what our members have done and under leadership of President Biden want to continue to do in terms of military supplies, et cetera, humanitarian assistance, economic assistance, and the rest. But more needs to be done. And we have to, I agree completely with the Prime Minister when she says the long haul here. And the long haul, even if victory were tomorrow, Russia is not going away. So we have to gear up to win this. Victory is the only option, and then be ready for whatever they think they're doing next. What I've heard today in meetings was that Russia has more people in the military now than at the beginning the beginning of the Ukraine invasion, and they will continue to do so. And where do they get them? They buy them. They go through the countryside where people don't have very much money or resources, and they pay them more to go to war. They've used up so many people in prison. They used up people in the minority communities, and now they're going to the countryside. And they have mercenaries. And that takes me to the other point about the sanctions. We must honor the sanctions, because the sanctions give them the money to pay for this war and build their military even further. They're getting much more sophisticated in electronic battle and the rest, and they will have an endless number of people. So NATO has been the champion for the peace for now going on 75 years. We honor that, we respect that, we are grateful, all of us who care about peace, as to what has happened and us all working together on this. But fatigue is a word that we should never associate with it. Now, we talk about the civilian support. Some people will quote, let me just say this. We have a saying, I'm an appropriator. We have a saying in appropriations. The plural of anecdote is not data. Now, press will come up with, I interviewed somebody and they said, well, why are we doing that when we have all these needs at home? Yeah. We're doing it because we're protecting democracy, and that's what we have to do. And quite frankly, the war in Ukraine, instigated by the Russians, is contributing to your problems at home. The cost of oil, the cost of food, the cost of fertilizer. War has an economic impact all over. So, and if you think that you have spent money, you ain't seen nothing yet if Putin should happen to make more progress in this war. So forget fatigue. That isn't it. In our founding of I'm fond of saying, and Mr. Hakeem Jeffries is probably tired of hearing me say, but he says it too. The beginning of our republic, when we were fighting, with all due respect to the UK, when we were fighting for our independence, Thomas Paine had a saying, the times have found us. To found this country, to win this independence, to find this country, and we succeeded. Now the times have found us now. They've found us now to win this war, and to do so, remove all doubt. We need more equipment, get more equipment. We need further, we need faster, we need harder. Get it. Get it. But don't say, we have fatigue because anecdotally, and it may be a legitimate thing. People don't understand. So, and I'll just close with this. Did I say that already? Well, I'll just close again with this. Mr. Jeffries and I are fond of quoting Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln said, public sentiment is everything. With it, you can accomplish almost anything. Without it, practically nothing. But for public sentiment to prevail, people have to know. So we all have to make sure they know that this is about not only Ukraine's democracy, but all of our democracy, and that we are not fatiguing, or if that's a verb, we're not ever letting down on our mission, Madam Prime Minister, our mission to preserve the democracy. And remember this, even in defeat, he ain't going away. So we have to be prepared for a very long haul. Yield back.
Thank you so much. Let me turn to Robert Habeck. I've been told you need to leave a little early, so let me turn to you now. I think there's wide agreement here already that a lot more needs to be done. I was with the Prime Minister at a luncheon earlier, an hour ago, where the Prime Minister of Bulgaria said, I have some 60 or 70 T-72 tanks ready to be sent off to Ukraine, but we don't know who's going to pay for that. So I think we have not only a question of who produces what, how fast, we also have increasingly probably going forward a question who is going to pay for this? Do we have sufficient funding? Your colleague, Defense Minister Pistorius, spoke here just half an hour ago and was asked the same question. How sustainable is our financial budgeting plan to meet the challenge if this is not just a 1 year or 2 year challenge, but a longer challenge that requires a lot more money and effort and weapons and ammunition? Minister Habeck.
Well, thank you very much. And you introduced me with saying that I was the first member of the German cabinet visiting Ukraine after the war. That was very kind of you, but not true.
Not true?
No, no, absolutely not. I was one of the last, actually, but shortly before the war, I was in Ukraine. It's the first time I visited Dmytro, or get to know him. That was in early summer 21. And I remember the young, eager, progressive cabinet. So you look different, Dmytro, that time. So sorry to say that. And then I traveled to the front line, visited the soldiers there, and they told me all the time about the shooting, about the killing, about the drone attacks. That was before the war. When we start about the war, we forget that the war started 7 years before. And I was a German politician, and I was sitting there with the soldiers, and they asked me for concrete help. And you remember this visit because I said then against the public opinion in Germany, this is a lie. We can't say they are fighting for freedom, Maidan, and so on, and let them just alone. So at least we should give them some weapons. That was against the public opinion, and then a lot happened, but I'm only telling the story because at that moment in Ukraine, I had the very strong feeling that we are missing the historical moment. And maybe this is not so far from what we are now thinking or discussing here. Maybe some of you have read the title of this podium, and the title is more or less Ukraine's victory, all that it takes. All that it takes is the Draghi sentence from the financial crisis, meaning we don't let the euro collapse, all that it takes. But to be honest, we don't deliver everything. We don't do all that it takes. The phrase the leaders are using is as long as it takes. And this is a fine difference. It's not the same. To be honest, and the Ukrainians know it, of course, we are not doing all that it takes. NATO will not be part of this war. And we won't let our soldiers die at the Ukraine front. So this is not all that it takes, but at least we should do all that we can do for Ukraine. And this is what Mette just said, and this is also not true. We haven't done all that we can. Dmytro explained that there's a lack of ammunition, and we discussed the matter of 27, or not discussed, but you mentioned the matter of 27 European defense industries, not one defense industry. So, and this is both true, and this can be solved. If you think about it, and I'm Minister for Economic Affairs, this includes also the defense industry. I can give you at least 3 reasons why this is not moving forward. First, it's national pride. So in a way, some countries are very proud about their own defense industry, and they don't want to have Europe have a say in it, or other countries. Others are there more relaxed, but some are. Secondly, it's the concern that jobs are going abroad. And the defense industry has something to do with the national economy. So if they are giving money to some international funding, they want the same amount of money back. So can country E delivering 100 million euros to whatever funding, they want at least 100 euros back in the same country. And the third reason might be the hope that this Zeitenwende period is only a short disruption in normality. So sooner or later this war will be over, and why should we have such a big defense industry if this is just a period of 2 or 3 months, 3 years? So, and actually the last 2 things, national pride, I cannot change, but maybe there's some insight that this is not the best and last answer. But the last 2 things we can change. And I think the third argument is discussed here in the conference all day long. The old times are not coming back, at least not in the next month. So there is no reason to hesitate not to invest in defense industries. Actually, we should have done this 2 years ago. Why is this not working? Because, at least in the German law, it is written that defense industry needs an order. You can't produce, this is out of the experience of World War II, you can't produce 1,000 tanks and say, well, I have tanks to offer, who's interested in tanks? This is not how the system works for good reason. So someone has to give the order to produce 1,000 tanks, or allow at least the defense industry to do so. But they would only do that if someone is paying for the tanks. So, and then this is the long circumvention to your answer. The chancellor, my chancellor in the morning said, without security, all is nothing. He has not said, security is one interesting issue among 10 others. So if this is true, then we have to rethink everything we have had in the past 3-4 decades with the hope and the experience of everlasting peace. And if this conference leads to something, first we have to give a guarantee for ammunition production and drone production so in the next week, or maybe in the next month, but not that we sit in the next Munich Security Conference next year and still nothing has happened. This is then all for nothing. And secondly, I would strongly I heard that Ursula von der Leyen today said she will propose a defense commissioner in the next commission. Wonderful, that's great. Still, the question of funding is not solved, but this is the way forward. I mean, it's not so difficult to find the solution to this national pride and production attitude. We have to find the best system. Might it be a tank or a frigate or maybe artificial intelligence or drone system, and then we produce it everywhere. Then we have solved the production side. It stays in Germany, in Denmark, in Spain, whatever, but we are producing the same kind of goods. But therefore we have to organize it. But this is not rocket science. Either the 27 leaders come together, or we have a European whatever, agency or commissioner, I don't care, but we have to make a decision and then produce it. But the critical, or the point is, this was your question leading to, we have to do it now, otherwise this is only talk, and Mette Frederiksen is completely right, and if this conference leads to something, then to action.
Thank you very much. Thank you. By the way, we have one more speaker, and then I'll open it to your questions or comments. So prepare yourself for whatever intelligent question you may be able to ask. Minister Tajani, your turn. And I would expect you to simply comment on what's already been said and add an Italian viewpoint. But let me ask one specific question. There has been a suggestion that given the fact that there is a lot of production in relevant categories, ammunition, weapons, etc., going on in Europe, which is exported to third countries as we speak. So let me be blunt about this. Would you be ready, as far as Italy is concerned, to say, let's just create an instruction or pass a law or a regulation that says whatever export product we produce in this military category, it can go to Ukraine, but for the time being not into any other country, because we need to focus now on the Ukrainian situation. What about that?
But thank you very much. But first of all, I want to underline one point, because the key point is the European defense. I totally agree with Ursula von der Leyen. If von der Leyen will propose a commissioner, a general direction for the European defense, I will be totally in favor. Why underline this point? When I was commissioner for industry many years ago, 2010, 2014, I worked hard for the European defense industry with Michel Barnier. At this time, Barnier was Commissioner for Internal Market, me was Commissioner for... I was Commissioner for Industry. The first point is to have an European industry, because for every country it's not easy to have a production on defense sector. We need to, for me, to do more at European level. I remember during the war in Bosnia-Herzegovina, the same tanks, Italian and German, Leopard, apparently the same, but it's the link between the tanks was impossible because the technology was completely different. Voila. This is a key point. If we want to back more Ukraine, we need to do more at European level. Italy is ready for supporting more Ukraine. But frankly speaking, to back Ukraine is to back at political level. This is the first point. Also today, during the G7 meeting, we underlined, the statement is ready, we are in favor of Ukraine because we are defending our values: freedom, democracy, the international law. And we want peace, but peace with justice. Justice is Russians out of Ukraine. For this to send strong messages to Russia is the first action in favor of Ukraine. To be united all together in defense of Ukraine. Second point, we need to work in favor of the reconstruction of Ukraine, because if we want to fight, we need also to have behind energetic network for helping the army. Without energy, it's impossible to fight. It's impossible to resist. Italy today signed an agreement with Ukraine and the European Bank of Investments for 200 million euro for energy, hydroelectric energy. It's a project, Ukrainian project. To have energy is also to back the country. Reconstruction. I think when you fight, we need to live in a good context. If there are friends working for you, Italy, for example, in this moment is working for the reconstruction of the Cathedral of Odessa. This is the second point, because for the fighters of the Ukrainian soldiers, for me, it's important to know there are friends with us. We are fighting, but we are not alone. Third point is a concrete action for weapons. Italy approved the package number 8 on military support. I think that they are arriving in Ukraine in these days, and we are ready for doing more. We are ready for doing more for the defense of Ukraine, all together. The participation, the cooperation is also through information we are not fighting against Russia, but we are supporting Ukraine, the freedom of Ukraine is different. And we are ready for doing more. There are a lot of Italian soldiers close to the border between NATO and Ukraine. This is a clear message to Russia. NATO is strongly engaged in defense of the freedom everywhere, first of all in Ukraine. For this, to back Ukraine is also to have a lot of Italian soldiers, the Italian Air Force in the Baltic Sea, in the Baltic countries, for supporting, also for stopping the Russian aircraft. Of course, we are ready for doing more, but we are not the United States of America for the weapons. They are more rich than us. Also, thanks a lot of Italians living in America, as President Pelosi, his family is coming from Italy, of course. I am proud of this. Frankly speaking, we are ready for doing more. But, for example, we are Italy. There is a very good know-how. For example, Fincantieri is the shipbuilding sector. But I think for Ukraine, the shipbuilding is not very, very important. I think that we are working for something, for example, with France. There is something for the defense, in air defense in Ukraine. And we are ready for doing what we need to do. Great. Of course, at political level, at economic level, at military level.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid we're going to be running out of time in like 10 or 15 minutes. So I would have many more questions to ask. I want to just point out that Italy and Germany are jointly planning to also organize in the spring a Ukraine recovery conference. So maybe somebody has a question regarding that to our two ministers from Italy and Germany. But I want to open the floor for questions. And if you could please, if you ask a question, identify yourself, because I don't know everybody's face. I know this person, but you can still identify yourself. Member of the European Parliament.
Michael Gahler, standing rapporteur on Ukraine in the Parliament, and also the one who dealt with the 50 billion package which we passed, and we are happy about that. The first money will flow the first week of March. So what I think, the opportunity has been lost today, I'm afraid, when the Chancellor was there. I'm just back from a Odeon Square demonstration for Ukraine with all the democratic parties, members of parliament from European Parliament and Bundestag, calling for more support for Ukraine, including the Taurus, all of them, on the Odeon Square. And I think that was a lost opportunity today. But my point is to say another way of supporting Ukraine, and that is the question. There was at the beginning of the full-scale war a suggestion to produce a European Land-Lease Act as a means to get Ukraine an easy access to available weapons. Unfortunately, this is similar to what the US did in the Second World War to support Britain. And I wonder why this idea has never been taken up. That would be a very unbureaucratic approach for an access of Ukraine to weapons. Shouldn't that be an idea also to facilitate this whole lengthy process? Thank you.
Now, this is a question addressed to the whole panel or to whom specifically?
Well, those who perhaps know economics.
Okay. Hold your breath. I think what we do, because we're running out of time so quickly, we'll take one more question and then go back to the panelists to ask. Please, the lady here in the fourth row.
Thank you for this opportunity. I'm the young leader this year in a conference, chief editor of Ukrainska Pravda. And actually, I want to bring attention to the title. I think it's absolutely incorrect, fighting for fatigue, what takes Ukraine's victory. Could you imagine the same title, for example, in 1943, during the Tehran conference, for example? No, because, for example, fighting fatigue, whatever it takes, Poland's victory or victory of Great Britain, no, of course not, because that time allies understood the real threat for themselves. Today, Ukrainian troops left Avdiivka, the city they have defended for years, actually. And it happened not because they are not brave enough. They left because they didn't have enough ammunition. And when you don't have enough ammunition, you have to save the lives of your soldiers, or another option, to negotiate. Negotiate with with a person who murders civilians, who kidnaps Ukrainian kids, or kills the last political prisoner.
Do me a favor and
yes,
come to a question.
And my question will be about how much time it will take to allow us to understand there is no mythical Ukraine's victory. This is a victory of democratic vote. This is important. And the second question, what else does Putin have to do to understand that the real, or the only one possible scenario to end this war is to defeat Putin's regime? Thank you.
Okay, then we'll take one more and then we'll go back to the panel for very brief responses because we're really running out of time.
Thank you very much. My name is Ivan Krulko. I'm a member of Ukrainian Parliament. And my question is not about Congress vacation, but a very important question about future NATO summit in Washington, D.C. So one of the reasons why Putin began war against Ukraine was to block Euro-Atlantic integration of my country, of Ukraine, to NATO. And I heard today for this stage that impossible to imagine about Ukrainian integration to NATO during the war. But this position, don't you think that this position is very dangerous? Because this is clear message to Putin: don't stop war, and Ukraine never join NATO. So this is my question. Thank you.
Okay, great question. Let me go back to the panelists, and I think the easiest way is for us to start with the Prime Minister.
Either I give
you need
to Mette, that's fine with me, or I'm
we start with you. We start with you, and then you can leave, and then we'll go back this way. And the Prime Minister is going to be the last one. So.
Okay. Then I take it very brief. This is, of course, a possibility. I'm not so interested in how you arrange it, but you have to overcome the problem that the production is not coming until there's an order. So let's say all the Panzerhaubitz, for example, they are available, the ones that are available are given to Ukraine, and they have to be repaired, and they need some. But we have to give an order of, let's say, 100 or maybe 200 in the next 10 years. Otherwise, they won't build a second or a third fabrication. The ones they have, there are the orders are coming in, and then they produce, and then money is gone, and then we find another money, and then it's going on again. But there is no stability in the system, and this is the important thing. It's not about the rules; it's about actually the money. And maybe just one last thought. I heard a panel yesterday where the situation now was compared with the situation of the 1960s. So maybe the last time that the threat of a real war in Europe was really there. And compared to that, our spending, even the 2% of GDP, are not far from that money that was given there at that time. And just to remember, I'm a member of the Green Party, so I really could think of other fields where I'd like to spend the money. But I mean, listening to all the talks here, this has to say something and lead to something. So this is actually my point. We have to spend the money to produce the weapons. As long as Ukraine needs them, they give them, they get them. And when there are still some production lines not needed, then we take it. That's it. It's very simple.
Thank you very much. I know two of you need to leave. Nancy. Exactly.
Zelenskyy at 5 o'clock. So, as he's leaving, I want to say I was pleased to hear his title for this session, which was "We have to do everything we can." My title on my piece of paper said "Ukraine fatigue," and I just reject that notion. I don't even think it rises to the level of an idea. Let me just say, I know you asked about Lend-Lease for Europe, and that's up to you. We don't want our aid to Ukraine right now to be a loan in any form. We want it to be, the money goes there. It is for the weapons, for the humanitarian, for all of that. So there are those who are suggesting, well, why don't we just keep lending the money? No, that's not what our fight is about in the U.S. In terms of the fatigue, I agree with you on all of that. I would just close by saying that we have something very emotional that happened to all of us today. Nothing compared to what happened to Navalny's family and the rest. There's so many other prisoners that Putin has. Families have not heard from them and the rest, so we don't know even if they're alive. We are dealing with very serious evil in the world, and we have to understand, in his world, we have to understand this is a fight we have to win as soon as possible and be prepared to carry on. I'll just close by saying that as I was leaving San Francisco to come here and Washington on the way, we received a card from from His Majesty, King Abdullah of Jordan. Perhaps you received it as well. It said, wishing New Year's greetings. And in the card he says, may this new year take us closer to our humanity with peace and good wishes. So I think that we're just going to have to respect differences of opinion and try to bring them to as rapid a conclusion as possible, not hasty, but fastest conclusion as possible. Understand what our responsibilities are militarily, economically, morally, with integrity, and come together and remove all doubt in anyone's mind that we will be there until the war is won and victory is achieved by the Ukrainians. And with that, I say to you, we will do everything in our power to make sure that that money comes very soon in the Congress of the United States. And it's shameful that we even have to have this discussion, but it's necessary that we get the job done. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know you need to go next, Peter.
On NATO.
Minister, I will. I need to offer all three of the remaining speakers like 1.5 minutes, not more, if you could, because we need to liberate this
25 seconds. 25 seconds.
You have 1.5 minutes or even 2.
No, but coming from the European Parliament, I know that. On NATO, I think everybody wants to have Ukraine in European Union and in NATO. But we need to pave the way for achieving these goals. There is a candidacy as member of the European Union. We are supporting this candidacy. The first step for the full membership of Ukraine in NATO decided to have a common organization, a common work, and during every NATO meeting, there is a session for Ukraine and NATO together for the cooperation between NATO and Ukraine. But is decided to have this cooperation, to have this organization, NATO and Ukraine. And during every meeting, the last meeting has been the first meeting, the next will be in New York, and Minister Kuleba was full member of this organization. This is the first step for the full membership of NATO. The message to Russia is very clear. Ukraine will be member of the European Union, and then we are working for having Ukraine member of NATO. But frankly speaking, in this moment, to decide immediately is dangerous for everybody, because you are fighting against Russia. And for a full member of NATO is the World War III. We need to be prudent. We want to back you, but this is the rules are very clear on this. If there is an attack against a member of NATO, there is an involvement on NATO. For this, we need to be very prudent. We prefer to pave the way for the full membership after the end of the war, with a clear message to Russia. We are our friends, we are working with us, with NATO, and then I think it's possible to at political level, to send a clear message to Russia.
Thank you very much. Minister Kölbl, or Minister Kölbl, and then, Madam Prime Minister, please.
I will be very brief. Robert perfectly diagnosed the problem: national pride. National pride is what prevents the unification of European defense industries. And I would like to remind to everyone here that in 1938, Czechoslovakia had one of the best, most advanced and capable defense industries in Europe.
True.
And it didn't help, because it was alone. The reason why it was conquered, because it was left alone, and it didn't pick up the fight. So forget about national pride when it comes to defense industries. Be proud of victories on the battlefield with your weapons. Second, to those who don't want to find and spend money on the production of weapons, the era of peace in Europe is over. And every time Ukrainian soldiers withdraw from a Ukrainian town because of the lack of ammunition, think of it not only in terms of defending democracy and world-based order, but also in terms of Russian soldiers getting few kilometers closer to your towns, your homes, your families and children. And if you look at it from this perspective, you will find the money.
Thank you. Prime Minister of Denmark has the last word.
I think the biggest mistake we have made on Ukraine was to accept what Putin did back in 2014. And that was the year when this war started. So it will not pass through. And at the same time, we have to be aware of what is going on in North Korea, in Iran, and in China. And together with Russia, they are working closer and closer together. And what combines these four countries is that they disagree with us. So the challenges in front of us, they will not be less, they will be the opposite. So the conclusion has to be written now: we have to spend much more money on deterrence and defense. We have to speed up, and we have to scale up. And to answer the last question, Ukraine is a European country, and we can never allow Putin or any other to decide the borders in Europe. And we cannot let anyone outside Europe to take decisions on our infrastructure, our organization in Europe. So, of course, Ukraine belongs to the European Union. And as we said back in Vilnius last summer, Ukraine belongs to NATO.
Well, that's a great... As we like to say in German, das war ein gutes Schlusswort. That was a great concluding statement. Thank you all three, Prime Minister, two foreign ministers, and the two others who already had to leave. Great discussion. Thank you very much, and come again next year.
Thank you.
You're watching BR24 live on the Munich Security Conference 2024. Up next, a panel discussion towards stability and peace in the Middle East, de-escalation challenge. And we'll be right back after this. Welcome back. This is BR24 Live covering this year's Munich Security Conference, and now we will jump right into a panel discussion towards stability and peace in the Middle East de-escalation challenge.
If I can please call up Sheikh Mohammed, the Prime Minister and Foreign Minister of Qatar, and the Prime Minister of Norway, Jonas Gahr Støre. Good to see you again. A decade ago, the Middle East and the crisis in the Middle East was at the center of this conflict. Today, it has stiff competition. US politics, the war in Ukraine, the menace that is Russia. But the crisis in the Middle East persists. War in Gaza, fighting between Hezbollah and Israel, the Red Sea becoming a conflict zone with the Houthis, and low-level escalation that we've seen between the Americans and Iran and its proxies. And as General Petraeus often says, and he's fond of saying, the Middle East does not play Las Vegas rules. What happens there doesn't stay there. Prime Minister Sheikh Mohammed, I'd like to begin with you. I mean, Qatar really has been at the center of the crisis in Gaza. You've been at the center of negotiations. Can you begin by telling us how close we are to a deal and what are the prospects?
Well, first of all, Yilda, thank you for having me today in the panel, and I would like also to thank everyone here. Actually, I think we are, the time is not in our favor. We made some good progress in the last few weeks in the negotiations, and we've been trying to reach an agreement between the two parties, yet the last few days has not been progressing as expected, and I believe there are still differences in place. If we look at basically the agreements that we had earlier in November, when we managed to get 109 hostages out, and we had this pause, this humanitarian pause for a week. It always has two elements in any agreement. One is addressing the humanitarian condition in Gaza, and the other one which really reflect the numbers of the people who will be released in exchange of the hostages. I believe in this agreement we are talking at a bigger scale, and we still see some difficulties on the humanitarian part of these negotiations, that we see it really going to enable us and to help us in making sure that we are putting enough pressure to reduce and to get the numbers down. Now, if we are able to reach in the next few days some good conditions on that side, I believe that we can see a deal happening very soon. Yet, the pattern in the last few days are not really very promising, but as I always repeat, we will always remain optimistic, we will always remain pushing. We will try our best to put a closure to this. We believe that the humanitarian suffering in both sides is not something easy to be handled. The humanitarian situation in Gaza, and especially when it comes to Rafah, and now we see the population over there, it's a dire situation, and we are seeing, a very threatening moments if plans in Gaza will happen.
You say the last few days haven't been going well. What are the obstacles?
Well, I cannot disclose much on the details of the negotiations, but as I mentioned, we believe that if we are able to reach an agreement on the humanitarian side of the agreement, I don't think the numbers, they will remain an obstacle, but yet it won't be the biggest obstacle. I think the time is not in our favor. As I mentioned, Ramadan is also ahead of us now, and also as situation in Rafah evolving, that will be very, very dangerous for the entire region.
But when you say, you know, it's the humanitarian situation that you're not satisfied with, what is the actual issue?
Well, I'm trying to avoid, you know, getting into details of the negotiation, respecting the parties of the negotiations, but yet I think that if we can address and signify the humanitarian package within the agreement, we will be able to get through the obstacle of the numbers. That's basically our focus these days.
Prime Minister, do you think America is being too soft with Israel?
Are there any Americans in the room? Well, I think the Americans are in a very complex situation, and I think it's from the messages from the first day of what I would call obvious and necessary solidarity with Israel after what happened on the 7th of October. I think that is really a starting point that sometimes is being lost from the bigger picture, what really happened on that day and what that created of an atmosphere in Israel. And with the bonds between the US and Israel and between, you know, all of us who have been, you know, friends with Israel, we need to get on the inside of that trauma. So that being said, I think the objective stated by the US since October and until now on the 5 rounds of Secretary Blinken's visit, I think it's a major challenge for US credibility here, because there have been clear expectations and then you see that what is expected is not happening. I think that is a big challenge, and that's where I salute what Qatar is doing and what is attempted to be done to facilitate progress in this extremely complex situation.
What should they do? How should they ratchet up pressure?
Well, I mean, on the one hand, the US is a major financial support to Israel, major support on the military side. Part of what is landing on this theater in Gaza is US produced. So again, you know, it's a balance between the solidarity of a country that has been attacked in a terrible way, has the right to defend itself, and then to find this balance with what humanitarian law implies. And, you know, from my side, I would say that that has gone too far. You know, it is not proportional. And it is for the security of Israel in the future, I think it is a deep and major and extraordinary problem mounting now from the 2 million people who both have been exposed to brutal urban war. And again, you know, some of them being human shields of Hamas fighting, but still with so much destruction and now suffering, that it's going to create a security challenge for generations.
I mean, we know that the Americans have the most amount of leverage, but so do the Europeans. What should you be doing?
Well, again, you know, the Europeans is not one thing here. That's, I think we've seen that been exposed time and again. And in a way, I think it is a sometimes misunderstood position of being what it means to be a friend and sympathetic to things. I mean, sometimes I think there needs to be quite straight language. I think this issue of getting humanitarian aid into a population that is in these dire conditions is absolutely paramount. And there should be, in my view, a clearer unified voice, clearer votes on that. And then, of course, clear expectations that the negotiations, which are very delicate, that go on to get hostages out and to bring this war towards something that can be settled, so we can go on with the next stage, which is to say, what will this look like in the future? Because now it is a very short-termism, and I think that's also combined with the political situation inside Israel.
Sheikh Mohammed, Israel has made it very clear right from the outset that any further negotiations, whatever it may be, when it comes to the Palestinian cause and situation, will not include or involve Hamas. Do you think that's realistic?
Well, I think that to be realistic, when we are going to start a negotiation about the Palestinian state or the Palestinians' future, if we look back in the last 3 decades now, we've seen that we are just going into a cycle which never resulted in anything or any progress. It was the contrary. We have seen an increase in the number of settlements. We have seen continuous violations on the holy sites. We've seen provocations happening from time to time, settler violence. We have seen that how many wars that we've been through in the last 30 years, and yet we always see on that talking about the two-state solution is not anymore something happening. We hope that this and now what happened after October 7th and the war in Gaza will represent a wake-up call that the situation is not sustainable and we need to step up and to look at a better future for the people in the region, whether it's the Palestinians, the Arabs, the Israelis, everyone. What we want to see a better future for everyone. Now, on the issue of Hamas being part of the problem or being part of the solution, what we are talking about the Palestinian representatives. That's basically the PLO, the one who is representing the legitimate representative of the Palestinian people in everywhere around the world. They are the organization that's mandated for the negotiations, and I believe that whoever the Palestinians are agreed on should be included in that, and it's the Palestinian decision to decide who's being part of them or not. And I think that the Palestinians, they have the same right as any other people or any other country to choose whoever is participating with them or not. Now, I just wanted to come back to a point where my colleague, the Prime Minister of Norway, has highlighted. Our biggest question and the biggest threat that we are seeing that there is a big question mark emerging within the people of our region, that since right now we see that the people in Gaza being killed, being displaced, and we didn't see the same stance that's happening in different conflicts when it comes to the issue and killing the Palestinian people. We see that there is an abandonment of the first principles of right and wrong, and we just judge without judging the act. I'm meaning not only Ukraine and other conflicts. We are not really looking at the act itself, but we always determine whether it's about the perpetrator and whoever is affected by these acts, and to decide whether it's right or wrong. And our people now are questioning our credibility as countries now. Did we step up and did enough to protect those Palestinian civilians over there? And whenever also they are seeing non-state actors emerging and doing things, claiming that these are to protect the people in Gaza, then what will be how we are going to face our people by telling them we couldn't do enough, we couldn't help the Palestinians, but the others are trying to exploit the situation. So I think we are on a crossroads right now, and it's very critical that we stand for a rule-based international order that everyone is talking about here in Munich and in other events, and we don't differentiate, depends on who are the people who commit these acts or who've been the victims of the act.
Prime Minister, do you think that this is sort of the darkness before the dawn, that this moment, as tragic as it is for both sides following October 7, that this could be a moment where we could see the PA, for example, revitalized a two-state solution, security in the region for both Israelis and Arabs?
Well, let me come to that, but there can be dark times before even darker times. I mean, this is an escalation going the wrong way. Now, coming back to your point here, I think that our approach has to be that we have to work. I mean, Norway is from afar. We have had a long engagement with parties in the region, so Qatar and Norway are in different positions, but let's see how we can contribute. Now, take one part here, the PA. If the PA collapses, I believe it is a major danger for Palestinians and for Israelis. And the situation has been now for some months that Israel has withheld Palestinian tax money. 60% of what they need to pay teachers, police people, doctors, nurses. And in a few weeks, by and large, it will be broke and out of order. What will be the consequences of that? So the question is then, is the PA perfect? Is it organized as it should? Is it enough representative? It can be discussed. Are we served, or are people in the region served by seeing a PA collapse? I think it isn't. So Norway has been working now, and I hope we will be able to succeed soon to have a kind of intermediary role to get that money transferred to the PA. So there are certain elements we should avoid, collapsing. We have the whole other debate of UNRWA, which is obviously something that has to be looked into after 7th of October. The UN should do its investigation. But are we served by seeing this organization collapse for the 3 or 4 million people who depend on their services? I believe no. So we have to take things in sequence. And I think what is coming out of this initial stage, when we look ahead, and the countries in the region and we who have been leading the donor support group to the Palestinians, is that the vision of a Palestinian state is now stronger than it was before the war. But getting there is going to be extremely hard with the current political situation. So we have to rise above that situation, in my view, and start conceptualizing what that means. And it will mean profound reforms on the Palestinian side. You talk about having a PA that can be responsible for managing in Gaza.
Do you think it can? Because right now everybody is negotiating and talking to Hamas.
No, I think that is not present at present. And obviously I cannot see, seeing this from outside, I cannot see any future if there's going to be Hamas ruling Gaza. That is not going to work. And for obvious reasons, and I can understand why. So you need a Palestinian leadership which is sufficiently representative of the Palestinian people, who can be representative of the people living in Gaza, and can be supported by the international community and be relied on to be transparent, money flows and all the rest of it. And then there has to be expectations from Israel that they have to deal with this as being the representatives of your neighboring, not yet state, but people living close to you. And then I think, to address countries in the region, this donor support group that we have been chairing, I think has had far too passive contribution from the region itself. That may be changing now, because there's a new generation of leaders coming in the countries around who have to engage much more actively in something which I see as a combination of recognizing Israel, dealing with Israel, having normal ties, at the same time expecting that there's a Palestinian state.
At this point, I want to open the floor for some questions. If we can ask 2 or 3 questions, and I can bring it back to the panel. I believe there are microphones going around. Mina.
Thank you so much. Mina Al-Arabi, The National. Your Excellency, I appreciate you have to be very careful of what you can tell us about the negotiations. But the longer-term vision for Palestinian leadership, do you see this idea of a reformed PLO? Some people have said rather than the PA, reformed PLO. And with that, a message to the Palestinian people that we're all here, we don't see enough of their representation. How can we ensure that Rafah is not attacked? That is the most immediate concern.
Well, regarding the first part of your question, actually, I think that right now we are focused on the priority, how to end this war and how to avoid a further escalation. On the bigger question of the PLO and the PA, we believe that right now the PLO, as I mentioned, is the representative that's been recognized after Oslo as the representative of the Palestinian people. The PA is the authority that's governing the West Bank right now. Unfortunately, after the division, they are not governing Gaza anymore. We would like to see a unified Palestinian government that represents the Palestinian people that will be in West Bank and Gaza. And of course, all the Palestinians who are willing to recognize and subscribe to the principles of the PLO needed to be included and needed to be a representative organization for all the Palestinian people until they get into their statehood. Now, on the question of Rafah, we see no reason of the continuation of the war in the first place. And unfortunately, we know the importance and we recognize the importance of to have a deal on the hostages and get the hostages back to their families, but also we recognize the importance of stopping the war today, even without any preconditions. And we believe that stopping the war will bring the hostage back. A hostage deal will bring an end for the war, but we would like to see this is happening without any further excuses. Now, this is the dilemma that we've been in, and unfortunately, this has been misused by a lot of countries that in order to get a ceasefire, it's conditional to have the hostage deal. It shouldn't be conditional. What's conditional is the humanitarian catastrophe over there in Gaza.
Yeah.
How is the impact of some major power country like United States, China? We know the United States position. We know the Chinese position for this conflict. How do you think? How is it honest of the Chinese position to China really want to solve this conflict? Because China one side trying to support the Palestine and the Gaza, but other side, China today located 3 million Uyghur Muslim and the Turkic Muslim concentration camp in the 21st century. So one side suffering is a Muslim population, is own citizen. Other side support the Palestine. Or do you think it is really honors or this is really honor for these actions?
Okay, thank you, and I'll get a question from Hina as well.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to commend both the state of Qatar and Norway as being pragmatic leaders, and I think this is really something that needs to be celebrated, because the tribalism on human rights issue has consequences which are going to be far, far, far outreaching and intergenerational perhaps. So really just want to commend you on that. I just want to quickly ask perhaps two questions. This tribalism is leading to the victory of rogue states, whether you want to call it the country that attacked Ukraine or the country that is continuing to do unprecedented human rights abuse of the Palestinian people. And why I call it unprecedented is because there is perhaps no time in my living memory where the UN and the entire multilateral order or the multilateral system, the rules-based order that we talk about, has been screaming that this needs to stop and has been given evidence over evidence, including the ICJ. And the reaction of the holders of the rules-based order and propagators of human rights seems to be missing. Now, I'm concerned about the precedent setting of self-defense being carried to an extent where such immolation of people can be stood by, and what this creates for the future of conflict, of peace in the world that we live in. Okay. So, Prime Minister of Qatar, my question to you, I guess, would be that on Russia, I think a lot of people would ask that Human Rights Council, in many other places, there was active movement to, to various ways to try and stop or to try and give some sort of punishment, right? And on the question of Israel, I think a lot of people are looking towards Muslim countries who have the wherewithal to see what has been done. And I understand the need for negotiation and the need to continue to move forward. Lastly, just one brief comment. It is absolutely right, and I can be perhaps, understand completely when people say that Hamas cannot be part of a future solution or negotiation. But wouldn't the same token then require that the state of Israel, which is now amassing such massive human rights abuse, may also not be part of any future negotiation if you were to take the same logic forward? So just, that question. And to you, Prime Minister of Norway, I've already asked the question, that don't you think this precedent setting of the use of self-defense to this extent is dangerous in an intergenerational way?
Prime Minister, perhaps I'll get you to respond to that, and then we'll address the other questions.
Well, it's an interesting question. I mean, present action in any setting is based on precedents. And we have precedents every day, every week, every month coming up, adding to the value of jurisprudence, so to say, in terms of action. So yes, you're right. But That's why I think it's important to say that, you know, you have a right to defend yourself, but the international community has the right and the obligation to say when proportionality is broken. And I think we have done that in the majority, and more should do so. And you can understand when you are in this kind of frenzy, which this is, that is something that the international community has to be there to help the parties to understand where are the limits. But I don't think necessarily that this will be a precedent with credibility, you know, for future situations, and no situations are similar. But, you know, we believe that there has been a breach of that proportionality, and the human consequences of that in the first instance are extraordinary, and the security implications of that again for the self-defender is also, you know, on the negative side.
Prime Minister, I guess you touched on you know, how you can be answerable to your people and the international community's sort of leadership on this. But if you had any further comments, and then I guess if you wanted to touch on the Uyghur question.
Well, I think that, look, as I mentioned, I think we need to apply the same principles to all of the conflicts, and that's the way we see it. That's how we evaluated our position when Russia-Ukraine happened. That's how we stand, and that's the way we kept standing. That's the same thing we applied it to what's happened in Gaza or in any other conflict. Our worry is that, you know, with all these reactions that carried with the war and with the current conflict in Gaza, our people started to raise a lot of questions about our friendship, our alliance, our partnership with countries in the West which are changing position just because those are different people. Those are us. It means we are less. That's the mindset which is, unfortunately, is quite dangerous for our future. The second thing, I'm talking about non-state actors trying to play a role in this conflict, and this is something that we've been warning from the beginning, that this conflict might have a spillover on the entire region, and we've seen this is happening right now, whether it's in Iraq, whether it's in Lebanon, whether it's in the Red Sea. Yet, us as a countries in the region, we are trying our best. We are doing everything we can do possible, but we are not creating any change. So what would be our position, or how our credibility will be judged in front of our people? That's becoming a bigger question for all of us. On the gentleman who asked me about China, I think that when it comes to the foreign policy on different conflicts, that's the area where I can comment, and we see the China position on the conflict in Gaza right now, or it's overall on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. That's a position that we respect. We've seen it very supportive and aligned with the position of the Arab states. But your question on an internal matter that relates to China, of course, this is something where I'm not in a position to comment on right now. And I believe what we judge right now on the current conflict, what are the foreign policies of different countries.
We've got a couple of minutes. I believe we have a question there. I'll take one more question. Sorry, in the red. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Aliza Binoun, and I must say that I find it very difficult to hear the distinguished panelists and also the mood here in the room. I want to remind everybody that on the 7th of October, people were killed in their bed. Heads of Israelis were beheaded. Breasts of women were cut off, and they played with it like football. And today, Israelis don't feel safe. My children don't feel safe. I think that we're entitled to feel safe, and I think that we're entitled to live in security. So proportionality, Mr. Prime Minister of Norway, yes, we do what we do with very close legal advice, army people, foreign ministry people, and if that wouldn't have been done, I think that the toll would have been much higher. Yes, we do care about humanitarian aid. Trucks are pouring into Gaza. Why hundreds of trucks are stuck 20 kilometers after Rafah? Why the UN is not taking care of distributing the humanitarian aid, because there is a will to put pressure on Israel from the UN. We heard the Deputy Assistant of the Secretary General just a few days ago saying that Hamas is not a terror organization. Of course, it's not a terror organization. It's a Mother Teresa. So I would like to say that we have the right for self-defense. We have the right to live in peace in our country. We don't want war. Israel is a democratic country. And I'm a little bit, puzzled from the atmosphere that I feel in this room. Just to remind everybody that we have our rights as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We do only have 50 seconds left on the clock before I bring in the next panelists. But if you had some closing remarks.
Well, first of all, I just wanted to, say a final comment. We feel for all the people. The crimes are condemned, whoever is the perpetrator, and we feel for the victims. And also the suffering on the Israeli side or on the Palestinian side. What we want a better future for everyone and everyone to go back to his home safely.
Prime Minister.
Okay. I just want to express, my deep sympathy for what you're saying, what you have experienced. I have had first degree witnesses telling me many of these stories, and I'm very clear in condemning that. It's a hideous attack, and it can only be described. And again, Israel has the right to defend itself. But it's not end of story. That's my point. And when we make our positions clear on this, it's also because we care about Israel. And, we are a voice, we can express ourselves and believe that, in order to provide security for Israelis in the future, which we really care about, we believe that the course of this war is not taking us in that direction. Then one can agree or disagree on that, but, I don't question your story at all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please thank Sheikh Mohammed and the Prime Minister of Norway.
Well, this has been part one of the panel discussion, De-Escalation Challenge Towards Stability and Peace in the Middle East. And we move on to part two of said panel discussion, which will start just momentarily. Stay with us. You're watching BR24 live.
I believe, yes, my mic's on. Thank you so much for joining us for this next part of this session, part 2 of the Middle East. If I can please ask my panelists to please come up onto the stage. Prince Faisal, Foreign Minister of Saudi Arabia, if you could come up onto the stage. Foreign Minister Shukri, thank you so much for coming up. And the Minister of Foreign Affairs for Belgium, Hadja Labib. We've just had quite a robust conversation with Sheikh Mohammed of Qatar and the Prime Minister of Norway. But I want to begin, Foreign Minister Shukri, with you, because there is a lot of concern about this operation potentially in Rafah. If you could just give us a sense of whether you have spoken to the Israelis about this, whether you have any more information, and how concerned you are about it.
Well, from the outset, we've communicated both to the Israelis and to our partners that it constitutes a red line, that the issue of displacement, which is a violation of international humanitarian law, whether it's internal or external, cannot be tolerated. Its consequences and the threat that it poses to Egypt's national security are immense. It puts a strain on our bilateral relations with Israel, and we need to avoid the very tragic consequences on the civilians of Gaza, who are now amassed 1.3, 1.4 million in the most densely populated area in the world. You can imagine that any extensive military action there will have a devastating effect on the humanitarian situation. People are already suffering for lack of shelter, food, medicine, sanitation, and not to say that the current scale of the conflict, which exists on a daily basis, is leading to a daily loss of life of men, women, and children. And I think the international community is conscious, if not tainted, has been stained by what is happening to the civilians in Gaza, and we certainly do not need any further aggravation of the situation.
Is Egypt making a contingency plan for the influx of Palestinian refugees?
No, we're not. We will not deal with the hypothetical, and we will continue to call upon all our friends, all of those who understand the complexities and the dangers associated with it, to not only provide support by rhetoric, but to indicate clearly that there will be consequences for any form of displacement. This is, I think, the best way to avoid it. It is not our intention to provide any safe areas or facilities, but necessarily, if this was a case and a situation, we will deal with the humanity that is necessary, and we will provide the support to the innocent civilians if that was to take place. But that should not be construed as an encouragement or an acceptance for an eventuality of this nature.
What would those consequences be? You said there would be consequences if...
Well, I said that it poses a threat to our national security. It puts in place security risks related to Israel and potential operations that will continue in relations to the occupation. It will create more upheaval and tensions in the region, and it's not a sustainable situation.
And monitoring groups saying that there are currently bulldozers and tanks on the border, there are walls being erected in preparation for an influx. How do you respond to that?
Well, this is very hypothetical. We have constantly been dealing with maintenance on our border, with the hundreds of trucks that are piled up in the Rafah area, maintaining the roads networks there, usual maintenance to our border fortifications. So I think it is a jumping to conclusion of what those activities constitute.
Prince Faisal, we were just talking in the previous panel about the security of both Israelis and Arabs, normalizing of relations. On October the 6th, You were probably closer than ever to normalization. Where are you now?
I mean, now the priority must be ending the current humanitarian catastrophe that is happening in Gaza. So where we are now is we're focused on a ceasefire, we're focused on an Israeli withdrawal from Gaza, and we are focused on humanitarian access for the people of Gaza. I mean, it is absolutely unacceptable that we have not yet been able to resolve the simple issue of access for humanitarian goods into Gaza. We're now down again to 100 trucks or less a day, when the need is well over 500, actually 800 trucks a day. So we are very much focused on that. But I will say, we are firmly convinced that the only pathway towards security and stability for everyone in the region, including Israel, is through a Palestinian state. And that, once we have an end to the fighting in Gaza, will continue to be our focus.
And that is tied to normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel.
I mean, even before October 7th, the issue of Palestinian statehood was intimately tied to how we would move forward. So it's certainly the case, it was the case before October 7th, and it remains the case now. How do we ensure that there is a secure pathway towards Palestinian statehood? You know, the Palestinian state exists on the ground now. We just have to finalize what that means.
And what are you saying to the Israelis on this?
Well, we are not saying, you know, we still don't have relations with the Israelis, so we're not talking to them directly, but we've
via the Americans.
We've made clear to the Americans and others that from our perspective, the first priority needs to be addressing the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. We need to find a way to end the fighting in Gaza. We need to find a way to ensure access to humanitarian goods to the people of Gaza. And once that's done, we're open to all discussions in the same context that we were before October 7th. And as I said, a key element and a key priority of that has and continues to be the issue of Palestinian statehood.
Are your people ready for normalization?
I mean, Saudi Arabia has adopted normalization as a policy since not 2002 when we put forward the Arab Peace Initiative, actually since 1982 when we put forward the Fez Initiative. So the issue of normalization isn't the challenge. The challenge is what is needed to be done. And part of that, again, is this issue of Palestinian statehood. And it's, you know, it's to me bewildering that this is such a complicated issue for some, because in the end, it is, first of all, the right thing to do. The Palestinians obviously have the right to self-determination, but it is also the pragmatic, correct thing to do for regional security and stability.
Foreign Minister, there's been a lot of talk at this conference around concerns about the United States stepping back and Europe needing to step up. In terms of this conflict, we spoke in the last session about what Europe needed to do, but in your view, what does Europe now need to do?
Certainly to be more involved in the region. And we are proactive. We have been traveling and meeting both of you and all the Arab countries since the beginning, and we didn't wait for October the 7th. I mean, I was one to advocate for putting the Middle East in the agenda before the 7th of October, and as we have the presidency of the Council of the European Union, I have to say that before the 7th of October, I was advocating for having the Middle East situation of one of our top priority. And of course, it's even worse now. And I was in New York with both of you. We were happy to host the Peace Day initiative. It was supposed to be hosted by in Brussels by us on November, and then the 7th of October happened. It means that we were, you know, conscious of the danger, the escalation in the region. And so for me and for the European Union, and I know for the HRVP, we have to be proactive. We have proposed a comprehensive plan right now in discussion with the Arab countries, and of course we have a strong will to resolve this problem. I mean, we have inherited this this war, this situation, but we have to think of our legacy right now. And I think that there is a momentum now in this tragedy, in this dramatic situation that we are witnessing. We have to find, to see that there is a momentum to resolve deeply the problem. We have to address the root of the problem's roots, I mean, and to avoid that we will only be witnessing only more extremism everywhere. You know, even in Brussels, in Paris, in Munich, we see more anti-Semitism, we see more racism, extremism are rising and rising. So we have to avoid that, we have to resolve this problem. So we need actions now. We have a strong political will to be involved in any kind of initiative, and hopefully we will be able to host a conference in the near future. So we are waiting for
But do you feel part of the problem is that Europeans are not speaking with the one voice and they need to ratchet up pressure?
You know, since day one, Belgium was commended for a very balanced approach, because we've condemned the 7th October attack. We have recognized the right of self-defense to Israel, but we've recognized as well the legitimate right to self-determination for Palestinian people. This is very important to give a future to these people and to address the roots of the problem. Otherwise, you know, it can be a military answer. Only a military action cannot be able to resolve. This is for sure the problem. And of course, we are not talking with one voice. This is one of the problems. But more and more, we see more countries within the European Union who are sharing the same point of view. Because now we have a death toll which is just horrifying. And we know we have 28,000 deaths, and essentially women and children. So we have to find a solution. There is an emergency, I mean.
Prince Faisal, I'm just going to pick up on what the foreign minister said about concerns around radicalization. A decade ago, the topic here was terrorism, the fight against Al-Qaeda, ISIS. Are you concerned about populations becoming radicalized as a result of what we're seeing?
Yes, of course we are, and it's something that we pointed out from the beginning in the aftermath of October 7th, that an unrestrained reaction by Israel would inevitably inflame emotions. And what we've seen now, as the minister pointed out, we're approaching the number 30,000 civilian deaths, 17,000 orphans, and the images that are coming out of Gaza and the tremendous human suffering that we are seeing, including as a result, again, I come back to the issue of humanitarian access, of a lack of food, a lack of water, a lack of medicine. This is incredibly galvanizing and certainly carries the risk of reinvigorating the message of those in the Arab and Muslim worlds that want to say that no, coexistence is not possible, no, that the message of a future that is based on prosperity, based on development, is not reasonable, that will try to recruit young people into extremist ideologies and into acts of terror. They will be energized by these images, and they will use them, especially with the prevalence of social media these days and their capacity to use that social media. So, you know, whether it's Snapchat, TikTok, etc., and all of, you know, the dissemination of these terrible images is a huge amount of oxygen to these extremists in a time when we had been making tremendous progress in the Arab world and beyond, in moving in a completely different direction. And of course, that risk isn't just in our countries; it's in the immediate neighborhood to in the Middle East. It goes to all Muslim countries, but even, as Minister Habib mentioned, to Europe, to the capitals of Europe, and it's incredibly dangerous. So we need to understand that this is it's not just a moral issue, the fact that the brunt of the current conflict is now being carried by innocent civilians. It is also a national security issue for us in the region and beyond. And again, also for Israel. This path is not increasing Israel's security, it is increasing the risks to that security.
Foreign Minister Shukri, I mean, from Israel's perspective, they feel this was an attack launched on them, which led to the death of 1,200 men, women, children, and they needed to respond. How do you sort of, square that with questions around proportionality?
I think it's very clear that the Arabs, we condemned the perpetration of attacks on civilians, as we do for any civilians. But the conflict did not begin on October the 7th, and though we feel for the suffering and the pain of both Israelis and Palestinians, we have to take into account that this can't be a matter of evaluation and counting, because if we count the numbers of those innocent lives that have been affected by this conflict since 1948 and before, then we get into a cycle of innuendos and lack of ability to move towards a vision of a better future. But the implications related to whether there was an imminent threat after October the 7th to Israeli security, and whether that security could have been managed in another way that does not inflict on 28, almost 30,000 innocent Palestinians that were in no way implicated in what happened on the 7th of October, and the issue of UNICEF, the 17,000 orphans that have been created, and this dimension of human suffering and destruction of 70% of all dwellings in Gaza, it does not conform to any sense of security or a vision for a better future. Again, there are issues related to self-defense, but there's also a counter as it relates to self-determination. The Charter of the United Nations is clear on both the principles of self-defense and the principle of a right to resist occupation. So we have a fundamental issue here, which is legitimate Palestinian rights, Israeli rights, which we recognize, the right of both to live in peace, security, two states, national identities. And this has been a prolonged process, 30 years, where the international community has been paying lip service to this principle, has not taken any effective measures to implement it. And this can't continue. We can't continue in this cycle. This is not the first conflict in Gaza. This is the fifth conflict. And the ensuing devastation effects on civilians, both Israelis and Palestinians, should not be further tolerated, nor should there be justifications for this scale of destruction and impact on innocent civilians, women and children. And we have to look to a more brighter future where there is coexistence, where there's normalization, where there's cooperation, where there's integration, and not become entrapped within a cycle of violence and revenge. I don't think that the current dimensions, which seem to indicate more a desire for revenge, is going to be helpful. It's going to motivate terrorist organizations, recruitment, and animosity.
I'm going to open up the floor to the audience now for some questions. I believe there are some microphones going around as well. Yes.
There is a 58 member state of the organization Islamic Conference. Do you think this member state really got enough work? We have seen last couple of months just more talk than work, and institution not slow. And another my question is, there is a 58 member state of the Islamic Conference, but none of them brought this case to the ICJ. Only South Africa, this is not Muslim country. Why Saudi Arabia or Egypt, some other Muslim country, can dare to bring this case to the ICJ? What's the problem?
Okay, I'm just take a question there and then back there.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Prince Faisal, good evening. Actually, the Arab Peace Initiative that Saudi Arabia has sponsored very strongly has been announced in Beirut more than almost 20 years ago. But since then, the impediments to any solution, and mainly a Palestinian state or statehood, has been piling up, and mainly the colonization, the settlements, etc., etc. So besides stopping the bloodshed today in Gaza, which is an absolute priority, you're right, what are the prospects of dismantling all these impediments and getting back to the physical infrastructure of a minimal Palestinian statehood in your mind?
Thank you. Mina, I'll go to you.
Thank you very much, Mina Al-Arabi, The National. I want to ask how we can stop the war, because everyone said, to the exception of the United States, perhaps, that we need immediate ceasefire, and Germany, our current host country. So what do we need to actually stop the war? And my second question is more the regional, wider dynamics. The beginning of this session was entitled Iran's proxies. So I just want to bring in the issue of Iran and how we can see a reduction of these non-state actors and proxies, be it in Iraq, be it in Yemen and Lebanon, and limit their capabilities.
I'll actually, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I think that I should state the obvious. Hamas does not represent any legitimate aspiration of the Palestinians for a state. He rejected all the initiatives since 2006 when he was elected, and unfortunately he participated in elections. He was not willing to accept the requirements of the quartet to renounce violent terrorism. It was just after Israel withdrew from Gaza, and in October 6th there was no one settler, one Israeli soldier in Gaza, and Gaza could have been completely free, just if Hamas would have renounced violence and terrorism. I was the chief negotiator for peace with the legitimate Palestinian Authority in the last 2 rounds of negotiations. Unfortunately, Abu Mazen, Mahmoud Abbas, didn't give an answer to the more than 2 offers that were on the table. I do hope that from this disastrous situation, hope will emerge, and the role of the Saudis and Egypt is very important. But Hamas is really part of the problem, and just stopping the war now without real change, if this will be just another round, then there is no hope for the entire region. And I do believe that there is hope for a change now. I know that the United States is working with regional partners, and was important for me to state the obvious. Hamas is the problem, is not part of the solution.
I just want to bring it back to the panel. Prince Faisal, if you want to address some of those questions. Just a lot of questions there about the future of two-state solution and I guess the revitalization of Palestinian Authority.
I'll try and answer a few of them collectively. And I'll pick up on the last question. Hope. Hope is the key. We need hope in our region. We need hope for the Palestinians. And I will say we need hope for the Israelis, but that is all tied into leaving exactly, that was just said, this cycle of violence, this repetitive cycle that we have entered into. You know, the definition of madness is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. Sameh just mentioned, you know, this is the 5th war in Gaza. You know, conflict, kinetic action on its own is not going to give security to anyone. The only pathway to sustainable security for all of us in the region is through Palestinian self-determination. The Arab states are fully committed to delivering that, but they are also committed through that to delivering a true partnership with Israel and integration into the region and security for all. But that will need hard decisions as well in Israel to decide that a two-state solution is the right approach. And there are the majority of Palestinians who are committed to a two-state solution that accepts Israel's right to exist. And using a minority of Palestinians as a reason not to move forward on that is going to keep us exactly in this cycle of violence, and it will cause us to return to where we are. And what I fear is the next explosion will be worse, not the same as October 7th. So we must focus on exactly that word, hope. We must deliver hope for our region, and that is what we are committed to. That is what the kingdom is committed to, but that is what the Arabs that we have engaged, all of our Arab colleagues are committed to. And it is, by the way, something that all of the Muslim world supports. And, because there was a question about the OIC, and I understand the criticism that the OIC could do more, and certainly we will try to do everything we can to stop the conflict. But I will say that the engagement of these 58 states across their various partnerships has resulted in movement, has resulted in a hardening of the consensus that the two-state solution is a necessary outcome of this crisis. It has resulted in countries that were not willing to talk about recognition of Palestine before, that have now started to talk about recognition of Palestine, even independent of a resolution of a bilateral negotiation between the Israelis and the Palestinians. And this is all important, because the more we build momentum towards hope, towards the consensus of a two-state solution, the more it becomes difficult for spoilers on all sides, including in the Israeli political spectrum, who actively obstruct every attempt to reach a resolution. The more that consensus in the global community of nations builds, the more those spoilers are isolated, and we need to isolate those spoilers.
And just to pick up on what Tzipi Livni said there about Hamas.
Well, certainly, I think it is absolutely correct that Hamas was outside of the accepted majority of the Palestinian people, the Palestinian Authority, the recognition of Israel, the recognition of a negotiated settlement, their refusal to advocate for violence. But there has to be also accountability in why Hamas was empowered in Gaza and why was it being financed in Gaza to perpetuate the division between Hamas and the rest of the mainstream Palestinian peacemaking entities that existed, whether it was the authority or the PLO or the general public. So here again, I think this is an issue that has been neglected and that should be addressed as well. But I think the current circumstances and the objectives, and there was a mention of the lack of consistency. This is unprecedented. This is the first conflict where there has been a reluctance to call for a cessation of hostilities. In every other conflict, the immediate task has been for a cessation of hostilities and then the resolution of whatever dimensions of a problem through the negotiations. And it's surprising that, well, if there is a reluctance to ending the military engagement, then what is the objective? Is there an achievable objective? And I think the conventional wisdom that there is not. There is not an achievable objective to be had in eliminating fully the ideology behind Hamas. And to only do that is to provide an alternative that can raise hope, that can break the cycle of violence, and that can respond to the legitimate aspirations of the Palestinian people, as we have all recognized the legitimate aspirations of the Israeli people and their right to live in peace and security. But that right has to encompass all of the states of the region, including the Palestinians.
You've asked me the question of the division within the EU. When it comes to the two-state solution, I have to say that we are all on the same page. We know that this is the only solution to resolve the problem in the Middle East, to have two states living peacefully between, close to each other. And we have to give a future a future perspective to the Palestinian people and to give security to the Israeli as well. So we are working on this direction. We all agree. I know that some of us are reluctant when it comes to call for a ceasefire, but we are all on the same line. You know, the end of the solution, the end of the comprehensive plan that we are working on is two-state solutions. And I have to say, to answer to your question, that for sure Hamas is a terrorist entity for us. So we don't deal with them and we don't recognize them. It's not a government. But I'm afraid and worried when I hear Netanyahu saying that he is against a two-state solution openly. So what is the solution then? That's the problem also as well that we have to tackle all together. If the Israelis don't want a two-state solution, then what is the solution? We want to have an alternative, but we don't hear another alternative, and that's the problem also.
Kwasi.
Thank you very much. Obviously, I've visited
I would just wait for the microphone.
I visited the region a number of times and seen both of you gentlemen as a minister and as a parliamentarian. The other thing I want to just very broadly ask, we've been talking about the two-state solution for about 25 years. And surely, you know, as Western politicians, we've got to ask ourselves, and I'd love to hear from the Egyptian Foreign Minister and His Royal Highness, why have we made no progress on this for 25 years?
Well, for the best of our efforts, I think there's a lack of political will on the part of the international community and on the part of those who have negotiated. I believe that the Palestinian Authority has indicated on all phases that it is receptive, it is hopeful, it has the best and most to achieve from a two-state solution, but there has been a lack of progress in those negotiations. Whether that is intentional or not, I don't want to make any evaluations, but there is a lack of achievement, and we all bear that responsibility. I think we are totally committed and convinced that this is the only solution, viable solution, that can bring the region out of this cycle of violence and create normal conditions for everyone to prosper and to live in peace. But we have for 30 years been paying lip service. There hasn't been sufficient commitment by those who have the influence and can be instrumental in moving this forward. There has been always a deflection. There either isn't a partner on the side of the Palestinians, or the division that was created to a degree, as I mentioned, maybe prematurely, between Hamas and the Palestinian Authority. There's always been an excuse why we should not proceed, the security conditions, the environment of the region, and these, I think, are just a demonstration of a lack of a political will on the part of those responsible, and at the same time on the side of many in the international community who have refrained from making the right decisions and taking the right steps to move the process forward, recognizing that both sides have to make concessions, but they will only do so if they deem it in their best interest.
I have 1 minute left, so if anyone has any final thoughts, because I can't ask any more questions from the audience, but Prince Faisal, if you wanted to address the question that, you know, we've been at this for decades and it...
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pointless trying to lay blame. I think there's enough blame to go around for everyone. The point is, we agree that the two-state solution is the right solution, and it's now time to put all of our efforts into making that happen, including holding those that become obstacles to that two-state solution accountable, whether it is someone like Hamas, if it's someone like the Palestinian Authority, but if it is Israel, then whoever is the obstacle must be held accountable. We cannot hold the future of our region, the future of our generations hostage to politics or ideology, and we must push to move forward.
Accountable and consequences.
Well, exact, of course.
And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, please thank our panelists. Thank you so much.
You're watching BR24 live, covering this year's Munich Security Conference. This has been the second part of the panel discussion, De-Escalation Challenge. And now up next is a conversation towards stability and peace in the Middle East, Israel's vision, with Isaac Herzog, the president of Israel, which will begin momentarily. So just stay with us. You're watching BR24 live.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. We'll continue with the program in the main conference hall. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue with the next part of the program in the main conference hall in an instant. May I ask you to please take your seats? Ladies and gentlemen in the main conference hall, may I kindly ask you to take your seats? Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get started with the next session. May I kindly ask you to take your seats now? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of Israel, Isaac Herzog, as well as the moderator of this conversation, columnist and associate editor of The Washington Post, David Ignatius.
So, good evening, everyone. It's my pleasure to host this conversation with President Isaac Herzog. I've known President Herzog for at least 20 years and look forward to our conversation tonight. I believe this is the 133rd day of the terrible war in Gaza, which began with a horrific attack on October 7, whose images are in the minds of every Israeli, but in the minds of everyone around the world. So I should begin by expressing our sadness at the suffering of all the victims of this war, Israelis and Palestinians. So I want to begin with a question that I think is on the minds of every Israeli, and that is the issue of your hostages that are being held by Hamas. There have been news reports that you met yesterday with the Prime Minister of Qatar, Sheikh Mohammed Al-Thani, and you met also to discuss this with Vice President Kamala Harris. So I know we'd all like to hear your sense of where these negotiations stand and whether you're hopeful that a deal to release the hostages and bring a temporary pause in fighting for some weeks, whether that will be possible.
So thank you, David. This is the most important issue on the agenda in this situation. We have here families of the hostages, and I think we all express our pain and sorrow and sadness. There are here some people who got back from Gaza, luckily, in the first exchange, and they went through hell. I think if we clap to the families here as a show of solidarity. After all, it's an enormous human tragedy. People from the age of 1 year old to 85 years old, Holocaust survivors and people who went through so many tormenting situations, many people who are activists for peace with their neighbors in Gaza, many people who have done so much good throughout their life, incredible human beings, family people. And I think that the world must keep on leaving this issue as a top priority in its agenda. I met with the Prime Minister of Qatar yesterday. It was a good discussion. I think he's doing major efforts. He's taken major efforts and devoting enormous focus on this issue. It's complicated, it's difficult. One has to make sure that we know whether there is anybody who takes decisions on the other side. After all, you're dealing with people who are being hidden and scattered all around Gaza, mostly in the tunnels. And we have to know their whereabouts. We are worried about the medication that came in, and according to our data and information, it hasn't been received yet, or by some of them, by most of them, we don't know. So I think the most important thing for everybody to understand, if one wants to move on and find a horizon in this dire situation, which was initiated by Hamas in cruelty of unprecedented record, the worst atrocity against Jews since World War II, with rape and butchering and chopping and burning and, of course, abducting. One has to resolve the issue of the hostages and bring them back home safely and as soon as possible.
So, I know we all share the hope that those hostages will all be returned to their families. Do tell us, after your conversations with the Qatari Prime Minister and others, your sense about where those negotiations stand. Is it possible in the next few days that we'll actually have a breakthrough and begin a process of release?
So there's first of all, an international consensus amongst the main leadership that I've met here that this has to be done quickly. I was impressed that the Prime Minister of Qatar is very well informed and involved in many details, also with the Egyptians. There's a worldwide effort which is coordinated by the Americans as well, and is the Israeli team vis-a-vis the other side. I can't analyze and tell you how much of a chance do I give to this effort. I do believe that there is an effort of major, I would say, of major weight involved, international weight. I do believe, and I can confirm, that it is an item of highest priority for the sides concerned in this process. In Israel, it's an issue that is 24/7 newsreels about the fate of the hostages, and we could not but think about ourselves and our loved ones when we are dealing with it. The negotiation process has to involve many, many items. I can't go into it because, number one, I'm not the one responsible and I'm not fully advised of all the details, but I must say I'm impressed that there are efforts throughout, and I trust our team that is trying its best, and I hope that the other side will finally decide that it wants to move on. And I don't think they are there. I'm not yet convinced that Sinwar feels that he wants to do anything, and so his people will continue suffering.
I'm struck, as I'm sure many of us are, by your words about the Prime Minister of Qatar, a country that often is criticized by Israel. I want to turn to the subject of this security conference, which is security, and ask you about Israel's long-term security. You're in the middle of a war now, but thinking about the long term, the United States has said, the Saudi foreign minister came close to saying that if there is a halt in the fighting, that a process of normalization of relations between Israel and Saudi Arabia could begin. That would be a different Middle East. And I want to ask you what difference in your mind as president of Israel that normalization would mean for your country going forward.
So let me take it a bit higher in a zoom up, bottom down, about a regional picture. The regional picture is pretty obvious for a couple of years already. We have nations moving on with Israel towards inclusion of Israel in the region, recognizing Israel, going for peace with Israel. It started way back with Egypt and moved to Jordan. We've had agreements with Israel for decades, then moved on through the Abraham Accords with the United Arab Emirates and the Kingdom of Bahrain and the Kingdom of Morocco. And now comes the issue of Saudi Arabia, which I think is a game changer of the highest importance and can definitely, undoubtedly, change the trajectory of our region. But for that, one needs to understand something that President Biden said actually at a G20 summit like a month and a half or 2 months before the 7th of October. President Biden presented a vision, a grand vision. The vision is the connectivity from Israel all the way to India, meaning a corridor of communications, transportation, and energy from Israel to India, which means actually a connection between Europe and Southeast Asia, which means actually a connection from the United States all the way to Australia from a different side of the hemisphere. Now, if you look at it, what happened was that way beyond the war that Hamas waged on us, it's clear that an empire of evil emanating from Tehran is doing whatever it can to derail the process of normalization with Israel. It has its forks from north and south, from Lebanon and Iraq and Yemen, of course, and Gaza. It's spending billions of dollars simply to derail the stability of our region, creating havoc and pain and so much tragedy to the peoples in the region. That is why moving on with Saudi will clearly be a victory over what Hamas did. And that is why I truly believe that moving forward to normalization and making whatever efforts that can be made is a very important historical opportunity, and I hope that all sides will seize the moment.
So the Saudi foreign minister a few minutes ago, speaking about this issue, linked the progress toward normalization to a two-state solution, to the creation of a Palestinian state. So I want to turn to that because it's obviously part of this discussion and the pathway he and the United States government feel towards the kind of new Middle East that you're talking about. You said in 2016, and I've heard you say often, the following: my basic position continues to be that the only way to solve the conflict is by implementing a two-state solution. But you said in December, after October 7, what I want to urge is against just saying two-state solution. Why? Because there's an emotional chapter here that must be dealt with. My nation is in trauma. So I think we understand that trauma. What I want to ask you, Mr. President, is how to bring the vision that you had in 2016 together with what you're experiencing now, so that there is a pathway toward something that's different.
Well, I think that we have to understand that reality has been exposed and unraveled in front of our eyes. In my appearance in front of a joint session of Congress on the 19th of July, before the war, I spoke about the vision of peace in the region, but I said that what undermines the possibility of peace in the region is terror. We've gone through 2 years of terror in the last few years, but the people of the world didn't really notice it. They went on, they ignored it. We went through a lot of attacks of terror. And I came to the clear conclusion that you cannot accept a peaceful process with your neighbors if they hail terror. I cannot agree to it. Nobody can agree to it. The mere assessment that one can accept terror as a tool to bring about results of such nature is adverse to the whole basic rules of human beings. I'll say further than that. I think that the free world must oppose, in no uncertain terms, any accommodation or support of terror. What happened in October 7th is that peaceful communities on an internationally recognized boundary since 1949 were slaughtered, and people celebrated on the other side in the Palestinian camp. They celebrated this, and I expect people who want to make peace with us and people who want to move on in a vision of peace in the region, and I do believe adamantly that Israelis and Palestinians deserve peace, and they should find ways and means to move towards peace, and that the pain inflicted must not recur. But for that, we have to hear and see an understanding that terror cannot be accepted in any way. And this is what I said. Israelis are traumatized so much that to come to tell them now two-state solution, a Palestinian state, cannot be achieved if we don't deal with the innermost question of Israelis. How does it guarantee safety to me and to my family and to my neighbors and to my nation? Israelis are worried. You expect them to divide the land and then say, oh yeah, but okay, who runs the other entity and how do we make sure terror will not recur? So I think we should offer a vision of peace, and we should definitely look into a horizon of peace. And I never shy away from things that I believe in, but I think that we have to add an element of reality, of real life into this. It won't happen if we don't find real solutions for the security question of Israel.
So let me just put the question to you again. If there are ways to address that issue that you rightly stress, the security, safety of your country and the people who live in it, if that can be addressed, is there in your mind a pathway toward a two-state solution?
So I would say that saying now automatically a Palestinian state or a two-state solution, it's kind of giving, actually, without intention, kind of credit or award to the fact that Hamas launched a war against us. I don't want to be there. I want to do something else. I say if we want to win and we show victory against the empire of evil and its proxies, we have to move towards the inclusion of Israel in the region with a major agreement with our regional partners, including Saudi Arabia, and in it find the right formula for peace between Israelis and Palestinians. And that's what we have to look for.
So let me ask you about one hard problem looking ahead. Israel doesn't trust the Palestinian Authority. It's fair to say that many Palestinians don't seem to trust the PA either. But Jordan, the United States, many Arab countries have been working to try to build what people are calling a revitalized, reformed Palestinian Authority that would be able to do a better job in every respect, including reassuring Israel about its security. I think we'd all be interested in whether you think that revitalized PA, the RPA people are calling it, might be something that Israel could work with, could help build a future with, and build the kind of security and stability that you just talked about.
So I think it's a very important development. The proof of the pudding is in the eating. One has to see that there are reforms. I know it's being dealt with the Palestinians by the various Arab countries, by the international community, by the United States of America. It's clear it has to happen because part of the problem here is the way, the functioning of our neighbors, and I don't want to go into it. It's their issue, and they have to deal with it. I can only say that from my own experience, I tried time and again to find initiatives that will deal with issues that are not the political thorniest issues, but have cooperation on fields such as, say, climate issues, medical issues. And I didn't get any real response. I hope that there will be an opportunity to have a real dialogue with our neighbors also about that. And I would welcome any reforms, naturally, and serious reforms.
So I think what I hear you saying is that if you can be convinced, Israelis can be convinced that these reforms are real, maybe with metrics that measure performance, that Israel might be comfortable working with this, I'm going to call it again, the RPA in the future. Do I have that right?
So I will say, as you know all too well, the President of Israel is not the executive branch. We have to leave it to the executive branch, but I think I was pretty clear. I think that if we want to move forward with all of the elements on the chessboard or the board as such, it's there and it's possible.
So shifting gears a little bit, I know that you feel that the world simply doesn't understand the ideology of Hamas, that there's an experience that Israelis have had viscerally on October 7 that the world still doesn't understand. I know you brought something that you think will be powerful, so I want to invite you to do that.
So I will first say that the ideology that we have seen is something that the world tends to ignore. The world has seen 9/11. The world has seen John the Jihadist. The world has seen a chopping of heads of citizens in France or elsewhere. We are faced with an ideology of extreme Islam that wants to wipe us off the map. Not all is Islam. I believe in a dialogue with Islam. And you know that there are many Muslim countries who advocate peace and move forward. But this ideology, which is now the focal point of the empire of evil, emanates from Tehran, is of huge magnitude and needs to be the main target of international security forces, because it starts with the Iranian nuclear program, it starts with their ideology, it goes to terror, it goes to their proxies, it goes to the Houthis, who are a tribe of 50,000 people, David, having ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and drones, something which is bigger than most nations in the world. And you ask yourself, where is this aimed for, if not at the heart of Europe and the United States and elsewhere in the free world? And people have to wake up. So I brought with me a book which was taken by our military in their operation. Our military goes in, and finds in homes missiles and weapons of the worst kind that are aimed to kill all of us. The book is called Nihayat al-Yahud, which means the end of the Jews. You see a Star of David with a sword and bleeding. This book was written by Dr. Mahmoud al-Zahar. Dr. Mahmoud al-Zahar is one of the founders of Hamas. He's a well-known Hamas leader and a political figure of Hamas. And the book mainly hails the fact that, first of all, we should not recognize the fact that there are Jews and Jewish people, but most predominantly it hails the Holocaust, it hails what the Nazis have done, and calls for a nation to follow what the Nazis have done. Now we're in Munich. In the outskirts of Munich, there's the Dachau concentration camp. Tens of thousands of our nation, of Jews, were slaughtered in Dachau. And that's the problem, meaning we have to have a coalition of all of the moderate forces in the world fighting this ideology. And the moderate forces in the world include many Sunni countries too, because they will be attacked by the same jihadists as well. And there's a war raging in the Middle East against these jihadists. But the world, if we are in the Munich Security Conference, one of the main challenges of security in the world is this ideology, because it's scattered all over the world, because it has terror cells all over the world, and we're exposing them with allies all over the world. And the world has to say, stop, we're fed up. We will fight you tooth and nail until this stops, because we cannot accept that in modern times this will be. And we've seen it just 4 months ago. And we want the hostages back. They're another example of this horrendous ideology. Who takes babies like that as hostages? Who? Who takes 8-month, 9-month-old baby as a hostage?
So, thank you for reminding us of the reality of what you're facing. I do need to ask you, as President of Israel, there have been repeated comments here, but you can read them every day in the newspapers from prominent leaders in Europe, around the world, criticizing Israel, understanding the trauma that you experienced on October 7, but criticizing Israel for what I just heard the Norwegian Prime Minister say was a disproportionate response, that too many civilians were killed for the world to accept that comfortably. So I want to ask you, as President of Israel, about your own concerns about the cost for Palestinian civilians, and about whether there are lessons learned for Israel in how it fights its wars that in the future would make for fewer civilian deaths.
Look, there's a rule in Judaism that the life of one person means an entire world. And we clearly are pained by the suffering of anyone. I am clearly pained by the suffering of innocent civilians in Gaza, and I say it all time and again. But when we have the right to defend ourselves, and we are attacked by a huge war machine, which is built underneath with billions of dollars of world taxpayers' money, and turned into a terror organization with the amount of tunnels which is bigger than New York subway, how does one uproot that? It's a very complicated question, because if you want to uproot the terror infrastructure in order to enable a better future for the Palestinians and Israelis, you have to go in physically. In order to go in physically, we operate the rules of international humanitarian law. We alert well in advance. We send millions of leaflets, millions of text messages. We phone call, we direct. We create humanitarian areas and safe zones. Unfortunately, there are tragedies, some of them ensued by Hamas, and some also unintended consequences which are tragic. And we are trying to find the right way to do it with the least amount of casualties. We are operating with all experts, but what we are challenged with, no other army has really been faced with, because this is in our doorstep. You can have a family with a missile of 200 kilometers shooting range in their living room. So you have to go in, and we find unbelievable things in people's homes and villages and mosques and shops. Now, we are trying to deal with that. Part of it is upgrading dramatically the humanitarian aid to Gaza. We are working, we've opened Kerem Shalom passage because Rafah failed, and there were a lot of backlogs. I'm reported that today there are 500 to 400 trucks ready to be delivered to Gaza in the UN passage in Kerem Shalom, but the UN is not capable of taking it into Gaza. Why? I don't know exactly. We are working on water desalination, water supply. The United Arab Emirates has done wonders, and so did other countries in humanitarian aid to Gaza and its people. We are working with medical supplies. We are working with bringing in infrastructure for the United Nations as well as food supplies. But remember, throughout all these efforts, our hostages have not gotten anything. We don't even have a sign of life about any one of the hostages. So it is. I'm not preconditioning it because we understand the rules of international humanitarian law, but I'm explaining that no other nation would have done the amount of effort that we have done. And I know it's a dire situation. It's complex. We have to bring the citizens back to their homes at a given moment once we finish eradicating the Hamas infrastructure.
So we have just a few minutes left, and I want to ask you about a question that is of great concern in the United States and I think around the world, and I know in Israel too, and that is violence against Palestinians by extremist settlers. The United States has imposed sanctions on some who've committed violent acts, has a visa ban in place. You're president of Israel. These issues fundamentally come before you. What would you say as president about this violence by the relatively small but very powerful number of extremist settlers?
So you should know we are a nation of the rule of law. We have a strong adjudication system, a very strong legal system, actually the strongest in the country. We investigate, we inquire, we adjudicate, and we prosecute. I condemn any possible act of violence or calling for violence against innocent civilians, of course, against Palestinians. And I condemn it wholeheartedly, and we do that every day in Israel if there are such instances. It's true, we have some instances of violence, but show me a society that doesn't have instances of violence. The question is, how do we deal with them? Are we enforcing? Are we arresting? Are we investigating? I would add more than that. It became like a systematic campaign in order to kind of tilt the balance and smear Israel in this war. There are about 500,000 people who live outside what used to be the 67 borders. And 99.5% of them are innocent, honest, dignified citizens of Israel who do only good. And there are a few hundred of them, who are acting roguely, and we are dealing with it, and we are aware of it, and we take note of our friends who are pointing to us and asking questions, and we are giving them answers. But I would not then categorize all of them as settler violence. It's unfair totally.
So we have just a minute left. I'm going to close with a question that famously General Petraeus was asked in the beginning of the war in Iraq. Tell us how this ends in the mind of President Herzog.
So you know that when you're in a crisis, it takes time to exit from the crisis. We have to offer a vision of hope. We have to make sure that the building blocks of real security for Israel and definitely for all its neighbors are there. I actually believe that the exiting from this crisis will also create new infrastructure of security in the region, because all of a sudden the region has understood that it's under attack from evil forces that are directed by Iran. I think we will have to complete the operation, move on to how do we formulate the reconstruction of Gaza, and then, of course, how do we deal with, in a sincere and open manner, in a dialogue, as to the future of the region. But first and foremost, before everything else, is to bring the hostages back home immediately.
So that's a good note on which to end this discussion. Please join me in thanking President Herzog for being with us today and speaking so directly.
Welcome back after these quite intense panels and discussions about the Middle East. Let's talk about them with Tim Assmann, former longtime Middle East correspondent and office chief in Tel Aviv, joining me now live from the Hotel Bayerischer Hof. Tim, the Middle East, the Israel-Hamas war was the big subject this afternoon. In general, have you seen or heard any silver linings that could lead towards stability and peace in the Middle East?
To be honest, no. This day was more a description, a general description of the problem. And a lot of politicians here on the stage in Munich yesterday and also today came up with a solution that we all know, a probable way to stability and peace, the two-state solution. But the problem is that the politicians who are promising this and who are bringing it back on the table, they are from outside. And if we heard President Herzog just speaking here a couple of minutes ago, he said the reality on the ground is something else. So if you talk to people in the regions, may it be Palestinians or may it be Israelis, and if you ask them for a two-state solution right now, for everyone there, this seems quite far, not to say unreachable. But we have heard some slight hope here in Munich. We heard a couple of minutes ago also from Yitzhak Herzog, who said that he talked to Prime Minister Al-Thani from Qatar, who was also here in Munich. We heard him before. And they talked about the hostages, the Israeli hostages in Gaza. So after this meeting, President Herzog left it obviously with more optimism. That's what he said here on the stage. And Prime Minister Al-Thani wasn't referring to the meeting. He didn't say that he was meeting, but he said the last days have not been so promising, reaching a ceasefire deal, including a release of hostages. But yes, this is still something that we might see in these next days. But general peace in the region is far from now.
We've seen now also panels with politicians from Qatar, Saudi Arabia and Egypt. How important is their view on the Israel-Hamas war?
So they are all very important key players here in this game, if we would like to call it like this. Qatar is a very influential mediator if it comes to Hamas. And Egypt has a lot of influence also in the region, directly on Hamas, but also has good relations to Israel. And Saudi Arabia is a country which Israel would like to see normalization of the relations between the two countries. They were quite close to this before the 7th of October. But now we heard the Saudi Arabian foreign minister saying here on the stage that the normalization with Israel is directly linked to Palestinian statehood. So this is something that they all mentioned, that peace and stability in the Middle East can only be reached by a two-state solution.
There were many people, either on stage or in the audience, that were saying something along the line, we have to be aware that this is not just another cycle of escalation and violence. How real is that threat, actually?
It is very real. If we look on the northern border of Israel, the next escalation between Israel and Hezbollah could be waiting. So it can spill over into the region. That is something that was also emphasized here on the stage in Munich. So if we talk about the general problems that this conference is dealing with and will be dealing with also tomorrow, and if we look on the Middle East conflict in particular, it was a problem description, and it was also a need was urged here to act now and to find a solution to get stabilization back on the track. But we have to admit that it seems quite difficult right now to reach this.
When it comes to a solution, is there any common ground of all of those parties and players we've just talked about? Is it the often evoked two-state solution? How realistic is that? Would it work with or without Hamas? Would it work with or without Netanyahu?
I would say that this is not a question right now. It's not linked directly to Netanyahu. So first of all, Hamas cannot be part of a solution after the 7th of October. But if we look on Israeli politics, a politician will also look on their own population. And for the majority of Israelis right now, the two-state solution is not a topic.
Let's wrap this second day of the Munich Security Conference up a bit. Tim, what is your conclusion so far? What will remain of this day?
I would say that if we compare this day to the Saturday of the Security Conference 1 year ago, and we start with the Ukrainian conflict, seriousness has reached the Bayerischer Hof. Because 1 year ago, a lot of supporters of the Ukrainian cause were very optimistic. The offensive, the Ukrainian offensive was on the doorstep. And a lot of people here in Munich said, okay, we reached a lot with the support for the Ukraine. But now, this year in Munich, everyone knows that the support has to go on. And the financial question is a very important one if we look on the upcoming elections in the United States. This is something that was emphasized here in Munich today a lot. And given the Middle East conflict, I would say this day again shows that this conflict is for a reason going on since 70 years.
Thank you so much for taking the time talking to us and explaining us all of these things we've heard today. Tim Assmann, and thank you for watching BR24 Live. And if you'd like, you can tune in again tomorrow when we're covering the third and final day of the Munich Security Conference. My name is Dominik Pasic. Thanks for watching and good night.